just so much more storm coverage than ever before.
Maybe global warming?
Yeah, that's probably why. No easy way to transfer off of it, but I'm glad everyone's okay. I wanted to start sort of big picture with you. Most of your peers, I'd say, a lot of them are getting out of the media business, right? So Sherry Redstone sells, Rupert sold a few years ago, or at least out of the entertainment business. AT&T and Verizon, sort of telecom companies, got out. You seem to be investing more in media and entertainment at a time where there's a lot of anxiety and uncertainty about it. Why does it make sense for Comcast to be in the entertainment business? And what do you see that's sort of bright about the future that maybe others don't agree with?
Well, I think a broad statement like that, Larry Ellison just chose to get in. You're sponsored by AWS. There's, a complete change of who's enthusiastic and what do they bring to the party. And maybe some of those folks felt it was time to exit. We're pretty excited about the company we've got. We have, in the media part of the business, studios growing great. Some of the clips you said, I hope Wicked wins that poll, and more importantly, wins the box office. Fabulous bet by Donna and team last year. Oppenheimer, Chris Meledandri, you got Jason coming later. I'm just bummed out I'm not doing the hot wings.
Your body will thank you.
Yeah, and so, we have in Peacock a strategy, I'm sure we'll get into it a little more, that is a growth business for us. And we've also selling our Hulu stake. So we actually will have, very little money net in streaming in terms of losses versus profits. So, each company's different. Then we also have a broadband, the majority of the company that my dad started, Comcast Cable, now really a broadband connectivity business, Wi-Fi. If you were to go back 10 years and you said, let's design with you perfect knowledge of what the world looks like today, what would be a cool company? You would say, well, I'd like to connect everybody to what we're doing, whether it's in streaming or whether it's in AI or whether it's going to be in, whatever comes next, Zoom calls, working from home. And we have the nation's most connected broadband customers. We have a converged service with wireless and broadband in more homes than AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile combined. And a lot of that content, 100 million people every quarter coming to watch Today's Show, Tonight's Show, SNL, which is fabulous as always this year. And I don't know how Lorne Michaels can do it every time, but this being such an important year, what a great first two shows. And then film and television and the stories we have. And then, of course, sports. And I'm sure we'll talk a little about that as well. So I think we have a pretty great company. And I'm more excited. This will be our 60th year. My dad founded it. This will be, and last year was the most profitable year and the best year in the company's history. And, we're about to do earnings, everything. We're going to have a great year this year by all the analyst accounts, and maybe even the best year in the company's history are right there. And so why would you not be excited?
You brought up Peacock. I'm curious. How long until Peacock is really a profitable and sustainable business on its own?
Well, first of all, we don't look at it as on its own. So I'm not going to duck your question completely, but that's not how we're running the business. We're running it as part of the media business. So take the Olympics. 87% of the viewing was on NBC or one of our cable channels. 13% was on Peacock. But together, we presented to the consumer all those choices. Every event, every athlete, every country. Mike Tirico doing 2 primetime shows in a heroic fashion, hard to...
Yeah, we have the stats here. NBC Universal had the most viewership of any company, TV viewership at any company in August because of the Olympics.
We did it for 17 straight days. It's so hard to keep America's viewers' attention for more than 2 hours, let alone 17 days. So that was a whole company effort. And so to pick one part of the company and say, well, how's that part doing? Well, if your goal is to just be Netflix, that's a really important question. If your goal is to have a media company that, particularly in the United States, which is where most of our emphasis is to deliver sports to, I think of, Bloomberg didn't have a print business, but I was chatting with some friends from the Wall Street Journal, and they had to go from quote, dying print business to a growing digital business. And New York Times had to do the same. And there's some people that didn't make it. USA Today may not quite get there. Philadelphia Inquirer, regional papers, tough business. We think NBC, we are going to get there, and Peacock is going to be part of how that happens. As more and more people cut the cord, more and more people will take Peacock.
But that's why people ask about the sustainability of Peacock. I get that it's part of this broader group, right? But your cable networks are the ones that are kind of going in the wrong direction, right? So you need something to offset that.
Peacock, we think this year will be the most losses we've had, even including the NBA investment that we're making. We're already improved. That's what last quarter showed.
The NBA won't hurt profitability going forward.
Well, it might theoretically in the short run, but in the long run, we're super excited and think that it's factored into what we need to spend and what we'll monetize. If you go back, we had all our content on Hulu. We bought the company. That was what NBC had committed to before we owned the company. Then Fox happened, and Disney got control of Hulu. We worked out an amicable way to extricate, which was taking 5 years. We didn't want to sell our Hulu stake until the end of those 5 years.
Taking more than 5 years at this point.
By a little bit. We're gonna figure out eventually the end, and we will have taken. We've already taken, a lot of billions of dollars out off of several $100 million investment, and maybe more to come, we hope. And so when that's all said and done, we got all the content onto Peacock, but we had to start at a very late date compared to other streaming companies. So our strategy was to take all the sports we had and now make them available to people who didn't buy the bundle. We're the first ones in a way to actually do that. And then layer on all the episodes and all the seasons and all the great content that Donna's making in film, created a new set of windows. Team did a super job where some of our content is for 4 months, all of it's on Peacock. The next 10 months, it goes to either Amazon or Netflix, and then back to Peacock. Nobody had ever done that before. So we've been kind of innovating, I think, in the changing industry and the changing landscape to work for our set of assets to give us a very sustainable path to be able to say to you that our media business will be profitable, is profitable, will continue to be profitable, and I believe will grow despite the downward pressure because of the growth of Peacock.
Right. I'm wondering if you are confident in Peacock on its own, not on its own within your company, but as a viable streaming service going forward. Why? It's been publicly reported by Bloomberg and others. You've had conversations with the other companies about merging streaming services, joint ventures, that sort of thing. Paramount's certainly been out there. Why have those talks if you're a big believer in Peacock?
Well, there's always, just because you reported at Bloomberg, I'm not going to say it's accurate. But of course, if it's Bloomberg, it must be accurate. So therefore...
well, you referenced the Journal. They also reported. I feel like if both Bloomberg and the Journal are reporting something, odds are it's accurate.
Absolutely. So, and throw NBC News in there too. So, in all seriousness, obviously people are going to say, here's a changing landscape. What can I do that would advance myself? So conversations are always going to happen. They happen in all businesses all the time. I think it's a tough thing to actually get executed because I'm a believer, coming from where I started my career in cable. My first job was selling HBO door to door, one of the first jobs. And we had a lot of channels. When John Malone said we're going to go to 500 channels, it kind of got laughed about. And then the internet, of course, went to infinity. So the notion that we'd have 10 streaming services doesn't intimidate me whatsoever. The technology for the consumer is the question. Can I bounce from show to show?
It's too hard to get from Netflix to Peacock to Apple
If you believe that's how it's going to be, then that's an issue. I'm coming from a world that we went from 3 channels when my dad started to 500 channels, and we had no problem doing that, and the consumer got used to it. So the question will be, can we solve that? Well, we have a technology which we've licensed to Charter, we've licensed to Rogers, we do it with Sky, we do it in Australia, we do it in South Africa, where you just talk to it and say, House of Cards, Sunday Night Football, Dodgers game, congratulations. The Phillies didn't do so well yesterday. You just go. It's just like changing channels.
Right.
Now, somebody will come along and say, well, can I buy one subscription and get all these services so I'm not out of luck? Well, that sounds like cable TV was. So I have a bias that I could see it all kind of being some form of consumer wants to go where the great content is. And if AMC makes a show, Breaking Bad, and nobody had ever watched AMC before that, perhaps, and all of a sudden they had AMC and they had Breaking Bad. That's the great community here makes the breakthrough must-have programming, whether that one day is an Olympics or one day is a show that I never knew I wanted, and the word of mouth. And I'm confident that Peacock can play an important role in that. And whether we do that with others or by ourselves or in some sort of partnership, those are things that right today we're pretty happy where we're at, but we'll see. We didn't bid on Paramount. All the press wants to have us do something I don't know that we are going to do. We'll
Right.
see.
Okay, I was going to take you in another direction, but you brought up M&A, so let's go and do it. You didn't bid on Paramount. The company you've been linked to most often is WBD. There's this sort of belief in the market. You want to spin out NBC Universal. You want to merge it with Warner Bros. Discovery. You want to buy Warner, something like that. You've publicly, privately, to my understanding, been not necessarily dismissive, but said you don't think that's going to happen. Why don't you think that deal makes sense?
Well, I think I don't want to comment on any specific deal, and you can understand why that would be the case. They're a wonderful set of assets, and David Zaslav's working really hard, trying to figure.
You're about to say doing a good job, and then you self-edited.
How can you read my mind? But in all seriousness here, they're trying to do something very different than what I just described, and therefore, I think we're going to do our thing, and we're the company we've got, and the assets, and the team, the people. You can characterize it any way you want. I think we're on a good track, and I start because I think at its heart, the company we've got started with, again, before I was there for 50 years at NBC and 100 years at Universal, but take NBC and the assets that have been created appeal to Americans. And maybe they appeal to Britain too. It's English speaking for the most part. It's relevant. 100 million consumers touch us every 90 days. Most of the country watches something from NBC Universal. And how do we get that to the digital world and monetize that with digital ads? That's what we're trying to do. And we've got a broadband business and a television business at Comcast, Xfinity. So during the Olympics, we had almost double the viewing, 2x, in the Comcast homes. Because when you turned on the TV, there was all things Olympics in our X1 guide and our Zumo boxes. And I think that we have a playbook that works for us. Other companies are trying to chase Netflix. And you've got Netflix coming on later, done an incredible job everywhere in the world. But in the US, I think we can do an incredible job and are. And then we've got Sky in the UK, which had been doing the same kind of thing in the UK. So it kind of fits really well in our English speaking. Universal does globally distribute. So we set up a partnership with Paramount, Sky, Showtime. We partner with others. There's always going to be conversations around how do we remain very relevant globally. But where we have our own distribution, our own platforms, and our own set of skills, I think that's what we're focused on.
Do you think the current regulatory climate, would you be able to buy a big media company?
Look, I think that's not a reason that I would give you as an answer.
Got it.
Not to do something.
You brought up cable. There was a belief, I think, among analysts, executives for a while that there was what you'd call a floor, right? There's been a decline in the cable business, but at a certain point it would level off because a certain number of people would always want to pay for it. Or would just have it, right? Like older people, whatever, sports fans, whatever it may be. The last 6 months, 12 months, it feels like there's been a little bit of a revision there where there's some discussion that maybe there isn't a floor, that it just falls to zero. When you're talking with your finance guys or strategy people, what do you see as sort of the base, the floor for cable?
So that's not actually how I think we should think. because who knows is the answer to that question. I look at it as a consumer, and then trying to have a set of products that we offer the consumer that we're indifferent to the answer. So if there's many people want to buy a bundle in video, great. We want to have the best bundle, and that's Xfinity. We have a talking remote, Emmy Award winning. We have all the content. We were the first people to put Netflix on that box. It was just as good as HBO. We could switch channels, everything you said earlier, no problem. We have, I think, the best entertainment operating system out there. At the same time, along came streaming in a much healthier way, and people said, I want to cut the cord. We make virtually the same amount of money, some cases more, if you take broadband only. Why do I say more? Well, we don't have to bill you all those extra fees, and we don't have to raise rates, and when you're unhappy about something, you call us. There's cost to doing business. Now you're buying your streaming, you're dealing directly with the content company. And we managed to get our business to where we're indifferent to the answer, virtually indifferent to the answer to that question. So I remember the first time I met Bill Gates, really sat down and had a meeting. He said, someday, this is in the 90s, the internet was just starting, you will have more data customers than you have video customers. At that point, we had 0 internet, and we had, 20, 25 million video. Fast forward, we have 32 million broadband and half as many video. So we set up our company with fiber optics, with long-term investments, to anticipate what has happened. And now, are we perfect about that? Of course not. So I think there could be more decline. It could level off. YouTube TV, Hulu Live.
Is it going to hurt your soul a little bit if YouTube TV surpasses you as the biggest cable operator?
Not if they're using Xfinity broadband and watching NBC and watching we will have transitioned our company pretty carefully. We're going to, be pretty happy with the Comcast NBC Universal we got.
You brought up internet. Internet seems to also, it's not shrinking at all. Obviously, everybody needs it. But most people now have access to internet, right? There's maybe 30, 40 million homes or people that don't because of where they live. When you're thinking about the future trajectory and growth of your business, is there a business you're not in now that you feel like you need to be to sort of be a quote-unquote growth story? Or can you do it with the assets you have?
Well, obviously, there are things like AI that intrigue everybody and make it fun and stimulating to want to go to work every day, and what's happening. And I love technology, and it's inspiring and scary and all things in between. So I'd start to answer that by saying, okay, go back 10 years and ask yourself what you did with the internet. And then go back to that Bill Gates moment and what were you doing 20 years ago with the internet, whatever number of years. And we were doing pictures. And then we got to Napster. And we got to go down the list.
Right.
And now we're into 4K and we're working from home and we think we're done. And the way I keep score is bits per home. And if you look at the CAGR of bits per home, it's gone up 25, 30% since 1997. Every year we're doing more. We hope there are bits, but they're your bits. There's everybody in this room's bits. It's video cameras. It's hopefully healthcare.
And do you get, as that keeps growing, as it moves maybe to other devices, you feel comfortable that your company will capture enough of that?
So to name drop one other person who I think understood this way better than me. First time, or got to many times go visit with Steve Jobs to try to get an Apple box to be our box. And we were trying to merge boxes. And of course they have Apple TV, and we have our box. Never actually happened. And in one of the meetings he said, well, you should give up because we're going to win that. Well, you should put Wi-Fi in all your boxes. And that's how you'll win. And you should be the best pipe. And he said, the best dumb pipe. And I said, well, that doesn't sound very exciting to be the best dumb pipe. And we would edit that when I go home. So I went home, went to our chief technology officer, and said, what's Wi-Fi? And, and he said, well, that doesn't sound very exciting to be the best dumb pipe. And we would edit that when I go home. So I went home, went to our chief technology officer and said, what's Wi-Fi? And he said, what's Wi-Fi? And today we have the nation's biggest Wi-Fi network, and we have more customers, and 90% of your cell phone usage, 90% is Wi-Fi.
Right.
And that's because 70% of all the bits going over the internet right now are streaming. And streaming wasn't here 10 years ago. So I sit here and say the most exciting thing about our company is what's coming in the next 10 years that happens in innovation around the world, hopefully here in America, hopefully Silicon Valley, in LA and everywhere else, Philadelphia, and that we're going to continue to have bits per home go up. And whether that's Apple Vision Pro, streaming sports is a natural. When we had one football game in America, went from CBS, NBC, and Fox, had Thursday night. And it moved to Prime. So it went from TV to streaming. The number one night in bits traveling the internet in America was Sunday night. Thank you, HBO. The entire internet moved to Thursday night with one football game. So the number one night in consumption on bits, and of course we came along with the wild card game last year on Peacock, was the single biggest night in the internet's history in America. Worked flawlessly, super proud of that moment, led us to the Olympics. I think we're just scratching the surface. All regional sports, the Dodgers games.
If you can fix the regional sports network business, I will thank you.
It's going to reinvent itself in streaming, right? Where else is that going? And so more and more, that cord cutting question, which side of that are we on? Because the more it happens, the more broadbands we're going to sell. The more broadband is going to be valuable to you as a consumer, the more it's going to differentiate from wireless. We have the best network. So I go back to what Jobs said. Let's be the best network. We'll edit out dumb. And let's make sure we never lose sight of that. And that's where we're investing. So again, going back to for our company, look like a winning hand, is be on the side that you don't care what the answer is to that question. If the consumer wants to cut it, yes, that will hurt some parts of our company. But other parts of our company are going to succeed, and that's going to be, indifferent or net good.
You brought up sports. You just made a really big deal for the NBA.
So I'm told.
This is publicly announced now, no?
Oh, yeah. Very excited about it.
Two questions. One, I know the packages aren't exactly the same, but the price doubled this time, more than doubled. How do you pencil out the math on that? Because one of the criticisms that a David Zaslav would level, he's a loser in this circumstance, would be you overpaid. There's no way that those numbers make sense.
Well, we'll see, right? Who knows? He's suing to get it, so I don't think that that's a good one.
Well, he believes he'll have to pay less if he wins that lawsuit, I believe.
Okay. So you had Disney, Amazon, ourselves, and potentially those guys. And if you took it on a per game basis and adjusted that one is the finals, we didn't get those, we got the semifinals, so adjusted a regular season, add it all and get it down to some sort of game per CPM, or however you would look at it, we're all basically paying the same price. In our case, we got the most quantity, as well as some incredible quality. And so the life cycle of Peacock and where we're at, it is going to be a big driver. It's a 9-month product. It is relevant to a really growing, diverse, young audience, exactly what we want for Peacock. It fits in right in the schedule after Sunday Night Football. We've got Olympics. We've got many other great events. And so we think this is what the market was. It's about a once every 25 years, 20 years that there's a place at the right time. Team Mark and Rick Cordell and Mike Cavanaugh, others, fantastic job making it happen. And we really admire what the NBA is going to do, has done, and we're excited to be a partner. Couldn't be more excited.
Does that mean you're are you sort of out on the next big, UFC's coming up next year? You sort of made your bet, that's not for you, or do you still have the spending to go after?
We haven't, I don't want to speak on any one. We haven't typically done that property, but we had NBA on NBC. Felt like
I know, I grew up with it.
Right, there's a real just incredible enthusiasm at NBC Sports and across the whole company that this is going to be an engine for growth for the many, many years, and hopefully it'll be a 20, 30-year relationship or long after I'm gone. So I'm excited.
I think, unfortunately, we're about out of time, but I did want to ask you one more question because you
Always the one more question.
No, this one's easy. You brought up, I'm ending on an easy note this year. You brought up Steve Jobs, you brought up Bill Gates. When you go to like the billionaire summer camps, right? Like the who's your clique? Who are
I was helping my wife recover from knee surgery. I wasn't there, so I didn't go to any camps. It's been a great. No, it's a fun industry, right? And what happened over time, and the first time my dad and I were invited to that, we went together. We always asked to stay in the same room and just use it as a chance to like pinch ourselves that a company, when I got out of college, went to work for Comcast, we had 20 million in revenues. And this year, give or take, no guidance here, but call it 120 billion. And it's like only in America. So I think when we get to go and see the change, and what's obviously changed over the years is now the technology. Google, the first time they showed up, or Yahoo, I remember Warren Buffett asking a question of Yahoo, of Jerry Yang or something like, well, tell me how you monetize. And nobody could understand. And now, of course, the world's changed. And so I think that's what has allowed our company. We've tried to partner with those and say we don't have all the answers and keep some certain sort of humility as we continue to be in a very tough business and changing and keep our enthusiasm and attract great people. And that's what we're trying to do.
Your dad started to pass the reins to you at a pretty young age, right? Have you thought about that in your circumstance at all?
I always, it was a very different company. We have great kids who are doing their own thing in life. We'll see. But Mike Cavanaugh, we've attracted people over time who I think if I'm hit by a bus, our company's in great shape. But we've been able to use the two-tier stocks that my dad created to kind of have a stability and a long-term investor owner mentality by trying to recognize the public duty and importance of being a best-in-class company.
Brian, thanks for being here.
Thanks, Lucas.
That was fun. Next up, we have the executive with the largest programming budget in Hollywood and also responsible for far and away the largest share of hits in Hollywood. I'm guessing those are a little bit related. Please welcome Bela Bajaria. Thanks for coming.
How are you?
Good,
Thanks
you?
for having me. Is Lucas in a good mood because of the Dodgers win? So that's good for me, I think.
Better mood than I would have been probably.
Exactly. So I'm happy about that.
I don't want to start here, but I'm curious because I know you're a big soccer fan. Do you enter a tailspin if your team loses? Like, does your family know not to bother you?
Yes, a little bit. Especially like finals, World Cup, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's
I desperately
good news
wanted
that the women's-
Argentina to win in the Men's World Cup.
I was
earlier,
with you,
and I was
yes.
freaking out over
Okay,
that
good.
for sure. Yes. And I was very happy the U.S. women's national soccer team
won at the Olympics.
Won at the Olympics,
Yes.
which is very exciting.
You hosted a bunch of agents at Netflix, and I'm not going to ask what you think I'm going to ask, but you hosted a bunch of agents at Netflix a couple weeks ago to show them what you had coming and give them, I think as you described, sort of like a lesson in Netflix.
Yeah.
And I was struck by this because Netflix has been around for a decade in terms of original programming, more than that as a company, obviously. It's the biggest buyer in town. What is it that your partners don't understand about Netflix at this point?
It's a good question, but I was really hoping you were going to ask me the other question.
We'll get there.
I'd like to set the record straight
Okay.
on that a little bit. So, look, part of inviting everybody in to say, like, let's, talk about the product, let's have Mary and Lee, our CMO, talk about marketing and our social channels, and me sort of just doing here's Netflix, here's what we do. The reason is for really twofold. One, those are our partners, right? And we know if they understand our business or what we're trying to do, they also can help guide their talent and understand what Netflix is. And the reason that I wanted to do it was I think there's still a lot of people in our business who still can sort of understand like linear network or legacy media companies, and then they try to squint and go, oh, but you do it this way, but why can't, and they can only relate to sort of this old-fashioned way of the business, right, that kind of model. And it was really to say, we're a pure play streamer, we're a subscription business, we only make film, TV, and games, this is the business we're in, we care about consumer choice and control, we launch things all at once, here's our huge audience, it's almost, it's like, let's say, it's 600 million people, like, and we're not this or that, because I think people really want to sort of just go, do you make this kind of movie or this kind of show? That's a very narrow way of looking at it. We are programming for 600 million people around the world with lots of different tastes, lots of different cultures, lots of different languages, and it's never been done before. And so it was a little bit of a, can we do Netflix 101 to just understand this is our business. We're just in a different business and our model is different. And so it was more that here's a peek behind the curtain, we're partners with you, and we want to make sure that we share this information and kind of set the table of what we're trying to do and our aspiration to make amazing film and TV all around the world and why we do it this way.
Okay, we can talk about the thing you wanted to talk about if you
I don't want to talk about it, but you all want to talk about it, so I'm going to talk about it.
What Bella's referencing is there's been this belief, or you have started to adjust the way that you pay talent on certain movies. And there is a movement across Hollywood right now, I would say, among the streaming services to reevaluate how they pay talent. Because it used to be you'd buy all the rights up front, and there wouldn't really be back end. Maybe you get a bonus if you get nominated for an award, something fancy like that, but not traditional ownership back end. A lot of people think that you're going there in television, and you don't want to go there. Am I?
Yeah. So okay, we're going to back up for a second. So I'd say I get that the press really wants to write about the story, right? And everybody wants there to be a story there. I understand that because clearly evidenced by what's been written, including total fabrications about meetings that were about it, which is just not true. And we like our model, and we like our model in film and TV. And on the film side even, which a lot has been written about, we are not changing our model. Our model works great for talent, or it works great for filmmakers, it's worked well for us, we like the model, it's worked for a long time. So we are not changing our compensation model. There have been a few bespoke deals on a couple of movies that some talent was interested in the opportunity of like, we'll take some risk, but we're gonna share more upside. And they were interested in that. But just to set the record straight, I can count those, I can't even say handful because I can count them on a hand, but I can actually count them on 2 fingers. So it's a very tiny thing that has blown up to this story of we're changing our business model. We're not.
But
in TV, we have not done one of those deals, so that's just not true.
Don't you think that some of that has to do with the fact that Netflix says we're not going to do X, and then they eventually do it, right? There's like something, you weren't going to do advertising, then you do all these. You weren't going to do password. You were allowed password sharing, then you don't, and so people assume that this is a sign of it's another one of those where you're saying no, but.
So I think what's interesting about that is, you said you wouldn't do advertising, and now you're doing. What I always find fascinating about that is, isn't that amazing that we actually would say something, we learn, the business evolves, the business grows, we understand the business and we change. We don't say rigid in we said this publicly, so we're not gonna go back on something. I love, by the way, that, Reed was here during that time, but as a company, we'd say, we thought we weren't gonna do this, and now the business has evolved, we understand more, consumers have changed, there's all of this change, and then we're willing to change. We're willing to pivot and grow and evolve and innovate, instead of saying, this has always been done, and we can never change it, or we've said it publicly, so we won't do it. So what I love, actually, about the company is that we will sort of change, and we will innovate, and we will say those things. And we will sort of just go, okay, maybe we were wrong then, or the business, that was the right decision then, and now this is the right decision now. I think that's like an amazing thing. That's what makes a very dynamic company, to do, let's make local language, film and TV all around the world. Has never been done before. We sort of did it. So I actually love that part, that we will publicly go, okay, we've learned more, the business has changed, so we're gonna change. Maybe that's why maybe that's the reason everybody wants to write press stories that are not accurate. Maybe. You tell me. Maybe that's why everybody wants to talk about it. But I'm just saying, just so everybody is clear, there's been one title, really, maybe two. No, two is not even official, actually. that we've ever done. And if you look at all the movies that Dan Lin has greenlit, which is quite a bit, it's been happening. So I just think there's just no story there. And I know it's such a bummer for some of your friends and colleagues because they want to write about it. I know.
I'm curious.
I know.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You brought up Dan and movies, which I feel like has gotten a lot of attention this year. You come from the world of TV. For $80 million, you can make 8 episodes of a TV show, you can make a movie. I feel like for Netflix, a TV show is generally more economical than a movie. Why are you guys still in the movie business? Like, what is the value that Netflix gets from original movies?
Oh, I think that's too narrow of a way to look at it because it's not about like economical. Like it's members all around the world love movies and love TV shows and love nonfiction and love docs, right? And love some of, these live events we do. So we are pleasing and making all of those things with a great variety of what we do. And people love movies. We love movies and people love movies. And so I think looking at like cost in that way is sort of the wrong way to look at the business. I really look at it as we know people love movies, and so we should make lots of movies. And Dan's, which I am excited about, sort of Dan, coming in, he's really thoughtful about the quality. He's really been thoughtful about, there's lots of different kinds of genres, right, of movies that we know audiences love, and really trying to be able to like program for all of those. And then if you take that, and then we have, pay one deals, and then the acquisitions where we just acquired, Amelia Perez and Maria Callas and movies that we're also excited about if you look at the entire slate. So I just think it's really important that giving audiences lots of different kinds of things that we know they love. So it's not, I think looking at it through cost.
I only bring up cost because, look, you guys have your $17 billion. You've talked about, like, this is a budget.
He just says $17 billion, like it's nothing. $17 billion.
No, but if you put one in, if something is relatively static, if you spend money on one thing, you can't spend money on another thing, right? Their budget may change, but Brian Roberts just commits $2.5 billion a year to the NBA. Guess what? Some of that money is coming out of entertainment programming because he's not just adding $2.5 billion to the budget. You brought up live. You're investing in some live rights. We'll get there. That's got to come out of somewhere, right?
Yeah. And that was sort of the trade-off to make. But I'd say we make film and TV, right? I mean, that is sort of, film is a very important part of entertainment. And so it's not like that, like, oh, let's make one less film. We just know that we want great films and we want an amazing slate of films of all different kinds. And we know there's lots of different genres. And so it's just it's an essential part of like great programming is to have amazing films.
Right. You have a Knives Out sequel next year, right?
We do.
And you have the Greta Gerwig movie. She's doing.
Yeah, we haven't started shooting yet, but Knives Out is already shooting, and we have, we have Frankenstein from Guillermo del Toro next year.
I was curious on Knives Out because that one became sort of the fulcrum of this. Like, people love to ask about Netflix and movie theaters, and I feel like Ted has sort of established this is our policy. But you speak of exceptions. You give like Knives Out a big theatrical push like you did the last one.
We are really committed, and again, I think when we're talking about our model, which is we talked about at the beginning of it, is that we're a subscription business, and our members love movies, and our members want to watch great movies at home in their living rooms. And so we're very committed to movies, but for us, we know audiences love movies, and we know they like to watch them at home, and we do care about consumer choice and control. They want to watch what they want, when they want, how they want, and we want to give great theatrical quality movies direct to the living rooms of our members, right? That is sort of what we're doing. That's the model. And that was a little bit about here's what we do.
Yeah.
And I know people want to just go, but these other people do it this way. Why can't you do it this way? We're just in a different business.
Okay. Something that you are now doing that a lot of other people do is live. You're going to start showing wrestling every week next year. This was a big deal for you. Why is a company that's so synonymous with on-demand doing more live programming, and why did you want wrestling in particular?
So look, what I love about just live, it was just kind of, it's just kind of an expansion of programming, right? There's certain types of things that just feel like they're kind of more exciting live, or, I'd say, look, the Tom Brady roast. We would have done it regardless, live or not live. I think making it live had a fun, unpredictable energy conversation around what that was. I'd say early days, we've been talking about live for a while because early days when we started, oh my God, Kevin Hart was so funny. Early days
I think there are probably parts of that roast we're not allowed to play.
you're probably not. I want to see if they're going to write those words up there too. So let's see. I'd say sort of early days of even unscripted. There's some unscripted shows that really have like this great kind of live component to it, or there's more sort of fan engagement with certain kinds of things. And so to me, live was just a different, it's just kind of another, tool that we have of like, is this thing creatively better live? Is this a different kind of programming, right, we can do? Which then obviously did lead to WWE. And I'd say WWE has been, it's been like going to be a long-term partnership. But what we loved about it, obviously kind of in the beginning, I'd studied it a lot, knew that it had moved multiple networks, at different times, and the audience had followed. And it's a very loyal, passionate, multi-generational fan base. Like I grew up watching with my grandfather, so I totally sort of get kind of the multi-generational part of it. It's great storytelling, amazing characters, and what is exciting is to be able to partner with the WWE and have it 52 weeks a year, 3 hours live weekly, and have that kind of programming. And it's never been distributed globally kind of in this way before. And so I just thought it was, great programming and this amazing sort of loyal audience. And that sort of look. And live just, again, that opportunity came up, but we had the ability to do live, and so we could do that. And we know audiences love WWE. We know the fan base is loyal, and so that was great that we had the ability to say, yeah, we can do that.
Are you ready for 3 live hours every week, technologically speaking?
Yes, for sure. And by the way, if you think about, we did Nadal and Alcaraz. I mean, we've done different live events. We have Tyson and Jake Paul coming up on the fight on November 15th. So there's so much that, yeah, for sure.
By
the way, we were thoughtful about it as we are, and it was, and we did a bunch of live things, sort of getting ready for kind of these, bigger ones. And so, yeah.
Those early ones that you referenced, like, is it fair to just sort of view them as tests that won't be repeated? Because some of the audience for those is pretty small. I can't imagine you want to repeat it. Like, the roast is a huge success, right?
Yeah.
But the Nadal-Alcaraz match, which I went to, didn't seem like a lot of people watched it. The SAG Awards, not a lot of people watch it.
I don't think that's, I think, look, you have to look, some of it you have to look for different kinds of programming, cost of something, size of audience. Chris Rock, super successful. Like that was, great to do. I loved, and by the way, if you think about for our members in Spain, the Nadal-Alcaraz match was amazing, right, and did very well. And we loved that kind of just the storytelling and the matchup of those two people and a little passing the baton type of thing. And so I'd say there's a wide range of things that we can do live.
Got it. You're doing the NFL on Christmas.
We are.
Greg Peters, your co-CEO, made a comment recently about Netflixifying the NFL. What does that mean?
Did you ask Greg that?
Okay,
I'll tell you why I was excited about the NFL. I will. So I'm excited about, right, I just thought that
opportunity. Who wouldn't be excited to have the NFL?
Well, hello. But I think it was exciting, but I think very strategically to say NFL plus Netflix on Christmas Day, right? It's not that we have just a random game on some other day. It was like having, this great thing for our audience and saying we're going to be on Christmas Day and having both games and making it, really sort of owning the day that way. Obviously, we love football. We know our members love football, and to have a game sort of on Christmas Day and be able to do that would be great. If you think about it, so the NFL has never been on one single service or network, right, around the world all at one time. And so it's going to be really interesting, I think, to be able to do that. And to me, I don't know about what, I'm not exactly sure Nextifying. I think it just has to be like, right, we want it to be great. We want it to be entertaining. We want it to be great. And it's an amazing game. And so we want football to be football. Like we want it to, it's going to look like an NFL game. That's what it is. But I do think it's going to be really exciting to get for our members around the world in 190 countries to have the NFL game all at the same time. And that's never been done before. Yeah.
I'm curious, given that we just had this NBA deal up, why not try to get some piece of that package where you can have a Netflix NBA event?
We are always going to meet, talk, see what's out there. But again, as you said, there's a $17 billion content budget. What is the trade-off? is something sort of worth it. We're into very long-term deals or relationships. We want to make sure that, it's a smart sort of business thing for us long-term. And those are kind of trade-offs and choices that we make along the way. And I just think there's a lot of film and TV and games and local language around the world that really pleases our members, and those are just kind of the trade-offs that we make. So some things we want to do and some things we don't, because we just don't think long-term it makes sense for us.
Right. I had heard that there was maybe a provision in this contract that would prevent the new partners from doing something like the NFL did with you on Christmas with football. Had you heard that?
I have not heard that.
Okay.
I kind of like it though, right? It was a little like, oh, they did this, now let's do this, but maybe.
What other types of live programming are you going to get into? You've added some sports. You have a live cooking show. You're doing some fighting.
Yeah, you know what I'm really excited about, and you can hear it first, by the way. I'm really excited about. So for next year, for 2025, we're doing a variety live talk show with John Mulaney, which I'm super excited about. So yeah, you can. I feel like that was a clap. I mean, John Mulaney, hello. So we have a long relationship with John, obviously, and we, have done his stand-up specials. And during Netflix's Joke Festival this year, he, did a live talk show called Everybody's in LA,
Yep.
and it was, and I was there at a couple of the tapings, and it was so bold and original and fresh and unpredictable, and I think it'll be really fun to get to do a live show with him.
Yeah. How was the viewership on the live Mulaney show?
It was, I think, to do that kind of test and just say, okay, during this festival, like, let's have this fun place where stand-up, can be part of the festival and come and do it. So, it wasn't big, but it was a really great kind of learning and experiment and sort of talking about it, which really now brought us to this. Now,
Right.
Okay, now if we build, a weekly live talk show variety, like, what does that look like?
And do you feel like the live will help? Because Netflix has obviously tried talk a lot and hasn't quite clicked. Do you feel like the live unlocks that for you, or?
Look, I think the live will be interesting to see. Also, he's wildly talented and really creative, and what is kind of a fresh look and feel, and what kinds of things does he want to do, which I do think there's definitely, I'm sure, learnings and things from Everybody's in LA. So I think what I also love about my job too is that just because if something didn't work or hasn't, that we wouldn't try sort of the next swing at something. Like, I just think, again, to play it safe like that, I think we have to continue to be bold and take risks and swings, and I think it would be too easy and too safe to go, oh, well, that talk hasn't worked, so let's not try this thing. So I'm excited about pushing into another area.
Speaking of live talk, you guys have been talking about doing a live Hot Ones this year. Why not just, it's for sale, why not just buy it?
So we're still having conversations about it, so I'm not going to really sort of go into it. I love Hot Ones, though. I think it's really fun. I'd say the Indian in me can eat very spicy food, so I can definitely beat Jason Blum. For sure.
We can have a showdown later.
I think we'll have to, because for sure I can do that. Look, I think it's a great show, and I think it's such an interesting format.
Right. You guys now release viewership data every 6 months, and one of the things that some people picked up, because you did a data drop recently, was that the total time spent watching Netflix was basically flat from the first half of last year to the first half of this year. I think it went up 1%, even though you added a bunch of customers. So are people watching a little less Netflix, or was that just a recognition of the fact that you had a bunch of people who were sharing who are now being counted as different customers?
Wait, can I push on your data dump thing?
Yeah.
Everybody is like, why don't you guys share data, share data, share data? And when we share it, everybody's like, data dump. Don't be so cynical. First you ask for it, and
Ella,
then you
you can do that with someone
away.
else, but I tweeted that thought. I'm with you. I appreciate the transparency, but are people watching less Netflix?
So there might have been a few different things at play sort of right in the beginning of the year. A little post-strike, there was lighter things. The first, that sort of impacted, some of the stuff we had in the U.S. especially. A little bit sort of coming out of that, but I'm really excited about it. I think if you look at, which will be interesting to see this back half of the year, right? I think if you look at the viewing and conversation, I mean, first there was Bridgerton, and then there was Emily in Paris, and then if you just look recently between Perfect Couple, Monsters, and Nobody Wants This, which
You got me on Nobody Wants
also
This.
love.
I will also say I'm tearing through the McMahon documentary.
And that too, which is great. So if you look at all of those things, and Rebel Ridge and Starting Five, which is our basketball doc series that just came out, I mean, if you look at all of that, that's a lot of fan favorites and a lot of viewing there. Right. And so I think that's sort of the steady cadence of the slate. I do want to say, because for you especially, not for the tens and tens of millions of people who've watched it, but just for you, we're going to renew into another season of Nobody Wants This. See, and these people I did it for.
Cass comes back.
Cass comes back.
That show works because of the chemistry.
For sure. When I watched those dailies and this was like this chemistry, I mean, it was the chemistry between the two of them, obviously, Adam Brody and Kristen Bell was like incredible, but just the cast had such an ease in a first season, which is kind of tricky sometimes with comedic timing. It was like amazing. Yes, so they all come back and I'm excited.
We've got Squid Game up here, so I have to ask you, you have season 2 coming in December, right around day after Christmas?
Yeah.
Is there a world in which the second season tops the first season? Like, how do you go bigger than the first
Ooh, I hope so. That would be like, let's try. You know what's so great? Director Wong is an amazing, writer, director, and just such an interesting way that he can really talk about class and money and just sort of those kind of, discrepancies between classes and people. And it has that great iconography, as Squid Game does, and amazing, surprising games, new games that you have not seen before. But he also, there's just such great character storytelling in there, and he has like great surprises just like the first season. And so it totally delivers on what people, I think, would hope that it would be.
I have to ask one last question to tie together. We had Ted here last year. Ted used to have your job, right? He was the chief content officer.
Yes.
He loves to schmooze with talent, loves to be part of it. How did you go about sort of carving out your own space and making sure that he's not dropping in on meetings or giving?
Oh my God, wait, can I say something before that?
Go for
I'm
it.
also really excited that, so Diplomat is such an amazing show. And the cast is incredible. Thank you very much. It is. Deborah Kahn's an incredible writer. Season 2 is coming out. You're going to love it because it's so good. And Carrie Russell and Rufus are amazing.
Yeah.
Season 2 is amazing. And we're also just picked up season 3. So watch season 2 because then a great season 3 is coming. Ted, you know what was sort of the ease of kind of, I have been in the business for a long time. A very long time at this point. And I'd say the great thing, so Ted and I have worked together for 8 years, right? I've reported to him for 8 years. So we have a great relationship. We also have this love of film and TV, right? We're fans of what we do. We love what it is. We love what we do. And we've always shared that same kind of relationship and passion for it. And we've worked so closely together. So kind of the handoff, like it happened, and honestly, true story, our offices are next to each other, and like 3 days later, we're kind of like, oh, that happened. Like it wasn't a big thing. It was just sort of an ease, like a natural sort of transition. He also loves film and TV, so I don't want him to he still watches stuff and gets excited about things. Like I love that. I mean, I love actually working for somebody who watches so many things. I mean, not of ours, of everybody's. He's just a fan of it. And I think that kind of excitement is really fun to be around. So it just wasn't that big of a deal, I think, because we had worked so closely together for so long. When I had overseen all local language originals and sort of, all of global TV, before I sort of had this job. So it was easy. It wasn't really a thing. There's no story there, so don't try to make one.
Bella, thanks for coming. Good
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Chris Blandy, Director of Strategic Business Development for Media and Entertainment, Games and Sports at AWS.
morning. Good morning, everyone. It's really an honor to be here. What amazing conversations we've been hearing last night and this morning. I'm here to talk about the changes that we're seeing in the entertainment industry that are rolling through. We've all seen this. You heard about it last night and this morning. And you may be asking, in this new world of direct-to-consumer and all the transitions that are happening, how do I increase my reach, my relevance, and my revenue? We at AWS believe that cloud and technologies like generative AI are going to fundamentally change the entertainment landscape. My team and I work very closely with customers all over the world to drive innovation as they're navigating this change, finding new audiences and developing new platforms to extend their reach. And we're working with customers all over the world, some of the most visible brands like NBC Universal, to help them make that transition. One of the things that AWS does really well is work with customers to save time and money. And a great example of this is how we worked with the producers, director, and the visual effects artists on Avatar: The Way of the Water. When working with the WetFX team, they wanted to take the visual effects to the next level with really impressive water scenes, new character dynamics, and they shot this film at 60 frames per second, which is more than 2 times the average feature film. So a very complex project, one of the biggest ever. WetFX realized that they didn't have the infrastructure they needed to make this project work. Their ambition exceeded their capability by more than 3 times. So we began working with the WetFX team to design a cloud-based workflow for them that enabled them to render this film 8 times faster than they normally would be able to using their on-premises capability, delighting the producers and the directors. And you can see from this quote from David Conley, the impact is clear. Now, some of you may know what this means, 3.3 billion thread hours. That's a lot of thread hours, right? But what it boils down to is making a film like Avatar: The Way of the Water, or a huge scripted television production like Amazon Prime Video's Rings of Power requires tremendous amounts of computing power. AWS has made the investments that you need as a customer to achieve your creative vision. We help remove the technology issues so you can focus on what you do best, which is making great content. We also work with customers in traditional broadcast who are making that transition to digital. You heard earlier from Brian Roberts the investments they're making in new rights, live sports, and their Peacock platform. We've been working with that team for several years now to ensure that Peacock has the best streaming consumer experience. And you can see in their track record from the Tokyo Games through to Super Bowl 56 and their record-breaking exclusive AFC wildcard game this January, which broke all the streaming records in the United States, and most recently the Paris Olympics. They produced all that content in 4K, high dynamic range with Dolby Atmos, and then used AWS and their media supply chain platform to move all that media instantaneously to producers and editors in Stamford, Connecticut, so they could get that content out to the world as quickly as possible. They used live cloud production on the US gymnastics to save money and improve their flexibility. In total, they streamed 23.5 billion minutes of Olympics coverage. And with our work together on improving their advertising operations, they merged their digital and linear advertising and monetization capabilities into a new streamlined system that enabled them to sell across their 20+ properties more efficiently. And the numbers speak for themselves. As Brian mentioned, NBC and Peacock had the most watched television for 17 consecutive nights in August, and they almost doubled the viewing from the last summer games. AWS also helps companies unlock new capabilities like generative AI to boost productivity. So you've seen a lot of startups like Runway yesterday and today, Kubrick, who are building on the cloud and creating really interesting new tools, but there's also some more mundane sort of back office tasks that are required when you're producing content. Like, for example, producing media guides or doing the research needed to support on-air broadcasts. One great example of this is the work we're doing with the National Football League. The NFL has enabled their production assistants using our generative AI tools to use natural language queries to find the last time a specific type of football play occurred, mining that next-gen stats database that we developed with them and getting results in seconds. We've also been working with them very closely to adopt our new generative AI assistant called Amazon Q for Business, which allows them to search through their production guides, their technical documentation, event guides, and get access to all that information in a moment at their fingertips. Every day, we work with companies to help them grow their reach, revenue, and relevance. And that's a change that we're all going through right now. We believe technology is the enabler that's going to help you navigate that change and succeed. Now, we'd love to help you, so please scan this QR code, reach out to us, and let's talk. Now, no pitch in Hollywood would be any good without a good scissor reel, so let's take a look.
Please welcome to the stage Keely Blair, CEO of OnlyFans, and Whitney Cummings, comedian, actor, writer, and producer, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Ashley Carmen.
I'm sitting here. Hi. You got to get the energy levels up, right? We have to. Everyone's still stoned from Snoop Dogg.
We have the fun panel. This is great. So I assume most people in the audience know of OnlyFans, but Keely, can you tell us how you explain OnlyFans to your friends and family?
How do you explain OnlyFans to your friends and family? Well, it really depends, I think. I mean, OnlyFans, okay, we were founded in 2016. We are a user-generated content platform. We have 300 million fans worldwide. Well, 400 million fans worldwide, actually, 3 million content creators. In terms of the interaction, there are creators who create and monetize content, like Whitney, and then there are fans who are the people who subscribe to that content. And ultimately, it enables creators to connect with their fan base, express themselves in a free way, and to really grow their fan base and to enable them to improve their global reach. For fans, it enables them to interact with the creators that they want to follow more, and to really experience that creator-fan dynamic, which is very different to other social media platforms, which are much more broadcast, obviously. The primary difference is also subscriptions, right? So ultimately, people are ready to pay to interact with creators and to pay to receive media content. And that's either through monthly subscriptions or through pay-per-views or tips or different monetization strategies. And as a result of that, we've actually paid out over $20 billion to creators since we were founded in 2016.
Wow, it's a big number. And we're going to get to some of your financials too, which are equally as eye-popping. Whitney, can you tell us how you ended up working with OnlyFans and what were people's reactions when you said you were?
Sure, yeah. When I got a call that was like, OnlyFans wants to work with you in television. They want you to do their first television project. And I was like, is this because my last name's Cummings? This feels a little on the nose. But I'll start with, like, as a comic, it's like we're always, it's my job to know what's going on in the zeitgeist. And I've been hearing about OnlyFans. I've been hearing, Cardi B made $20 million a year, and Cardi B is my Brene Brown. So I had to investigate what was going on over there. She is a business genius. And, I get very fascinated with the taboo around sex, with the taboo around, this is a sex website, whatever it is. And I was like, tell me more about this, because it seems to be subscriptions. And I got fascinated because in a time where porn is ubiquitous and free, you can see it whenever you want, however you want, and you're telling me men are going to pay for it?
is this where like the radical feminists are? Like this is men are going to pay to see boobs? This is wild. Like what a bunch of dorks, you know? And so I got fascinated by that, the idea that porn is so ubiquitous, but there's a bunch of people that don't want to see something that's probably unethically made, where the woman's not getting paid, where, you know, like, is that a bruise? Like, what am I looking at, you know? And so I really thought that was like fascinating. And then I went on there and it's not just sex, of course, that's just what's gonna make the headlines, right? So it's like cooking and all working out and all kinds of stuff. And, you know, I love working with networks. I love, you know, collaborating with people that know what they're doing in television and, you know, being in that tradition. But I was sort of like, as a comic, you know, when you're doing like, you know, network, and I don't even think it's censorship. It's just standards and practices. There's certain things you can't say. You can't say Coke because Pepsi sponsors it. Fine. I'm not going to fight against that. You know, I'm fine with. I'll say Powerade instead of Gatorade. I don't care. I have bills. And so I was like, you know, I liked the idea of being like, oh, there's this place where there's like no censorship. I can kind of do whatever I want. So on the subscription side, instead of like dirty photos and dirty videos, that's where I'll put like the dirty jokes. The jokes that if I put them on Twitter or say them anywhere else, I'm gonna like get canceled and lose my job. I'm also the same person that got sent to HR when I was working on Roseanne for saying Merry Christmas. So like, you know, I had a little PTSD in that area. And, you know, I think that comedy, when, you know, people go like, what happened to comedy? How come everyone's getting in trouble? I think it's because comedy's all about context, right? Comedy's supposed to be, you know, delivered by a comedian in like a dark basement at like 9 p.m. after everyone's had a couple drinks, you know? But now we're doing comedy online during the day on Twitter at 2 p.m. It's not being delivered by us. Like we'll post, you know, some joke and it doesn't hit because it's just not the right context, right? Like you're gonna post a great joke that's maybe a little off color, but you can't control what those jokes are in between, you know? It might be posted in between, you know, a death toll and like a school shooting announcement. You don't know that, you know? So all of a sudden it's not as funny as you know, it would have been if it had been delivered, you know, in a comedy venue. So I like the idea of going like, let me go to this place that's a little taboo. You know, comedy started in strip clubs. Like that's, you know, where we started, for better or for worse. So I like the idea of going, let me go to this place where, you know, it's a little taboo, where there's not as much censorship, where I can recreate the environment of an actual comedy club vibe.
Yeah, and I think like...
And money, I love money.
And money. I mean, you know, like who doesn't like money? That's,
Love money.
You know, I think
Love
that
money.
the
That's
other...
why I'm here, I'm getting paid handsomely.
I think you hit it on the nose.
Thank you.
Like, frankly, it is that adults like lots of different things, and OnlyFans is a platform for adults. So
and I don't want to do
has-
jokes on YouTube where, you know, people like YouTube has censorship now. Fine, there's kids watching. I don't want, you know, I have a kid now. I don't want to traumatize him too much. I mean, he's my son, so, you know, it's not gonna be great. But I also was starting to self-censor. We talk about censorship, we don't talk about self-censorship. I don't want someone listening to my podcast, you know, with their kid in the car and to hear something about, you know, something crazy. So I also like the idea where I know everyone here is gonna be 18 and up.
Yeah, I think it does give artists freedom to say what they want and to be controversial and to have a point of view. And like everyone assumes it's sexy content. Some of it is sexy content, and we're very happy with that. We're an inclusive platform, and we're that way for a reason, because we believe in all the things that Whitney just said. We believe it's very important for adult content creators to have a safe space, to be able to monetize, and also to be able to do that alongside other content creators, right? There's a terrible tendency for people to be like other adult content creators and be like, no, they must be separate. They must be in a different place. But actually, we're all adults. We're all grown-ups. We can all choose what content we subscribe to. And as a user of OnlyFans, you choose who you want to subscribe to. So you choose if you want to see Whitney, or you choose if you want to see somebody else.
Yep.
And the whole reason why we had OFTV was essentially to allow our creators to build their fan bases outside of the platform.
Yeah, and it was also free. That's the other thing, is that, like, you know, I think a lot of comics, you know, are complaining that they'll, you know, put out a special and they got all this negative feedback, you know, because I think a lot of it is like, if you paid for something, you do have the right to go, I didn't like that, or I did like that. But I like the idea that comedy being free streaming, if someone doesn't like it, they can just turn it off. It didn't cost them anything, you know, it like sort of takes the pressure off of it. And, you know, as a comic, I think it's our job to always surprise people, to always shock people. I find sex is not particularly shocking anymore. We're all so desensitized to it at this point. It was over at like the P tape. That's when I remember it being like, sex is no longer shocking. We're casually talking about a P tape. Like, which, by the way, where is that? You should put that on OnlyFans. Oh my God, that would be so much money. And so I got obsessed with that idea because, I've done 6 specials, I've done a lot in a lot of different networks, and there's certain expectations, for how things can go. But I'm always looking for ways to be surprising. And when we did one of the roasts, we did a roast of Bert Kreischer. And, look, like at a roast, it's very hard to shock people, right? It's like it's just about going harder and harder and dirtier and dirtier. Sorry, everything's sexual all of a sudden. I didn't mean it that way. But I wanted to actually have a sincere moment. Like in a roast, like that's actually the most shocking thing you can do. And I was like, you know what, I want to kind of take a break and tell Bert how much I actually love him. And it was this odd moment that we both got emotional and it got very awkward. And I think that most networks would want me to take that out, going like, well, that's not funny, that's not a joke. But it ended up really showing that comedians, even though sometimes we offend people and upset people, and all of a sudden we have this impossibly high bar for our morality. I don't know when this started happening, where people look to us as like a moral compass. Yeah, there's Bert. Oh, there's Trevor. These people are so rich for no reason. And I was able to leave that moment in. And so I'm not up here saying, like, they let me say all these offensive words. It wasn't even about that. It was just about going, like, can we be experimental and creative? And after we've done 60 jokes in a row, can we actually take a second and have sort of a wholesome, heartwarming, vulnerable moment? Because I think that's actually the most shocking thing you can kind of do at this point.
No, definitely.
I do want to put some of the financials out there because I don't know if everyone's heard them because they're really amazing. So you guys filed with the UK some of your earnings. And so last year through November, OnlyFans revenue jumped to $6.63 billion, up 19% from the year prior. Your pre-tax profit reached $658 million. The number of creators on the platform grew 29% to reach 4.12 million. And your total payouts to creators was $5.32 billion. And your registered users also increased 28% to 305 million.
Yeah, it was a good year.
When a CEO is wearing sneakers that they're doing well.
To Whitney's point, porn is free on the internet.
Yep.
How do you get people to pay for OnlyFans?
I think the reason why people pay for OnlyFans is because they want to engage with those particular creators. It's because of the ability to customize as well, to ask for specific content. It's also, for some people, it's an ethical decision, actually, about how they choose to consume particularly adult content. In other cases, it's about exclusivity. It's about seeing content that you won't be able to see anywhere else, whether that's like Nick Kyrgios giving an interview or behind the scenes of one of our boxers preparing for a fight, or whether it's something super sexy that you're really into. We were talking about your feet earlier on, for example. Whatever it is, the fact of the matter is that because we're open about it being a subscription and payments-based platform, as a fan, to sign up for the platform, you have to give your name, credit card details, and your confirm you're over 18. And in certain jurisdictions, you need to also go through age or identity verification. The laws are very complicated and different everywhere else. But ultimately, what that means is that you're ready to purchase. It's like being in the mall and already having your credit card out. You're just trying to find where to shop. Mm-hmm. The difference, I think, and the difficulty where other social media platforms have struggled to introduce that subscription model is where actually you've been getting it for free for a really long time, and then all of a sudden people are like, yeah, I'd like you to pay for that. And you're like, but I'm a user here for like 5 years, and why suddenly am I being asked to pay for something in content that I previously was able to access for free?
It is so wild. Am I the only person that when you go to like a news site, like I'm like obsessed with being up to date with the news as long as it's free? How spoiled I've become. Like the headline can literally be like, is Putin gonna hit the nuke button? And I'll be like, is he? And I'll be like, $2. For 18 years of the Wall Street Journal, get out of here with that. I'll wait till Alex Jones tweets the truth.
And also, if he's going to, you'll find out you don't need to pay the $2.
Yeah, for free. Yeah, like a patriot. Like we're such brats about that now.
It's true. And the other thing as well is that you end up paying for that content in different ways, even if it is free content. So one of the other big differences with OnlyFans is we don't have any advertising. So no ad revenue, no advertising stakeholders. And that means that when we make business decisions, we make them with our creators in mind rather than advertisers in mind. And we also don't track user data or monetize user data in any way. So if you're on OnlyFans and you're looking at someone's lovely feet, or you're looking at Whitney's content, or you're looking at anything else, we are not tracking
my
that
feet
data.
could go on there. How dare you?
I don't know. I didn't say
imply that I couldn't make money off my feet.
I don't know. I haven't seen them. We can do that later. That's fine. But I think it's that thing of actually, we are a very different platform by design. And the other interesting thing about OFTV, as you said, is OFTV is free. We actually spend money on OFTV as a marketing device for our creators.
Can you explain OFTV?
So OFTV is basically our fast channel. It's a safe for work fast channel which exists outside the OnlyFans platform. You can only be on OFTV if you have an OnlyFans account or an OnlyFans creator. But ultimately, we view it as a way to help our creators to grow their fan base, because there's less discoverability on OnlyFans than there is on lots of other platforms for a variety of safety reasons. And so we were like, okay, how do we help our creators? Let's think about actually creating a TV channel. And as I said, the difference is that's free. So that's the shop front. That helps people to grow, and we invest in that, and we invest in our creator community for that reason, and enables us to do cool things, and to partner with people like Whitney, or to create a reality TV show, which we've just licensed to Netflix, or win a national TV award, and things along those lines. It's a great place for us to play and experiment alongside our creators, right?
With these financials in mind, I feel like I have to ask, is there a world in which you would IPO?
We are not going to IPO anytime soon. I get asked that all the time. It's not in the roadmap. And the reason why it's not in the roadmap is it's very hard for us to think about what's the reason why. For most companies, they need to raise capital. We just talked about the fact that we definitely don't need to raise capital. And it also would, in some respects, dilute our business model of only having our creators as being the main people who we are concerned about performing for if we have a diverse group of shareholders. So yeah. No time soon.
I thought one other interesting tidbit from those earnings was that the majority of your revenue is from these microtransactions rather than the whole subscription package. So can you just talk a little bit about what those interactions are that people are paying for that are more micro, and why they're paying for that? What are you seeing there?
Well, I think so one of the things that we've seen is that, as you said, microtransactions have increased, are more than 50% of our revenue versus subscriptions. Doesn't mean the subscriptions are down.
Keep looking at me. I'm totally disassociating when you guys talk about numbers. I'm just like, what?
Just like, what is this?
What is happening?
I'm trying to bring you in.
Yeah.
That's what it is. I'm trying to make sure that I'm bringing Whitney in. And so, the reality is users want choice. Users want agency. They want to be able to pick the content that they choose to pay for and interact with. And so that's why I think we're seeing more microtransactions, right? I think that that is a reflection of the fact that actually users want to be in control, and they don't want maybe if that article was like 50 cents.
Yeah.
You might click on it. You might. 25? Is there a certain point? We're still not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, Whitney's a hard sell. But there is, for most of us, there is a point at which a price point at which we're like, oh, I might buy that one thing.
Yep.
But I'm not going to pay $2.99 a month forever to access this particular content.
And I think as someone that tours, as a stand-up, it's really important to me to stay, kind of like in touch with what our, country and world actually looks like. I think it's really easy to get very myopic in our bubble of, New York, Los Angeles. And when you go into, really do stand-up for regular, I don't mean that in a pejorative way, people, it's really easy to lose touch. Touring is really important to me. It's one of the few places we can really go for it. And I think, touring is stronger than ever because people are like, I just know all this is censored. I know I'm not seeing certain things. They want to go to a comedy show and hear something that they can't hear anywhere else. In times where HR is breathing down everybody's neck at their job, like comedy, it has tension again. There's, something really taboo about the energy. And fans are not going to come see you unless they feel like you are, emotionally connecting to them in some way. They can see you for free whenever they want. They'll see, Whitney Cummings is in Orlando. Like, I just watched her podcast today. I watched her YouTube videos. Like, why am I going to go pay $60? So if you're going to get someone to actually take that next step to get a babysitter, to, pay for the 2-drink minimum and to organize that kind of stuff, they really have to feel connected to you. And I think creators, we all understand there has to be some kind of personal connection because people have so many choices right now. And if they don't feel that connection to you, and if they don't want to support your success, I'm just going to say it. I know this doesn't get me in trouble, but when you see what just happened with Jennifer Lopez, like TikTok, the people on TikTok basically said, we don't like what you're doing with your money. You're not tipping waitresses. Waitresses are who made you who you are. We don't like this. Fans have just it might be the only democracy we have left at this point, is people going we're only going to give you money and come support you if we like you as a human being. And it's a very interesting kind of change now. You see people going I don't like the way that person treats their employees. I'm not supporting them anymore. It's kind of fascinating. I think the overcorrection with the cancel culture stuff obviously isn't ideal, but it's interesting. People want to get to know the person that they're, giving money to, and they want to have a personal relationship. And that's really cool that we're able to do that now.
To your point, creators of all types, comedians, you have so many platforms you need to manage. I mean, there's just tons. Like, how do you prioritize this? And then Keely, I'll be curious to hear, how do you make OnlyFans a platform where people like Whitney need to spend their time and need to put the effort in? So maybe Whitney.
I mean, I like to go where the eyeballs are, you know, that's kind of the way I do it. You know, I just kind of go like, they voted, people are liking this platform right now, it might change. I was always the person that was a little trepidatious, and I think I missed the boat on a couple things. Like, I don't know whether it was 10, 12 years ago, you know, my agent came to me and was like, oh, do we do a special with this, you know, already very established comedy network? It was maybe my third or fourth. Or like, what about Netflix? And I remember being like, the place that throws DVDs at your house in an envelope? Like, that doesn't seem like a good business decision. Cut to, it's Netflix, you know? So I made a couple mistakes being trepidatious, so now I'm just all in. Like, I just go, if like you have this many fans, you guys must be doing something right. I want the fans to have a good experience. Like, I'm just gonna, you know, jump. I've, you know, made some mistakes with it. I put a lot of time into Vine, had a couple shows at Quibi. You know, but like, you just go for it, you know, it's like anything. Like, we're in the business of risk right now, you know, and we just like take risks, and I think you just like, you know, go where the people are. And then also just engaging with them. You know, people are so against negative comments these days, or comment sections and stuff, and things that's toxic. I just like take what I like and leave the rest, and I go like, no, like, what do you guys think about this? People really miss the opportunity to get feedback from fans. There's a lot of crazy people on there, like, the fentanyl crisis is very real if you look at my YouTube comments, but like, you can get people going like, I love being on OnlyFans because of this. I love Patreon because of this. I love this because of this. And you know, I think that's the best way, you know, let the audience tell you where they enjoy consuming what you do.
Yeah, and I think I mean, you said how do we encourage creators to come to OnlyFans? It's by creating an environment which fosters that. It's by creating an environment which enables creators to be themselves and to be authentic to their brand and to connect. I don't think we're ever going to have people who are just on OnlyFans.
That's right. That's the big,
like, and there's no going to be exclusivity deals.
That's
like,
what I love the most about it is like, I get to do things other places. You know, in comics, like, we all want to be on, you know, NBC and Peacock and CBS and Netflix and Hulu. You guys are all here. I want to name all of them, so you'll give me a job.
Be nice to Whitney. She's
but yeah,
cool.
I love you. I love you. I'm available. I'll say whatever you want me to say. And you know, OnlyFans to me, it's like, you know, it's the perfect balance, because comedians, we still have this, you know, look, we still, you know, weren't loved. I'm still trying to get my dead dad to love me, so I still have to, you know, but I still have this dark side that we kind of have to get out, you know, but we're not going to say those jokes or explore those, you know, themes on television necessarily. That's mainstream, that's being sponsored by Pampers and maybe being watched by a 15-year-old who happens to be in the room. So it's nice to be able to go like, okay, comics, instead of complaining that you can't say this on NBC and you can't say this, just go to where you can say it, get it out, so that we can kind of bifurcate and go, okay, this is like the adult. We used to have that. It used to be like, this is, you know, the adults only 18 and over, and this is kid friendly, you know? So I think it's really nice to not have to choose and to have, you know, both options.
But we still have that in real life. Like, you're not going to take your kid to a nightclub. Right. Well, I mean, you might, but you might get in trouble for it. But, you know, but it's, you know, there are places in the universe which are grown-up places, and places for grown-ups to go and do grown-up things, and we are one of those platforms online.
And there's also things you might not, again, the self-censorship. There's things I don't want to necessarily do in a Netflix special, and there's a time turnaround. So the way that, you know, stand-up specials used to work is you would work 2 years on this hour, and then you would, you know, put it out and people would watch it. But now there's so much access to comedy. Like, if you want to talk about something, you know, and, you know, Netflix is like, oh great, your special is in 8 months. You're like, this joke is going to be stale by then, you know, by the amount of like memes that are out there and jokes and tweets, you know. So OnlyFans, I was like, can I shoot a special and air it in like 2 weeks? They're like, yeah, I don't see why not. And then I was like, you know, because for certain networks, they have to be 60 minutes to qualify for an Emmy, you know, and it was like, but sometimes you're like, this is about 45 minutes, you know what I mean? Can I do, they were like, yeah, we don't care what time length it was. So it was just, there was so much freedom in it. And, you know, and there's certain things that I wouldn't necessarily want to say other places. I mean, there was a joke that I know wouldn't have gotten past. It was on the Burt Kreischer roast, and Tony Hinchcliffe was on. I'm sure you guys know about Kill Tony, huge YouTube comedy show, live show that's done in Austin. And I said, you know, Tony Hinchcliffe flew in today. You know, Tony is out at the Comedy Mothership. Joe Rogan started a comedy club called the Comedy Mothership in Texas, because in Texas, you're going to be a mother whether you want to be or not. And And I don't think I even would have wanted to do it on another network, do you know what I mean? Because it's not worth it in a lot of ways, and I think that like the context of it made it so like, okay, let's do that joke here. You know, it's a joke I want to make, but not one I would want to do on another network, and not something I would want someone to watch my library on Netflix in 5 years and see that, because, you know, we won't have a country in 5 years.
what a place to end.
What? We can't end on that. We can't end on that. We cannot end on that.
I gotta agree.
More Pete Whitney. We can't leave you with that.
Thank you both. This was
Thanks,
great.
thanks everyone. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Scooter Braun, CEO of Hybe America and founder of SB Projects, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Did I hear that? Did you come last night, or did someone just see you roving around?
Oh, it definitely wasn't me.
Okay.
It was a lookalike.
A lot has happened with you in the last couple of years, and that's sort of where I want to start.
Really?
Yeah, just a little bit. Because there's been a lot of coverage of, okay, all your clients are firing you.
Yeah.
We won't touch your personal life, but I know a bunch has happened there. You sold your company.
Yeah.
You haven't said a ton about it, and I'm curious, what is your take? Did a bunch of your clients fire you in the span of a couple of months, or what happened with
All
Ariana?
43 fired me on the
Yes.
exact same day. Yeah, no.
What happened with Ariana, with Justin, with?
Listen, I actually, a year after it happened, for contractual reasons, I wasn't allowed to say certain things. But I wrote something called 23 Years. I posted on social media. It was my own words. And I kind of explained why I made a decision to not manage musicians after 23 years. And that had actually happened about a year earlier. But, you know, we're running a big company and there's things that we needed to handle. So I didn't feel like it was the right time. And simply, 23 years of my life, from 19 years old to into my 40s, I only knew being a music manager. 24/7, 7 days a week, every vacation, every holiday, I was on call. And I wasn't on call to one big artist, I was on call to a lot of big artists. And for a large part of my life, I really loved it. But then I had 3 kids, and I went through a divorce. And anyone who's been through a divorce with children knows that is not an easy situation. And I really looked back at my life and realized that, you know, you can point fingers in a divorce and say, oh, this happened, but you play a role in it. And that's why me and my ex-wife are partners with these 3 children. We put them first. And my role was I wasn't present. I was a manager 24/7. And even though I was home, I wasn't being there the way I should, and it led to a divorce. And I realized I might have lost the marriage. I wasn't going to lose my kids. And I decided that I wanted to step away from it and focus on other things. And now I have 3 of the best clients in the world, and that's my focus. But then, yeah, there was a lot of noise because no one actually thought you would want to step away from that.
But how did you communicate that to the clients that you were working with?
Well, one of them, I wrote about this, one of them approached me and said, hey, I think I want to try something new. And at first I was kind of hurt because we'd been through so much together. But then I realized I was already heading in this direction for the last couple of years anyway. And I think you make plans and then the universe kind of shows you what you need. And I realized it was actually a gift, and it wasn't about one client, it was about all. So I started picking up the phone and having the conversations, and some went well. Some took a couple more conversations. But I'm grateful for all those years. I lived a very unique life doing that. I was a part of the journeys of some of the most successful and incredibly talented people in the world. And now I get to root for them in a different capacity.
How does the relationship, like, take someone like Bieber, you take him from nothing, you guys do the whole ride up together. Like, how does that relationship work now?
Root for each other. I mean, you get to a point where you just say, we built this legacy alongside each other, and now he's a father. He has an opportunity to continue doing, you know, the things he loves to do, and I'm going to be rooting for him for the rest of his career.
So Hybe bought your company about 3 years ago. We had we had Bang here last year. A lot of people, I think, thought you would have left by now.
Yeah. So did our chairman.
Why have you stuck around? And I guess, what are you doing now if you are not managing artists?
Well, a couple things. One, when Chairman Bang and I met, he's the chairman of Hybe, and he's a very unique individual. This is someone who was one of the biggest music producers in all of Asia, and at the height of his career in Asia, he came to the United States to have meetings with A&Rs and presidents of labels here to discuss his ideas. And one of these meetings, they had him wait in the lobby for 3 hours and then told him, I'm sorry, we have another meeting, and canceled on him. And instead of having an ego or getting upset, he goes, you know what, I'm going to go back home and I'm going to build this industry myself so that when I come back here, I don't need to ask for these meetings. And if you look at the groups, including BTS, that he was able to create and produce and develop and continually do so, he's actually brilliant. And I had admired his work for some time. He knew about the stuff I had done. And he reached out to me and said, can we have conversations? And the first 4 conversations, that's when the last one happened about the purchase. He said that in the East, we have conversations about what we're going to do. He goes, too many times when I talk to people in the West, they talk about just the transaction, just the deal, not what we're going to do. He goes, all 4 conversations we've had, we've talked about culture, we've talked about philosophy, we've talked about meditation, we've talked about music, we've talked about family. He goes, I want to do this with you, and no matter what we find, we'll go through it together. We signed up, and we did a 5-year deal. And the reason I'm still here, because you're right, and those deals usually vest out at a certain point, and my deal was pretty much up front. I gave my word, and I really enjoy him. I think he's a visionary, and I think your word should mean more than just the deal that you do on paper. And I told him I'd be there for 5 years, and I'm going to do that. And the exciting part is we've developed such a relationship that now we're talking about extending that and being there longer, and I'm looking forward to it.
And is that being focused, like, are you, because you're the CEO of Hybe America, right? How much of your time are you spending on taking big Korean acts and bringing them here or bringing them around the world? And how much of it are you spending on developing acts here that have nothing to do with Korea?
It's about 50-50. And also, you know, if you look at our strategy, we purchased QC, which is, you know, the biggest independent hip hop label in the country. We had Big Machine from Ithaca when we brought it over. So we're going to, you know, go out and find other companies that make sense for us and other assets that make sense. We also launched Hybe 2.0, which allows us to create a distribution system for independent labels because of our distribution deal with Universal, a 10-year deal that puts us in a unique position. And then, you know, you look at Weverse, which is our large platform for fan engagement, for superfans, which is the biggest in the world and the biggest in Asia. A lot of people don't realize this, but 30% of our revenue is actually from North America. So, you know, now we've introduced Ariana Grande to that platform. We introduced Kid Laroi this week. You know, you're starting to see a lot of, you know, acts from the West joining, and it makes sense because you see acts from the East coming here and they're selling out arenas day one, and everyone's asking why, and it's because of that opportunity to talk directly to the fans on Weverse.
Right. I'm curious, setting aside Weverse, like, so the last decade plus, I feel like a lot of people were finding artists on YouTube, then they're finding artists on TikTok. Where do you, or where do people you work with discover new artists right now?
So I can give the nice answer, you know, but I'm going to give the real answer. You know, when we're talking to people, there's still A&Rs, there's still scouts. They're going out there and they're finding stuff. There's still people looking on TikTok and on YouTube, and you might see something, and you know, part of it is, you know, true development. You know, like we just did with our group Cat's Eye, which we developed them. We did a show on Netflix, and now we've launched them. But the thing I'm most excited about is what's to come. And the reason I say that is I'm 43 years old. When I found Justin, I was 24, about to be 25. I was native to technology that was around at that time. I was a young guy. I understood what my peers wanted. I understood what was missing in the marketplace, and I understood how to use the social media in a way that made sense to my peers. So, for example, Twitter at the time was just celebrities talking to other celebrities on the suggested user list. And I was like, well, this feels very voyeuristic. You know, I don't want to just watch someone talk to someone else. I want to engage. And Justin was the first person to cross 1 million followers on Twitter that wasn't on the suggested user list because we actually engaged with the fans. We created fan groups like Belieber Babes and Bieber Army and all these, you know, the names are amazing. I know, you guys can giggle, it's okay. And actually a lot of the people who ran those accounts are now executives in the music industry. Jackie Augustus is a very big executive, and she used to run Bieber Army back in the day.
Right.
And when she was like 16. So what I'm waiting for is that next kid who's in their 20s or even a teenager who understands, who's native to that technology and realizes how to use that, the AI that's coming, all the different things, in a way that myself and Bang and my peers just don't. Because it is a youth-driven industry. So when I meet people or they're young artists and they go, hey, what do you think I should do? My response is usually, stop worrying about getting to people like me. You have all the resources to get to the audience directly and your peers. Develop with them. So when you say, how do we do it? It's going to be self-discovery. I just don't know how the next generation is going to do it, because for my dad it was vinyl. You know, for me it was mixtapes. For someone else, who knows?
Right. Do you, as a result of that, do you feel the balance of power in the music industry has shifted more to the artist than when you started?
100%. I think it's shifted to the artist, but there'll always need to be those teams or people that give their all and their heart alongside the artist to develop talent, to understand the marketplace. And, you know, that's what's exciting, because it kind of like where I am in my life. I've never been so uncertain about what's going to happen in my life in the next 5 years, but I've never felt so at ease with being uncertain. And I think the industry is in a very similar place.
Right. Well, I would imagine a lot of money helps with that.
Lucas is the best.
I'm curious, if you were starting a new company today, management, whatever, I know you don't want to manage anymore. Who is an artist out there, like, if you could just pick one and I'm going to build around you, who would you pick?
I don't know, because I haven't really been in that space of, like, you know, finding the next one.
Well, but it doesn't have to be the next one. It can be a huge star now. Like, who is someone now where you look at them and they're already a star and you feel like their earnings over the next 20, 30 years, or their potential of where they could go with their career, is something that you want to be involved with?
I'm going to give you the soundbite you're looking for, because I just can't help myself. And the PR team's going to be like, what? I think the artist that's, you know, is one that you should always bet on and is already a huge star, and you can always bet on because they want it all the time and they do what it takes to be, you know, present all the time, is Taylor Swift.
I was actually not thinking you were going to say that, but it's an obvious answer.
But you know, I also love that what we're doing with our group Cat's Eye. I love Teddy Swims. I love great voices like that. I love like Benson Boone. I saw him perform the other day, and that was really impressive. Zach Bryan is doing incredible stuff. So there's, you know, the fun part about it is everyone, you know, there's a huge opportunity coming with AI, and it's going to change the music industry the same way Pro Tools did. You know, when Pro Tools came along, people said, what is this? We need live instruments. And you realize it's a tool to create more music. And I think AI is going to do the same thing. But there's always going to be a need for both human emotion and human error. You know, if we want to watch the greatest chess, you know, players in the world, we'd watch two supercomputers play chess. But we want to watch humans play chess because we want to find that one mistake or that one thing that goes wrong. Same thing that we have with sports. You know, we remember the great moments, but we also remember the fumbles. I'm a Jets fan. I remember lots of them. But
you're probably happy that the coach is fired.
No, I'm not happy until we win. And I've been waiting a long time.
I can't let you get off the Taylor hook that easy. I have to ask one question about it. There was a documentary that came out about you and her this summer. I was unfortunately interviewed for it. Did you watch it?
I watched it recently, actually, like put up that I watched it. And I wasn't going to watch it because I just thought it was going to be like another hit piece, and I pretty much stay quiet about this kind of stuff. And my dad called me and my mom, and they were like, we just watched it. We think you should watch it. So I did.
And what did you think of it?
I thought you were incredibly handsome.
Is there?
I think it's
Is
five,
there, I- I'm
five
just
years
curious.
later. I think it's time to move on.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of things that were misrepresented. I think that it's important in any kind of conflict that people actually communicate directly with each other. I think doing it out on social media and in front of the whole world is not the place. And I think when people actually take the time to stand in front of each other, have a conversation, usually find out the monster's not real.
And that hasn't happened.
That has not happened, but I also think that's very relative to the entire world right now. And I think if people take the time to have conversations with each other and speak to each other and ask each other where they really stand and understand each other's cultures, we'd be in a lot better place. And I just need to say this personally, because I'm wearing this pin right now. I think everything we're seeing all around the world, we have a responsibility here in America to have conversations with each other. If we want peace in other places, it starts with us here because we have the actually ability to do so.
You've been, on that note, I guess you've been very involved in the Nova exhibit and a lot of the a lot that has happened related to Israel over the last year. What have you learned from that, and why did you decide to get so involved?
Because I just don't think, listen, managing Ariana Grande, and we had a terrorist attack at our show, and 22 kids, and parents and kids were killed by a terrorist attack. And at the time, no one said, is that person a freedom fighter? They simply said, killing kids at a music event is wrong. And when I was watching, I suddenly see that the Nova Music Festival is taking place, and 400 kids at a music festival were murdered and 40 were taken hostage. And people started making it about politics. And I went over there and I met a bunch of those kids, and I couldn't really understand how that was taking place, how we think we've gotten to this place. Maybe it's because of social media, maybe it's because of all the propaganda, I don't know, but we've gotten to a place where we think empathy should stop by choices. And I just don't believe that. I think you should have empathy for all people. And it shouldn't stop. The same way when I had more kids, I was like, am I going to love them more? I had a kid, exponentially my heart grew. And whether that be a kid stuck in a war in Gaza or a kid who's a hostage from the Nova Festival, I think we should have empathy for all people. And that shouldn't be a problem. And I wanted to bring the Nova Festival exhibit to the United States so people could see it and understand what this was. And there's no politics there, there's no flags. It's simply a music festival. When you go, you might see Coachella, you might see Stagecoach, you might see yourself. And I hope it opens a dialogue, and I've been very proud that we've had incredible dialogues at that place, both between Palestinians and Israelis and all different types of people. And at this point in my life, since that success, makes it a little easier for me to have uncertainty, my kids are going to grow up in an uncertain world, so are all our kids, and we have a responsibility to do something about it.
Yeah. Since you brought up the future, what is the next phase of your career? What do you?
Oh, I have no idea.
No idea.
No. Listen, right now, my goal is to work alongside my partner, Bang, and build the best company we can build with the most opportunities for creative people. And that has been my focus. Alongside that, we're doing the philanthropy and we're doing the work with Nova, and we do other work, whether it be with first responders, families, but like I said, I made plans for a really long time, and I think the first 40 years of my life, I thought I'm manifesting, and I feel like the second 40 years of my life are realizing a little more surrender, showing up, participating, and maybe the first 40 years we're learning, and the second 40 is a little bit unlearning.
I'm wondering, because you've spoken about this, David Geffen, kind of a mentor to you over the years, an idol early in your career. He made a shift after selling his label. He did film and TV stuff with Spielberg and Katzenberg. He's just sort of this guy who looms over everything, right? But it doesn't seem like he ever really took his foot off the gas. What?
It's ironic. You don't know this. I had lunch with David yesterday, and all he talked to me about was how much his foot is off the gas.
Really? Well, how
much he's enjoying his life.
How old is David now?
David is 81 years old.
Okay. What advice does he give you about what he thinks?
Look, they asked me upstairs what some of the best advice I ever got, and I actually referenced something that David told me years ago. He looked me straight in the eye, and he said, in 100 years, no one's going to remember me, so they sure as hell won't remember you. Don't have an ego. And I've always taken that to heart, and he always has pushed me to be a better version of myself, and I always find it funny when he's pushing me on his own mistakes. And sometimes as a young man, you have to go through those mistakes yourself.
Yeah.
But the thing I appreciate the most is, when we were talking yesterday, is this idea that you get to a place in life where you just want to be around the people that you love. And if that's the end game, it's good to start figuring it out now.
Okay. We do have one I think it's a poll question. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chelsea, that I want to throw at you. This is an easy one. Don't get me wrong. So which of these markets do you think has the most untapped potential?
Wow. No offense, UK, I'm not saying you.
Too established.
This is exciting. I feel like I want to call a friend. The most untapped potential?
Yeah. You could buy a label in one of these markets as part of Hybe, and you think it's going to grow the most over the next 5-10 years? There's an easy answer for you on this one because you guys are already doing it, but you don't have to.
Well, listen, we have a big office and a big presence in Japan. China's an incredible market, but it's really a market that they control. I think the best opportunity for us, if I was to do it, I think Nigeria has incredible opportunities coming. Where I would go next is Mexico.
That's what yeah, you guys are doing a bunch in Latin America. Yeah. And there you go. You and the audience are aligned. Scooter, thanks for doing this.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Not too painful?
Hey, buddy, good to see you.
Please welcome to the stage filmmakers Matt O'Neill and Perry Peltz, alongside father and advocate John DeMay, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Olivia Carville.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see everybody here. Thank you for joining us. This panel is called Can't Look Away. I think it's about social media and the dangers that it poses to children. I think at some level, all of us have a sense that social media can be bad for kids, but I think most of us don't know just how terribly bad it can be. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. It's also called Can't Look Away because so often these social media platforms and algorithms are actually designed so that kids actually can't look away. So here's some of the data. Teens use social media. 1/3 of young people report using social media almost constantly. 3.3 billion people use Meta's products daily, and 5 million snaps are sent on Snapchat every day. So that gives you a little bit of a sense of what we're working with. I want to introduce you to our panelists. On my left is Olivia Carville. Olivia is a wonderful Bloomberg investigative reporter. She focuses on the dangers of social media and online safety. Matt O'Neill is a documentary filmmaker and journalist, and Matt and I are working on a documentary for Bloomberg called Can't Look Away about this very topic. And last, but absolutely not least, and I make this last because John DeMay tragically lost his 17-year-old son, Jordan, in a sextortion scam, which he was blackmailed on Instagram. And I paused, John, because it is such a brave thing to be able to come here and share the story of your beautiful son, Jordan. And we know it's not easy, and we are so appreciative. And obviously, John does that so that everybody can learn about what's going on online. So thank you, John. Pleasure. Olivia, I want to start with you because the documentary and so much comes out of your extraordinary reporting on actually what's going on right now with social media and young people. And as I said before, I think that we all have some sense that social media can be really bad for kids, but not the full scope of what's going on. Talk to us a little bit about your reporting.
Yeah, thanks, Perry. And it's so great to be here today. I think this is such an important topic. I'd like to start with the trajectory of social media. When you think about these platforms, they were created in the early 2000s or 2010s, and they were designed to be a cool way to hang out online and connect with your friends and family. But when we think about how social media has changed, in the past 6 or so years, we've seen these platforms shift into algorithmically driven machines that are really designed to keep users glued to the screen for as long as possible. During that shift, these companies have become incredibly successful. Hundreds of millions of people are using these platforms on a daily basis. Just today alone, there are going to be 34 million posts uploaded to TikTok. So how can you possibly moderate the content on these platforms when they've grown this big? So I think it's important to remember that with that success comes consequences. And tragically, those consequences are often most acutely felt with the youngest users. And so the other thing that's really changed is the way young people, kids and teens, are using these products. This has really become the social fabric of their lives. They don't call you on the cell phone, they snap you or they DM you. And when we think about the harms that have been caused by social media, as you said, Perry, for over a decade, experts, researchers, academics have talked about the ways in which social media may cause mental health harms like depression or sadness, or how Snapchat's beauty filters may cause body dysmorphia or eating disorders. But in the last 2 to 3 years, we have seen hundreds of families stand up, speak out, and file lawsuits alleging that social media is partly to blame for their child's death. And that is where the conversation or the question has changed. It has shifted from, is social media like going to make my child happy or sad, to is social media dangerous or even potentially deadly for children?
Unfortunately, when we use the word deadly, that's what happened to John, to your beautiful son. And I say that because he was extraordinary. And you'll have an opportunity to talk about him in a second. I want to run a short clip from Can't Look Away so that you can get a sense of what happened to Jordan DeMay.
Generally, within the first couple hours, usually we can figure out the reason why it occurred. But in this particular case, the obvious answers were not present. You got someone like Jordan DeMay, the former prom king, the football star, the basketball star, and you wonder how can this happen to someone? When you start reading these transcripts and looking at the interaction between the suspect and Jordan from Instagram, I mean, I guess you can see why. Jordan thought he was talking to a girl by the name of Danny Roberts, and it wasn't until the extortion started that he then realized that who he thought he was talking to was not reality. It's just kind of like a banter back and forth. And then eventually they disclose that they want to trade some pictures. So at the point that Jordan had sent some naked images of himself, a suspect account came back with this statement. I have screenshotted all your followers and tags and can send this nudes to everyone and also send your nudes to your family and friends until it goes viral, ... All you have to do is to cooperate with me and I won't expose you. Are you going to cooperate with me? Just pay me right now. They don't want to give that victim time to think. They're going to put that pressure on until they comply. Jordan responded with, I'm killing myself right now because of you. The perpetrator says, good, do that fast, or I'll make you do it. I swear to God. I mean, once this starts, it just doesn't slow down. That's the scary part of this whole thing. It was roughly 6 hours from the time of initial contact to the point where Jordan had killed himself.
There's a lot of things that went wrong that night, but ultimately, Instagram is the reason it happened. Social media is the reason it happened.
John, thank you for sitting through that. I hate when we reduce somebody into a few things. And I think that as I read the media around Jordan's death, it was that he was a basketball star, he was the homecoming king, he was obviously so many things, that more than that, he was your son. Tell us a little bit about who Jordan was.
Yeah, Jordan was an amazing young man, as you can see. I mean, that's what the outside world gets to see, but he was my only son. You know, we shared the passion of the gym together and going to the beach, the Florida beaches, a couple times a year, and just getting out and living life. And he was just such a great young man. He had a very diverse group of friends. He was the kind of guy that would help the lady who dropped her books walking up the stairs. And unfortunately, as a parent, I didn't get to learn a lot of those other things that were outside of our home until his funeral, when thousands of people came and dozens of young people who Jordan had not even met personally were saying such beautiful things at his funeral about what kind of a person he was, and that was a testament to who that young man was.
Can you talk about, John, the last line in that clip is that you blame Instagram for what happened to Jordan. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, well, there's not enough time in the day to explain all the reasons, but in general, you know, I live in a small community in northern Michigan on the South Shore of Lake Superior. It's 30,000 people. We don't have to lock our doors there. I grew up there and I never locked a door in my life. I leave my wallet in my truck and it's there every time I get up in the morning. That's the area that we live in. And, you know, we do secure our home and we are a secure family. And unfortunately, social media gives these criminals a platform to come in your home in the middle of the night when you're sleeping and do horrible things like what happened to Jordan.
It's so true. It's so true. And Olivia, I think that what's meaningful is that's Instagram, right? That is sextortion on Instagram. That is just one of the things that is happening across so many of these platforms. Tell us a little bit more about what's happening across these other platforms and why these large social media companies seem relatively impervious.
It's a great question. So, you know, to the first point, I mean, sextortion is one of the issues that we've seen. Tragically, it's impacted, 12,000 children across this country have been targeted by sextortionists, and it's led to dozens of suicides. We're seeing these numbers come up in lawsuits and being released by the FBI. But beyond that, there is also cases where children have been sent harmful content by algorithms promoting or glorifying suicide, essentially showing them how to commit suicide, the method of suicide. We're also seeing drug dealers using platforms to connect with teenagers and sell them prescription pills which are laced with fentanyl, resulting in overdoses across the country. So a number of cases have been filed across the US, and many of these, I mean, we saw recently, just earlier this week, TikTok, 14 state attorney generals have filed lawsuits against TikTok. But a few months ago, you saw 42 state attorney generals sue Meta. We've also seen school districts filing lawsuits against the platforms, alleging mental health harms and addiction. We also have law firms like the Social Media Victims Law Center, which I believe is representing you, John. That, you know, this law firm, they represent thousands of families across the country and hundreds of wrongful death cases. And what's different about the lawsuits that we're seeing filed today is that they're trying to sidestep or challenge Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. And this is like a liability shield. It is blanket immunity for these platforms, so they cannot be held liable or accountable for the content that is posted on their sites. So Snapchat can't be held liable for a drug dealer posting a drug menu on its platform, for example. But what's different or unique about these cases is, in order to try and get around Section 230, they're arguing this is not about the content. This is about the product themselves. This is about the design of the platforms that was defective or dangerous. And I think that Social Media Victims Law Center are really leading that charge. And if I could, I would love to take a question, Perry. You know, you and Matt have taken on this topic head on to create this film, Can't Look Away. And I'd love to know, or I'm curious, you know, what was it that drew you to this subject matter? And why did you think that the Social Media Victims Law Center was the right vehicle to tell this story?
I think to answer the back part of your question first, because there's two buckets of why this is an important opportunity from our point of view of filmmakers. And when it comes to story, the work that John's doing, the work that all of these other parents who have suffered these incredible tragedies are doing to put themselves out in the public eye, to tell the story of their children and what they went through is really important. It's also heartbreaking and very difficult for me as a parent to watch, to understand, for you all to think about your families and loved ones. Inside these lawsuits and inside the work that John and the other parents featured in this film are doing is a hope for real, meaningful change. That it is not hopeless. This is not a fait accompli. This is a dynamic situation. With every new technology comes new opportunities and new dangers. The dangers here are real, and we're following for the better part of 2 years an effort that combines the civil justice system with parental activism and engagement to tell this story. And we see it happen in real time. So we're with the parents in the room as they're pushing their investigation. We're with the lawyers as they're arguing in court. And it shows the potential for change. And that's the story side of why we feel this is so important and so urgent. I also want to point to, as filmmakers, the Bloomberg side of this. We're investigative documentary journalists, filmmakers, whatever label you want to put on us. We like the journalism part of filmmaking. And investigative programming, as many people in this room know, is more and more difficult to do in this environment. So to have be rooted in your reporting, Olivia, but not just your reporting, the entire Bloomberg newsroom's infrastructure and expertise, and very specifically from the executive producer of this film and executive editor Kristen Powers, helping us and Bloomberg work together as independent filmmakers to bring that expertise and that journalism, because there's lots of activism to be done, there's lots of warnings to be raised, but most importantly, if we're going to have a changing situation, we have to root it in fact, in responsible reporting that's responsible not only to the tragedies that have unfolded, but also to the companies that are being put in the eye of scrutiny.
Yeah, and I would just add to that sometimes we would talk about, well, why do you need a documentary when you've got Olivia's incredible body of reporting? And the truth is, in a story as enormous as what we're talking about here, we're talking about something akin to the tobacco story, the opioid story, and now what's happening on social media. It is going to take a full-on media onslaught to educate people across the country, albeit around the world, about what's going on, because it is just that horrific and people don't understand it. However, I want to keep an eye on the time because what so often I feel happens when you're talking about these terrible, terrible stories is that you lay it out there and then you tell everybody just like, have a good day and have lunch. But so we don't want to end this conversation without making sure that, and John, I'm going to begin with you. You are spending a lot of time talking to audiences, different kinds of audiences, about what's going on. What does everyone in this room, or people who are watching it on streaming, what do they need to know so they can help better navigate their own lives, their children's lives, a life that they touch that is a child's life?
I think the most important thing, the 30,000-foot view, is that social media is not your friend, right? It's not there to protect you, even though when Mark Zuckerberg goes to, and the other CEOs that go to Capitol Hill that I attended in January and says all these wonderful things that they claim to be doing on their platforms, it's not enough. And even for adults, we don't even have the adult conversation because there's not enough time. We have to spend all of our energy just trying to protect our youth from the crimes that are happening on social media. It's a full-time job for millions of people, and we're not winning yet. So if that says anything to you about what's happening in the social media world, I don't know what else can. So I think that the most important thing for parents to understand is that you need to be more proactive in dealing with your children's use on social media, when they get a phone, when they go on social media, how they're using it. Are you being a good parent and watching what they're doing on their phones and reading their text messages? Because that's what needs to happen. It's very dangerous. You're giving the entire planet in the fingertips of your 14 and 12 and 13-year-old daughters. Are you okay with that? Would you let your 14-year-old daughter walk into a strip club down the street? No. Then why would you let them on social media? Because frankly, the strip club down the street is probably more protected. there's security, there's cameras, there's rules, there's guidelines. There's none of that on social media. And they're not doing what they need to do on the business end of that stick to make sure that those kids are safe. So I think that's just really important, because a lot of parents, and I'm guilty of it too, right, until this happened to me, is we kind of just sit back and like, we're doing dinner, I run a real estate company, and we're busy, and we're doing all these things, and we're all, shuffling, travel this and travel that. I don't care, go on your phone, go in your room, get out of my hair, we got to make dinner because we got to go to soccer practice, right? And we need to stop and think, and we need to slow down. And I think one thing that I learned too, that I'm hearing a lot from the federal agents and investigators that are dealing with this on a daily basis, there seems to be one common denominator a lot with these tragic stories, is that it's seclusiveness with the phones. You should not have your teenager in their bedroom at night with their phone. Every single one of these stories, there's over 24 suicides, including my son, in the last 2 years just from sextortion that was reported. So that's probably a fraction of the actual numbers. It's probably in the thousands that we don't even know about. The only reason I know about my case is the extortionist happened to send one picture to his girlfriend and tried to extort her, which actually isn't normal operating procedure for them. But that one picture gave us evidence to track down 4 Nigerian men, which resulted in 3 extraditions for the first time in United States history, 2 of which were pled guilty and were sentenced in my hometown 2 weeks ago, and they're doing 18 years in prison. So my message to you, if you're in the tech world and you're not protecting kids online, I'm coming for you. And if you're in another country and you think you're going to hide behind our ocean, wrong, we're coming for you. We have airplanes gassed up and ready to go, and the government is building relationships and making sure this stuff is going to stop. But it starts here with the people in this room, people that are sharing Jordan's story. I mean, we couldn't do this. I mean, there's no way we could get this voice out here, but we have to do something. And I think the biggest thing is Section 230 is the impetus of what we need to change. We have to create a fissure in that, because right now they have blanket immunity to do whatever they want, and they're going to hide behind that every time versus having to go to their shareholders and explain what they're doing with their company, because their numbers are going to go down when they start cleaning out house in their platforms that are probably 30, 40, 50% fake and fraudulent accounts anyway. So there's a lot of that stuff going on in the back end. So I think that's the biggest thing, is we need to find a way to address Section 230. If I'm running a successful real estate company, which I have for 17 years, I don't get sued. And if I do, I walk into the court and I put my shirt and tie on and I go in there and I win, because I know I'm doing things right. Mark Zuckerberg and the other CEOs are hiding behind Section 230, and they don't want it to go away, because they know if they have to do that same thing, they're not going to win. And they're going to get sued for hundreds of millions of dollars by every single parent and every single victim out there, and they will lose their business in about 30 days.
John, I'm going to jump in because that ties into an audience question I think I want to make sure that we have time for. And Olivia, I'm going to ask it of you. John just mentioned the hearings, right? We've all seen those hearings where the social media platform heads are pulled down in front of Congress and questioned. There's lots of sound bites that get played on television. The question from the audience, Olivia, why do you think governments have been unable to regulate social media to further extent?
I mean, there's been a lot of effort in this area. We've seen over in the EU, the Online Safety Act, or the Digital Online Safety Act, being passed to try and do just this. We're also seeing COSA and various pieces of legislation trying to be passed here, but it's difficult to get anything through Congress right now. And for so long, social media companies have operated with this kind of immunity shield. They haven't had to face any of these liability claims, and that's where all these lawsuits come into it, and that's why it's so important. So I think there have been efforts to try and regulate, but there's a lot of confusion around the best way to do that. It is a challenging conversation and question. How do you say what is a piece of content that should or shouldn't be allowed on social media? Often the defense is, should a piece of content about depression be allowed to go up online? The companies will argue that if you silence that or censor it, you're not allowing people to talk about the harms of depression or the emotions that they're feeling. But what happens if that piece of content goes to a child who is struggling, who ultimately does watch that video or look at that piece of content and take their own life? Who's to blame for that? The question comes, what role and responsibility do we want to place on these companies? And what responsibility do we want to place on lawmakers or parents, as John pointed out? And I think one of the big challenges is, with all of these lawsuits that are being filed, we have no idea what the likelihood is going to be of even one of them to succeed. To be honest, it's pretty unlikely that they're going to succeed because of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. But what we have seen is these cases and families like John's speaking out, they have raised some uncomfortable truths that are impossible to ignore. They have changed the conversation, and they have pressured these companies to take action and actually make their products safer. We recently saw Instagram announce teen accounts, which they hadn't done up until this year, create like sleep mode for kids. So from 10 p.m. until 7 a.m. you don't get sent notifications. Isn't that something we should have had years ago? I mean, it's great that it's happening now, and it's happening because of families like John speaking out. And
can I add to that real quick? And I know we're out of time and we got to go, but I think it's really important to understand that there's two avenues, right? We can make change in this wonderful country with litigation in the civil side, right? And we can also make it with legal change at the Senate level and creating bills. COSA, Kids Online Safety Act, was in the Senate, passed the committee 100%. Every Republican and Democrat in the committee voted to have it. It went to the actual Senate for the vote, 93 to whatever, 2-4. So it's very popular, but here we are stalled in the House, and it's struggling. And in COSA isn't like this super bill that's going to make a bunch of change. It's just a very decent piece of common sense legislation that's failing. And that's the problem. So going back to the civil litigation side, anybody that owns businesses in here, which I'm sure a lot of you all do, you know that as soon as you get sued for some money, guess what? Things are going to have to change, right? Immediately, you're talking to your PR people. We got to make a change. We screwed up here, or we got to adjust. We got to pivot. And that's the only thing that's going to make social media companies make those changes. And the problem is they have all the changes ready to go. The emails are out there. Their whistleblowers are out there. They're telling us it's all there. Age verification, they could do it in a minute because they have every single piece of information. They could track IP addresses. There's no reason why one IP address should be hosting 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 20, 100 different Facebook accounts at the same time. Flag it, figure it out. They have the technology built, ready to go. So when these things come down the line via either legislation or a civil lawsuit, they have it ready to implement. They're ready to pivot at any moment, but they're choosing not to implement it until they absolutely have to because they hide behind Section 230 and make sure things are looking good for their shareholders. And that's what we're dealing with.
Thank you, John. Also, change doesn't happen without people like you sharing their stories. They're really difficult stories to share. That is how change begins as well. So, John Dumais, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I was told by one of my great mentors in life, never keep an audience from going to lunch. And I know that you have an announcement about lunch. Anyway, Matt, thank you for being here as well. Olivia Carville, investigative reporter for Bloomberg, thank you. And now...
Thank you, Perry. So lunchtime, guys. Thank you so much for being a great audience. And you can make your way through to the hub for bites from two of LA's hottest chefs, I'm told. And we'll pick back up on the stage at 1:15 p.m. sharp with a live version of Hot Ones. Thank you.
That's what an investigative reporter does.
Welcome to the Bloomberg Green Docs Film Festival. We received 155 submissions from 37 different countries.
One of the things that I try to do when I'm making any story is to ask myself, does this story scare me? And if so, that means it's probably a good story.
Each time I'm visiting the glacier, I'm concerned what will be the new face of the glacier.
We are in a total climate crisis. For me, that keeps me awake at night.
I have the honor of announcing this year's winner. Please join me in congratulating Maria Stanisheva, director of Finding Home.
We've been doing it out of enthusiasm a lot of the time, and now we really need to start structuring the work into real production.
p.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street. We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
It is just about 3:30 p.m. in New York. This is the countdown to the close. I'm Scarlett Fu.
And I'm Alex Steele. You're looking at a beautiful shot there of the New York skyline. Clearly a very different setup if we were to look at what's happening in Tampa as well as Florida. Hurricane Milton just battered Florida. There's still about 3 million people without power. And now the question really becomes, what's the damage assessment? That's still underway. Our next guest says that the economic impact of the storm is in the $30 to $50 billion range. Chuck Watson is president and founder of Enki Research. Enki designs computer models for hurricanes and other weather phenomena. He also does a ton of other stuff. But Chuck, I always appreciate having you on. I know that these events are quite straining for you and your team. Tell me how you get to that $30 to $50 billion assessment and what can change that.
Yeah, Alex, in fact, I bumped that number up a little bit because we've got a little more data. There were tornadoes, and tornadoes are kind of the wild cards in these storms. So the way it starts is we have a database of the Earth, the entire Earth. We have where buildings are, where people live, that kind of infrastructure, the economic activity, how much businesses are in different places. And then we have a model of the hurricane that then runs over that model of the Earth and tries to calculate what the impacts are, the damages from it. And so looking at Milton, it was kind of a tough one in a way because it was falling apart just as it made landfall, which is great because some of the early simulations, we were looking at maybe $150 billion if it had gone at full strength down what we in Florida calls it the I-4 corridor, up Tampa, Orlando to Daytona. But it did break up. The wild card that caused us to bump the numbers up a little bit this afternoon is that, again, there were a lot more tornadoes and a bigger tornado outbreak than we were really expecting out of it.
So I'm glad
when those numbers come in.
Chuck, I'm so glad you bring up the tornadoes part of the story because there are at least 38 reports of tornadoes that came into the U.S. Storm Prediction Center. Is this a new phenomenon where you have a deadly hurricane and then you have all these tornadoes coming in? I don't remember reading a lot about how people were anticipating these extra forces that everyone would have to contend with.
Yeah, it's interesting. And part of that is because we've gotten better at being able to look into storms. Things like Doppler radars that just didn't really, only came online about 20 years ago. And the technology, even the software is continually upgraded. There's a new algorithm that looks for these things called mesovortexes. They're little swirls inside of storms. So these tornado alerts within hurricanes have just gotten, a lot. Excuse me. Gosh. The alerts have gotten so much better because our technology has gotten better. The tornadoes were always there, particularly in the front right side of the storm. It's just we've gotten better at detecting them.
Okay, that's a good distinction. Chuck, are you, bless you again, are you noticing the storm any potential for it to gain speed or strength as it heads off of Florida and then turn north at all, or is the U.S. out of the woods?
Oh, gosh, there have been so many rumors about that. It's been driving me crazy with all of these emails and notes and calls. No, the storm is headed out. It's going to pass, fortunately, in between Bermuda and the Bahamas. In fact, it's already passing the Bahamas. So Milton is old news at this point, other than cleaning up the mess and tabulating the damage.
Yeah, now it's the hard work for everyone else on the ground. So, Chuck, as you look ahead to the rest of hurricane season, I remember at the start of the season, it was supposed to be quite active, and then it turned out that there weren't that many named storms that were really barreling through. And then in the last couple of weeks, we really got walloped. What does this say about how we end hurricane season?
Yeah, that's a great point, and something that people kind of forget about, that the conditions when you do the forecast at the beginning of the season are just the big picture. But then little things change during the season. For instance, we had a lot of dust and dry air come off of Africa that just completely choked off the storms in the mid-Atlantic, whereas the Gulf ended up here the last few weeks, plus the extra energy of some of these frontal systems coming through and creating low pressure systems that could take advantage of all the energy in the Gulf just happened to spin up. So it's the whole season is a complex interplay of a lot of factors, and if they line up, you get a lot of storms in a particular area, and we just can't really forecast that. You know, how's it going to end? There's still a lot of energy in the Gulf. There's still potential for stuff to spin up around particularly Central America and do that Helene or Milton kind of tracks, but we are getting closer to winter, so hopefully those conditions are shifting more away from being favorable.
Chuck, how much damage did the U.S. incur from storms and hurricanes this season, and what was the biggest surprise for you?
For me, and we're well into we're well over 200 billion, I think, at this point.
Wow.
And part of the problem is we're not going to know for months, particularly Helene, because it caused so much damage from flooding in North Carolina that's still ongoing. And so that water is still draining off, and there's areas in North Carolina. I hope that with all that's going on in Florida, people don't forget about them. They're still inaccessible areas. We here in Georgia still have areas in the middle part of the state that are severely damaged and don't have power back. So the back-to-back storms, you always worry about the people that got hit by the first storm being overlooked. But so if you look at Helene, is probably over 100 billion at this point. I don't have too much doubt about that. I don't think it's going to hit the really astronomical. I've seen 200 numbers, but it's going to be a huge impact, particularly in flood and economic disruption. Just from, you think of I-40 being closed for a year. I mean, that's a huge hit to all the economies in Tennessee, North Carolina. And then again, let's say we're looking at 60 billion, 70 billion from Milton. Don't forget Debbie, which dumped 16 inches of rain on me, which raises another point, is that one of the things we're starting to see is that it seems like storms are getting wetter. Milton dumped 16 inches on St. Petersburg, which is really unusual if you look at climatology for a storm moving as quickly, because fast-moving storms aren't around long enough to dump a lot of rain, yet Milton dumped 16 inches on St. Pete. Well, that's unusual. That's well outside of what we understand climatology to be. Debbie dumped, again, 20, 30 inches on parts of South Carolina. And then Helene, of course, 20, 30 inches up in the mountains. All the way back to Harvey, we've seen a trend of much wetter storms, which, again, that's something the computer models have been predicting as a potential impact of climate change. And I think in probably another 10, 15 years, scientists are going to look back and say, yeah, those predictions from the 1990s and early 2000s that storms would get wetter and start to change, we're starting to see that. Of course, statistically, we can't say that quite yet.
Sure.
But I think in another 10 years, we'll be looking back and going, yep, that's when it started.
All right. Well, Chuck, you were there to tell us about it. Chuck Watson is Enki Research President and founder. Thank you so much. Now, Hurricane Milton also expected to cause some short-term headwinds for the real estate sector. While investors used to consider catastrophic weather events to be one-time occurrences, analysts at BMO Capital Markets say the increased frequency of these kinds of events should be a higher priority risk for real estate investment trusts, REITs. Joining us now with his insights on the broader real estate sector is Michael Levy. He is CEO of Crow Holdings, which has about $33 billion in assets under management and is based in Dallas. Michael, thank you so much for joining us today.
Great to be here.
So I know that you heard what Chuck Watson was telling us, and I think just largely speaking, how do you think about the risk of weather events now in your work, whether you're developing or investing in real estate?
Sure. Our business is across the United States, and we're in many different states. On one hand, it's the frequency of these events. They've been with us, whether it's heat, access to water, or storms, we've been dealing with this as an industry for a long time. The most immediate consequences are in the cost of insurance, which has gone up significantly. And ultimately, that's factoring into your analytics with respect to the deal side of the business. And those insurance costs are increasing. So if they continue to increase, they will continue to put downward pressure on results. But the industry over time will adapt to that.
Does it change? I mean, you guys pretty much invest in like everything in different ways, right?
A lot of different
things.
Sure.
So does it affect kind of how you allocate your capital and where you allocate your capital?
At the end of the day in the real estate business, we're very focused on job growth and population growth and where people are moving to. And if these storms and the other heat and access to water affect where companies are moving to and people are moving to, our business will evolve in response to that. I think human beings are incredibly adaptable. And if, for example, I have friends in Asheville, North Carolina, and you talk to the people there, and you know what they're going to do? They're going to rebuild.
Right.
And so I think generally, how many storms have we seen go through Florida in our lifetime and hurricanes? What's happened during our lifetime? Florida's continued to grow. Companies have moved there. People have continued to move there. Ultimately, from a risk management perspective, you're insuring. Obviously, there are some communities, some neighborhoods, some oceanfront, some beachfront, where you're going to decide as an investor that you can't insure for the risk or you don't want to take the risk.
Right.
Right. So, and that always happens over time. The frequency of it's increasing. It certainly has more attention, you know, in the public domain, and the climate is evolving, the climate is changing. But we've been dealing with this for a very long time, and it continues.
You mentioned Florida and how they just rebuild every time. That is the case, but rebuilding now, as you say, brings up those insurance costs.
Sure.
And in many cases, homeowners can't find insurance at all. And
sure.
You know, that's on an individual level. So at what point does the rebuild look different than what it had been looking like the previous 5, 10, 15 years?
I've never been surprised by after these storms that have come through that people are incredibly resilient and decide to continue on. I lived through Hurricane Sandy and everybody rebuilt. And so I'm not sure, I don't know, but I'm not sure that this storm is going to be the storm that turns everybody around. And the data, at least through today, is people have been moving to these marketplaces in the Southeast and Southwest at an accelerating rate.
It's like a new Wall Street. So broader lens for your business as the Fed is embarking on a rate cutting cycle.
Yep.
Are things changing for you? Are things getting better? Can you offload properties? Like, what are you noticing?
The market is absolutely, you know, in the beginning of 2022, in January, when it was clear that inflation was here to stay, the market began to get uncomfortable, and obviously we have the whole office sector. But in general, that malaise lasted through, I would call it, May or June of this year. There was a little at the end of last year. You remember when treasuries dropped to 3.7? There was a little bit of euphoria for a month or two. And when that spiked back up, the industry, the malaise took over. And it was clear through May or June that it felt, and you could see from a transaction perspective, people were sitting back. But at some point this summer, things changed. And the marketplace has become more liquid. Transaction volume is increasing. Investors are making more commitments. And when you look at operating fundamentals, they've remained outside the office sector incredibly strong. The headlines that I've watched over the past 2.5 years that the real estate industry is on its back has not been true. The office sector may be on its back, but the other sectors, whether it's retail, industrial, apartments, student housing, the operating fundamentals of rental growth and vacancy has gone very well. It would be great if financing costs went down. It affects the overall profitability, but nonetheless, you know, whether they're at these rates, a little bit lower, a little bit higher, the fundamentals of the real estate industry are very strong.
Okay, so outside of the office sector, you mentioned retail, industrial, student housing. Where among those segments is the supply-demand most mismatched and therefore most opportunistic for someone?
Well, what I would say is right now, what you saw the most new supply in the past 5 years was in the multifamily sector and the industrial sector. But what's happened in the past 2 years is new starts have collapsed. New starts of industrial buildings have collapsed. New starts in multifamily have collapsed. And that means new deliveries in industrial a year from now and new deliveries in apartments 2 years from now is going to collapse. And so the opportunities, the setup for rent growth in those sectors in the next couple of years is incredibly strong.
Any location? Go ahead, sorry.
Retail also, you know, since the early 2000s and the advent of Peapod and Webvan and all those internet themes, retail has been underinvested in terms of new supply. And over 20 years now, the new supply of retail has really come down. And so from a supply-demand fundamental, these are great times, maybe with the exception of some malls and some power centers. But in general, neighborhood retail, very little new supply, great demand. And that asset class or that sector, which has not been very attractive in general over the past 15 plus years, is becoming attractive as the office sector has now gone into a free fall with respect to its overall fundamentals.
What about warehouses and data centers and senior housing? And I know those three very different things. But the reason why I'm asking is because those are the three things that usually everyone comes on and says those are the three structural shifts in the market, like warehousing, data center, senior living.
Okay, so senior living is a very operationally intensive business. You can see the macro changing. I've been in the business 30 years, and for 30 years people have been talking about the macro, and I've watched the industry crash multiple times.
Okay.
Right? So the supply-demand fundamentals on the micro can offset the macro, even though that's growth. It's also an operating business as much as it's real estate.
Good point.
Data centers, no doubt. Incredible demand for data centers, whether it's the hyperscalers or just general users. That's growing tremendously. At the same time, there is a wall of capital. I don't know how many trillions of dollars, but whether it's infrastructure funds, real estate investors, private equity investors, there is a wall of capital chasing the opportunity. There will be great opportunities. People will make a lot of money, but I've seen this before in my career. When so much money is chasing a finite opportunity, I'm concerned about that. But I think for the foreseeable future, data centers are going to continue to outperform if you can get the power. You saw Microsoft reopen 3 Mile Island just to get the power for a data center. And so the business in data centers is all about power today.
Yeah.
And then in terms of industrial, look, this e-commerce, onshoring, nearshoring, the demand is sustained and will continue. The supply is beginning to dwindle down, and it's a great setup for the next
See, you got through all three, but that was good because that's where you think like all the money's going to go. All right, Michael, thanks a lot. That was really great. Really appreciate it. Michael Levy, CEO of Kroll Holdings. Really insightful on all the different layers of the real estate market. All right, we are 15 minutes away from the closing bell. We'll take you through with Drew Pettit, Director of U.S. Equity Strategy over at Citi. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
We thought we'd take a look at Bitcoin versus the S&P 500.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
A tectonic shift emanating from Washington.
It's really a tale of two cities in crypto.
Crypto shouldn't be partisan.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Crypto VC is back.
And the technology.
It's really the beginning of a global on-chain economy.
And if America doesn't embrace it, we're going to be left behind.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg.
Joe Walk is helping steer J&J into a new phase of its history, expanding the frontiers of healthcare by discovering drugs and advancing medical technology.
Developing digital robotic capabilities where it's not just the robot doing a surgical procedure, it's garnering information from that procedure for your specific demographic or the patient's demographic, and then informing the next procedure down the road. Right? It's getting smarter. I would say it's starting to morph into personalized medicine, which we know will lead to the best outcomes.
Innovative medicine and medtech are run as separate business divisions, but in the culture of research at J&J, they interact.
If you look at some of the spaces that we're in today, specifically oncology, there is a lot of dialogue going back and forth. I think it's something that will position us extremely well as we talk about not only a continuum of care, but also a continuum of knowledge.
The convergence of technology and medicine is driving innovation in both sectors, with scientific and commercial possibilities just beginning to come into focus.
I'd like to actually see some partnerships down the road happen between healthcare companies and technology companies. I think we'd get to better outcomes faster if we did that. Right now, technology companies don't have the healthcare knowledge. Healthcare companies probably don't have the breadth of knowledge they need for technology. If we can figure that out together with great minds from both sides, I think that leads to a much better place.
Season is coming.
I think that this earnings season is going to be so important.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
NVIDIA earnings now crossing the wire.
Bank of America, the retailer Five Below.
There is something for everybody.
With the smartest insights.
Weaker inflation is not great for earnings.
I think the consumer's a bit more resilient.
You've had earnings recessions flow through growth and then cyclicals and defensives.
Earnings cycle continues on Wall Street.
It all starts Friday on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
I think PPI will be a little different because there's different indicators in it. Airline fares were way up. In the CPI, the PPI measure is different, and that's what goes into the PCE index. So there could be some real break in it. I also think what's important to look at is the next employment report, which comes out in the dark period, of course, for the Fed, November 1st, right before the election. Right now, that data is looking really, really weak.
That was Diane Swong, chief economist over at KPMG, kicking us off to the show. Let's take a look at where markets are, Scarlett, because we didn't get that 45th record high.
I know you've been keeping track.
I know, I do that. I also, the more I say it, the more I'll remember it, I think is to the point. We are down 0.2%, like we're kind of around the lows. But if you dig inside, it's kind of interesting. You have energy on the upside. There's some geopolitical risk being factored into the overall oil market. Airlines, though, down about 0.7% due to Delta. And one of the worst performing stocks is AMD within the movers of the day. They unveiled new chips, apparently, that disappointed in San Francisco.
Well, we're going to have a sit down with the CEO, Lisa Su, in the next hour of programming, so you'll want to stay tuned for that. But yes, it's a very interesting day given the data points that came out, both CPI and jobless claims hitting on the Fed's dual mandate. So for more on how this all factors into equities, let's welcome Drew Pettit. He is Director of U.S. Equity Strategy over at Citi. So for some reason, and maybe this is just us wanting some conviction, but we thought that maybe the CPI report would provide some kind of clear direction for investors and for markets.
Wait, no, the record, I said nothing. I said it would be a nothing burger yesterday, but
we're hoping. Instead, what the reports really did was just highlight the Fed's multifaceted challenge, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's also the market's multifaceted challenge because we're sitting there trying to hang on every macro data point and what the Fed's doing, trying to figure out where we can price this thing. But then on the flip side, we got earnings, which are just more and more disconnected from economic reality. That's just because the S&P has changed so much.
Okay, so does that mean that when we look at earnings, that's going to be the driver for the equity market, or we sort of make that idiosyncratic and we still need to look at inflation rates in the Fed?
You do need to look at inflation rates, the Fed, and interest rates because that helps you determine how much you can pay for equities. So right now we're in a little bit of a Goldilocks setup where inflation's falling, rates have come down, the yield curve is actually upward sloping or flat, which is, I guess, flat's the new up. And dollars going down and earnings growth is hanging in there. So that's all good for equity market pricing, what we can pay. But longer run, it's earnings that drive direction of markets.
And it's earnings that determine which sectors or which specific companies you look at. How low is the bar for earnings this quarter? Because analysts have been steadily ratcheting down their estimates for third quarter results, and management has been proving more optimistic.
So I absolutely love this because you hear some of the bears come in and talk about revisions are down, that's bad for markets. Guess what? Revisions are always down going into the quarter. Out year revisions are always down. The setup, though, is actually really good because the macro backdrop has been better than expected. We should actually get stronger beats this quarter than we normally get. It's not that beats are good, it's better beats than normal. And the revisions for Q4, they're probably going to be negative, but they're probably going to be less negative than they normally are.
Will the stocks move in tandem with that? So if they have a better beat than expected, does the stock move to the upside as much as we might think?
Depends where you are in the market. If you're on the growth side, probably not. I would say implicit growth expectations there are a lot higher. You need beats and raises to confirm where those stocks are priced. I think software versus long-run fundamental projections, that has the highest bar. Semis, a little bit more normal because they've kind of back and filled a little bit since end of Q2. Then on the cyclical side, you actually have a little bit of wiggle room for some misses. We had airlines down a little bit today, but honestly, if you were a growth stock that gave a report like that, you're down a heck of a lot more.
So we're going to have pretty good visibility into what the fourth quarter is going to look like. So when those companies give their fourth quarter outlooks, it should be pretty much there. I mean, they should be able to forecast out a couple of months. But into 2025, when we have no idea what kind of government is going to be there, what administration will lead the way, what policy will look like, how much faith do you put in any of the outlooks that you do get?
Actually, we feel pretty good about 25 because there's a couple trends in the background. One, a lot of the S&P 500 companies are just better quality companies than they were 5 years ago, for example.
In what way?
Well, you basically gave them free money because they were earning more on their cash than they were paying on their debt. So they basically use that to their advantage to get better. And you can see that in operating leverage. You can see that in ROEs, and not just kind of the buyback-driven ROEs. So we feel pretty good about margins into next year. And honestly, whether we're red, blue, or somewhere in between, there are some secular trends that are still going to be in place.
Such as?
AI being one of them. Another theme that people probably don't talk a lot about, infrastructure. And I don't necessarily mean digital infrastructure.
But all this means like a CapEx cycle that's still going to be underway.
Yeah, like honestly,
right?
when we look at CapEx, we're kind of in CapEx like no cycle, which actually isn't.
Except for big tech. Big tech has been in CapEx.
Yeah, it's a little,
But what you're saying is that you're going to keep spending. It's happening.
Yeah, because again, we're talking about big companies that have really good balance sheets. So it makes you a little bit less cyclical, less economic sensitive. So that's how you get kind of this like no cycle CapEx setup.
So they all have fortress balance sheets, basically, is what you're saying.
Up cap. I think down cap is where you have a little bit of the fundamental problem. That's where, like, look at how the Russell and like S&P 600 behave today. Like that was actually ugly. You're not talking about your 45th record high on small cap. You're talking about, well, that actually outperformed for once when you see small caps work. They have fundamental headwinds. They need lower rates and an early cycle growth environment to be really structural winners.
What about mid caps?
Mid-cap seed, that gets kind of interesting because they're, again, the in-between.
Yeah,
mid, there we go. But there are a lot of mid-cap growth names that fall into these non-AI types of themes. That's where you can find the interesting cyclical plays tied to electrification. That's where you can find some good infrastructure stocks. That's where you can even find some of the water names, a theme that people just kind of threw out. But we think.
What's water names? What
so think
not
names
utilities.
Like, not utilities, but the cyclicals like the pumps, the valves, the sanitation, the treatment, all of that infrastructure in the background. Again, cyclical, but tied to a secular trend of having to use water more efficiently. All those themes get really interesting.
You mentioned the AI story. The AI theme will still have room to play out, but it's going to look different than what it did in the first round. How does that spread to the mid cap or the small cap, or are we not there yet?
I think it'll get there. Right now, we're kind of at like the enablers phase, and we're working back in the value chain. So everyone gets the semi story. Then utilities kind of caught that bid, and then you start seeing HVAC names get picked up into that. So I think that trade is in place. We really do like the semis. We think that pullback and the expectation, like earnings expectations and revisions, actually moving higher there, give you conviction. What's next? The next leg of that trade is going to be the users. So that could be the software companies properly monetizing it. That could be cyclical businesses starting to tie AI in. There's big defense companies, there's big farming companies that no longer sell you bullets and tractors, they sell you smart technologies to go with those.
I'm literally taking notes. That's what I've been doing since you've been here because it's really super smart. Before I let you go, a theme on that are utilities and power players, right? On the one hand, sensitive to rates, on the one hand, sort of defensive, on the other hand, exposed to this sort of cyclical / structural move in the AI space. What do you think of utilities?
This is actually an underweight for us and probably a contrarian call.
Okay.
Because here's the problem. We think they're going to have all these fundamental tailwinds. The market's pricing in huge upside to growth for regulated companies that can't really generate that. And then when we talk about defense, the beautiful thing about Min Vol is when the markets go down, it should go down less. The only time that doesn't work is when defensives are really, really expensive. Their beta goes up just like the market. So we don't think the defensives actually give you market defense. We think cyclicals and value cyclicals give you valuation defense for the market.
So smart. This was like the
Are
best
you done taking notes
conversation.
now?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm all set. I'll send it to myself on MSG. All right, thanks so much, Drew. Really appreciate it. It was such a pleasure. Thank you so much, Drew Pettit, Director of U.S. Equity Strategy over at Citi. That was like the perfect breakdown on kind of the idea of how to understand the beat and the raise and what the bar is and how that measures in to overall valuation. Another headline, guess how much is the money market funds right now?
What was it before? 6.5 trillion, something like that?
Oh, well, now you spoiled it. It's 6.47 trillion.
Oh, okay.
So it keeps moving
up.
higher.
Yes.
You round it up.
And it's a record number, right?
Right, but it's a record number, and it keeps moving. We keep waiting for that money to come out. It's not.
I think you said all along that money's not coming out. People like making what they're making in interest.
I might have been talking my own book with that, but yes, I've been saying this.
All right, there you have the closing bells. You have an equity market that is in decline today, giving back some of the, or I should say, really building on what we've seen this week, which is, back and forth, adding and filling, backing and filling, and again, down 0.2% for the S&P 500. The Dow Industrial is losing about 60 points. The Nasdaq, little change at this point, off by 0.1%, and the Russell 2000, the underperformer here, losing 0.6%. After inflation data that showed prices are a little bit hotter than anticipated for the month of September, complicating the Fed's efforts to cut interest rates. So here now to help break down the market close is Bloomberg News' Vonnie Quinn, Bailey Lipschultz, and Jess Mention. It is a roundtable. Guys, welcome.
This is a fiber, guys. I don't think we've ever done this before.
Love having you here. A lot of movement here, and certainly you got to look past the actual indexes. But Vonnie, when you look at the sector performances, what's showing up as best performers?
It's really interesting, Scarlett, because it was another choppy day, right? And there were a lot of stocks that were lower in the S&P 500, but it was really the energy stocks that performed highest in the S&P, and that's because you obviously saw WTI and Brent put on another 3.7% or so. Geopolitical risks coming to the fore again. It's not quite clear if investors are undecided what to concentrate on or if they're all taking different kinds of positions.
Yeah, and the individual stocks really much reflected that, but it felt very idiosyncratic, honestly, if you look at some of the top winners and top losers. Bailey, you get the benefit job today. You get the gainers.
The gainers, Alex. Okay, earlier in the week when I was on radio with you and Paul, I was trying to come up with an acronym for activist.
Yes, Activist Monday.
Activist Monday didn't work.
No.
So
Activist
now
Monday.
today,
Yeah, it didn't work. It failed.
We're talking about selling yourself Thursday, which is not catchy. I'm still workshopping it.
Turbo Thursday.
Let's workshop that.
Yeah, workshop. I'll go back to the whiteboard.
On sale Thursday. Okay, go ahead.
But calling out aircraft parts maker Triumph Group said to explore a sale. We saw shares jump after that Bloomberg News report, 21%, best day since December 2023, still well below its recent highs, but shares spiking after that report, basically saying those conversations are still early on in the kind of game, but also calling out the fact that the aerospace and defense industry on the rise, deal making. You spin out companies, you acquire companies, you sop it back up within private equity and bring it up public maybe a few years later. But another company that also is said to be exploring a sale is GXO Logistics.
Oh, I see what you're doing here.
Spin-off from XPO. I only have two, though. I wish I had three. This coming after Bloomberg. Also breaking news that the company is said to explore potentially selling itself. We saw a couple actual banks coming out saying this could be a company that would be acquired potentially by private equity, just given the logistics space. Again, I think it's kind of funny that you get spun out and then you end up getting acquired by private equity. It feels like only the bankers and lawyers really make money off
That's kind of the consistent truth of Wall Street, right?
But that keeps going. And one fun one, not sales related, is Celsius, the energy drink maker, rallying the most since February. This coming after Stifel positive note on convenience store outlooks. So energy drinks, Celsius, Monster. People are buying energy drinks when they go running errands, pit stop to get gas. Why not go get something that probably makes your heart beat way too quick?
Also, it's midterm season for college students, so you got to chug that Celsius.
Wait, midterms already?
Yeah. Well, my son's taking his midterms.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I've never had one of those. I'm totally scared.
A midterm or a Celsius?
No, Celsius. Definitely had midterms. Although, to be fair, it was a long time ago. All right, decliners. Jess, it's all on you.
Unfortunately, I have the losers for today, but I'll have to point out what's happening with solar stocks because they're the top 2 worst decliners in the S&P 500 on a percent basis. So what happened here? First Solar dropping 9%. It's its worst day since June 28th earlier this year. Jefferies, unfortunately, it cut its price target on the stock from $271 to $266. They still have a buy rating on the stock, though, but they are concerned about the short-term effect of where the outlook is for how much more that stock is headed. If you look at TAN, that's the ETF that tracks the solar stocks in the S&P 500, that was also lower today, too, when you're looking at that. Also, Sunrun down almost 7%, worst day since September 3rd. Enphase Energy, another company in that space, also getting pressured, just given the downgrade there. Then I want to move over, of course, we always have to talk about what's happening in the chip space because I wanted to bring up what's happening with AMD in particular, because obviously this is another bellwether when you are looking at that corner of the market, down about 4%, worst day since September 3rd. And it's interesting because they actually have an event right now related to AI in San Francisco. They were rolling out what they're trying to compete with when it comes to NVIDIA and the Blackwell type chip. So they have a new one that's coming out, an MI325X update, new version for this is supposed to be out in the 4th quarter of this year. Then they have some other updates that are going to be happening next year as well. But what's interesting is this stock in particular over the past month has been up close to about 14%. So it may have kind of front run and outperformed some of the other chip makers. So that's why it might be kind of a sell the news moment. But wanted to bring up NVIDIA because right now with its latest gains today, it's actually only about 0.6% off of that all-time high that we would have seen back in June. And that was right when it had the stock split and started coming back in a little bit. So you are seeing NVIDIA come back here and could potentially, propel the
You snuck a gainer in there.
Yeah, I did. I had to kind of compliment it with something with that, some positivity there.
It's fair enough. I just want to hit on the bond market, guys, real quick. So it was a kind of bizarre day in the bond market because it was digesting that CPI data, right? You had initial jobless claims rising more than expected. Then you had that disinflation narrative kind of off the table when it comes to inflation. That was reflected in the bond market. You saw buying in the front end, selling in the back end. We had a 30-year auction, which actually went pretty okay. And just in these last few moments have we seen that 10-year kind of turn around and now ending the day flat. But nonetheless, it's still a steeper curve in the world. But, it's like, how are we leading it? What's leading that steeper curve that I feel like is a head scratcher?
And when it comes down to it, not a whole lot of movement except at the very short end, right? The 2-year moving down 5 basis points, but you look at the 10-year and the 20-year, it's like nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so one of the stories that we're paying attention to, of course, has to do with inflation. And I thought it was really interesting that there are a lot of fine dining restaurants that are no longer sharing details like their menu or how much things cost. And these are hot restaurants. What? And the idea is that you just have to trust the chef. Like, they're a big name restaurant, so just come in and trust us, not put blindfold on, but essentially go in and we will serve you and you will eat what we serve you and you will enjoy it.
I feel like I always end up being disappointed if I feel like I didn't get enough food. If it's one of those, there's multiple course meals and then afterwards I feel like, okay, I'm still hungry and I want to go up and get something else. So sometimes I'm a little skeptical if I can't look at the menu
Well, the one thing
beforehand.
that can be difficult about it is if you don't know what you're going to be paying in advance.
Exactly.
There's no
Yeah.
prices. But the funny thing is the more expensive it is, the more I'm quite happy to let them decide everything for me. And if I know nothing about it, then I'm almost happier. If it's a cheaper restaurant, I sort of want to have a look beforehand, perhaps, to see what's on the menu and what the decor is like.
You're mentally prepared to just spend a lot of money.
See, I'll eat anything, but to that point, when I see market price, I always so is that a market price with 2 figures, or are we talking 3? Because
Just
once we
give
go
me,
above,
like,
I'm
the
not really-
ballpark.
Give me a guesstimate. Just keep it in a
Tell me the number of digits here.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, here was a fun one. Well, maybe not. So I'm a homeowner, right? So I have a different perspective with this. But apparently, when you take a look at New York City rents, they've come down, and I put it in quotes because I feel like the median is still like $4,200 a month, and I have no idea what you're getting for something like that.
All I know, Alex, is that your interest rate is far lower than mine is. What is it again?
Bailey is like a new homeowner.
What's yours again?
7 and 8.
I'm so sorry.
I'm looking at refi. I'm talking refi.
He's working on it.
Wait until a 5 handle. Don't refi yet.
Oh, that's my strategy. But then I saw rates pop back up by
No, they're going to go down. Do not refi with a 6 handle. That is crazy. But I think my point is that if you have a structural issue when it comes to housing, it's going to be hard to see how rents materially come down.
Well, I'm a millennial, so luckily somehow I was able to score a rent-stabilized apartment, but it took years in order to get that there. So
You're
I'm
never
kind of
moving, are you?
No, probably not. But they're trying to push us out. They shut off our gas for at one point last year. I think they're trying to work this, but I'm not going to go down without a fight.
Such a New York story.
It
Don't we
is.
always know somebody in a rent stabilized place.
I live in a rent stabilized apartment. I was hoping it was gonna be those one that's like goes condo and I get it for like 100,000. I get to like sell it for 8.
Exactly. So I have to let this go out and try to hope for the best here.
Anyone else moving out of your building?
I know everyone.
No, you want to pay more? Go for it.
That's such a New York approach, right? All right. Thank you to everyone involved. Bailey Lipschultz, Jess Menton, Alex Steele, you're taking off. Thank you for taking us through the closing bell. Vonnie Quinn stays with us, and coming up in the next hour, AMD CEO Lisa Su sits down with Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow to discuss the unveiling of their newest chip. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
We felt strongly that there has been an opportunity for there to be an experience on mobile that is centered around gamers. Like, we talk a lot about how there's 3 billion gamers in the world. 2 of those billion play on mobile, and half of those actually play on mobile and they play on another device. But there isn't actually a gaming platform and store experience that is centered around players and goes truly across device, where who you are, your library, your identity, your rewards, that travels with you versus being locked to a single ecosystem. And we've recognized that opportunity for a long time, but we wanted to make sure that anything we built was really grounded in people who play those mobile native games and the creators of them. And so being joined with a team that has real deep expertise in mobile was important to us.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
A lot of things we've done which I think are bad, whether you're Democrat or Republican, or you support, it's often done in the name of good, have hurt the lower 20%. They're dying younger, their income didn't go up for 20 years. They're the ones who have more crime-ridden neighborhoods, their schools don't work. I think we have to be very clear-headed about how we can accomplish what we want to accomplish to lift up all of America.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to The Close. I'm Scarlett Fu. And I'm Vonnie Quinn. And Scarlett, let's take a look at where those markets closed out the day. We have the S&P 500 still very close to its record, but down 0.2% in today's session, just 12 points. It was a pretty choppy session. We were actually positive there for a second around midday, but we, again, down 11 points at the finish. Most sectors were lower. We did have some energy companies higher off the back of crude oil rising, and also a few information technology companies and just the odd company here and there higher. And to that, I wanted to point out the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, because most of the stocks there were down. A very choppy week for the semiconductors. AMD, for example, the worst performer in the stocks, but NVIDIA continued with its rally. Now, we did have a little blip yesterday with NVIDIA down just very slightly, but it resumed its rally. It's up something like, I would say, 13.5% at this point in the last 7 sessions. The 10-year yield was the one that moved more than the 2-year yield. At one point, we were at 4.10. Now we're back up to 4.06. That curve steepening. And then again, crude. We are just barely below $76 a barrel. Right now, the Israeli Security Council is meeting, and we will bring you any news that we get out of that, should we get any. Scarlett.
All right, let's follow on some of the sectors that you mentioned and take a look at AMD. Down 4% on the day after unveiling new chips at an event, which they say will exceed some of the capabilities of rival NVIDIA's chips. We will have a sit-down with AMD's CEO, Lisa Su, later in the hour. Meantime, Vonnie mentioned energy stocks. XLE is the ETF that tracks those big-cap energy names, higher by 0.7%, but it's really the trend over the last 10 days or so. The stock, the ETF, I should say, has gained for 9 days out of the last 10. And, of course, getting a big helping hand from the rise in oil prices, even though their earnings prospects index have dimmed. According to Bloomberg Intelligence, analysts now anticipate a 23% drop in third quarter earnings for the energy sector in their profits. That is more than 4 times the decline expected just 3 months ago. So those estimates have been coming down fairly rapidly. And that brings me to our top story this hour. Look for a rare earnings split in the third quarter results. According to Bloomberg Intelligence, analysts keep lowering the bar for S&P 500 companies' earnings, while their management's guidance implies a stronger outlook. That is a sign that companies should easily top estimates when they do report. Earnings season kicks off tomorrow before the market opens, when the big banks publish their results in the morning. Bonnie?
Scarlett, that's absolutely right. JP Morgan and Wells Fargo set to report tomorrow morning. And our next guest writes that it's a, quote, slow but stable operating environment for the banks. Chris Kotowski, Managing Director and Senior Analyst at Oppenheimer, joins us now. So, Chris, I feel like for the last several quarters, we've been looking for, a fairly plain vanilla quarter maybe from each bank, and we've got surprises along the way. If it's supposed to be a plain vanilla quarter this quarter, then what surprises should we expect?
Well, I mean, for the most part, you've gotten pretty stable results. And, if you think about it, it's extraordinary. You had a 500 basis point increase in rates in late 2022 and early 23. And you kind of would have thought maybe the economy would slam on the brakes. And that didn't happen. What happened is the American corporations and consumers, they kind of lifted their foot off the gas, but they didn't slam on the brakes. And so what you've seen throughout is that loan growth is very slow. It's like 2%. But it's positive, right? And it's not like all of a sudden corporations are trimming inventories and laying off people or anything like that. So it has, for the most part, for the big banks at least, been reasonably stable and steady. There was, of course, a flurry of concern after the failure of Silicon Valley, right? And who's next and all that. But there are many reasons to think that was an outlier. And if you look at the big banks, for the most part, they benefited greatly from that increase in rates. On average, there was like roughly a 30% increase in the net interest income from the banking system. And then we gave back about 8% of that. But we're still in a much better place than we were a couple of years ago.
So when it comes down to it, when you're looking at the results for the third quarter, what do you think will be more revealing at the end of the day? The bread and butter lending business that you mentioned, or capital markets performance?
Well, the capital markets performance, I think, is still on the come. I mean, if you look at the key items there are equity underwriting and M&A, right? Those are the kind of key sentiment indicators. They're still down, 20% plus from 2018 and 19. And if you think about it, it's extraordinary because nominal GDP is more than a third higher. So if in relation to the real economy, it's like really slow still. And and I still think that's on the come. In addition to the banks, I also cover a lot of the alternative asset managers like Blackstone and KKR and so on. And, they have a lot of dry powder. They have a lot of companies that they've owned for a long time that they're looking to sell at some point. And, the rate environment is stable now. I don't think rates need to go down a lot. As long as they don't go up, I think then people can start planning on, okay, this is the cost of capital, and I think the economy is mainly adjusted to that.
So 2 slices of life tomorrow with Wells Fargo and JP Morgan. I have to ask the stock question. JP Morgan up 25% year to date, Wells Fargo up 17%. Are the gains in, even if we see relatively okay results?
What do you mean the gains in?
Do we go higher?
So if you look at the group overall, and I've stopped comparing it to the S&P 500 because the S&P 500 multiple just keeps on going up and up and up.
Thanks to tech, yeah.
Thanks to tech. And so we've started comparing it to the equal-weighted S&P 500, which is like 26 percentage points cheaper than the S&P, than the regular S&P. And if you look at it based on that, banks are currently around 67% relative PE to the equal-weighted, and their like 10-year average is about 73. So they're still a little cheap. They're not dramatically cheap, but they're still a little cheap, and I think it's an okay place to be. And neither of those two would be my favorites. I personally think the best play for the next 6 months would be the investment banking-oriented names, Goldman, Jefferies, and that's because I still think that rebound in capital markets is in front of us.
Interesting.
Rather than behind us.
So the other thing we want to watch for is after the big banks report the results is a borrowing binge. According to JP Morgan, the 6 biggest banks will borrow anywhere from 20 to 24 billion after they post results. How do you read into this? I mean, that's going to be more than the 15 billion they've raised in previous Octobers over the last decade. Is there something more to this, or is this just a case of them being opportunistic about raising money?
It's probably a combination of that, and remember also the regulators have just been pushing capital and liquidity, and as I said, I cover the alternative asset managers, and as a result of kind of the regulators' restrictive view on banks and the costs they've put on the banks, the credit markets there are ripping and roaring, and the banks are doing a lot of things just to satisfy their regulators. So I'm not sure that there's anything fundamental to read into that.
All right, fantastic. Chris, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us on the eve of bank earnings.
Great, thank you for having me.
Chris Kotowski is Managing Director and Senior Analyst at Oppenheimer. Coming up, we've got the top three movers and shakers at the center of the day's big stories. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
The ultimate goal is what everybody talks about. Europe needs stronger banks. Europe needs cross-border. Europe needs banks that are capable to support its industry and the development of Europe so that we are an economic bloc that can hold its own against the US and China.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday at 9 a.m. only on Bloomberg.
Everyone has an opinion on the FTC chair, Lina Khan. Traders, investors, CEOs, and politicians. She is the subject of this week's Big Take. The youngest ever FTC chair has toughened merger oversight and taken on non-competes, among other things. And now she's hinting there's more to come if she gets another term. Bloomberg Business Week's Max Chafkin joins us now. And that is a big if. And there's been a lot of fighting words around, her fate. AOC recently made some comments saying there's going to be a brawl if Kamala Harris decides to remove Lina Khan.
Yeah, and this is some inter-Democratic Party sort of back and forth, because Mark Cuban earlier had essentially criticized Lina Khan. AOC coming out saying, no, I don't think so, Mark Cuban. So what's happening is Lina Khan is extremely polarizing. You're seeing essentially the parts of the left and parts of the right kind of being behind her, and then sort of the middle of the political spectrum, which includes a lot of business folks, feeling very aggrieved, feeling like she has gone too far, is quashing too many mergers, has been too friendly to unions, and so on. And it's kind of an interesting political moment.
Well, there's been an interesting development among conservatives conservatives, right? Especially Silicon Valley conservatives, who many of them now see the big tech companies as the enemy.
Right, and Lina Khan kind of splits that group to some extent. So you have like a lot of people in Silicon Valley very mad at the Biden administration over crypto because of Gary Gensler, and then there's another contingent that's mad because they feel like they can't get deals done, and that is the Lina Khan. Those are the people who are angry at Lina Khan. They feel like by stopping like a handful of these big mergers, or trying to stop in some cases, she has made it harder for VCs to get exits. As one VC put it, she's breaking the venture capital business. There's another issue, which is that she has not taken the tone that they would especially like, and she's kind of come to embody something that they perceive about the Biden administration as a whole, which is that it's been more hostile, less willing to kind of, I don't know, like kowtow or sort of contort itself to fit their interests than past administrations. And we've seen that on the Trump side as well, right? Trump going around saying he's going to jail Mark Zuckerberg. So there's a feeling in parts of Silicon Valley, right, that like they had a lot of purchase in Washington and now they don't anymore.
Right. What is Lina Khan's backstory here? I mean, what's her philosophy be guiding her as she, comes through as this very tough FTC chair that, this agency, let's face it, was kind of, all bark and no bite.
Super interesting backstory. So she is often described as an academic, but that kind of misses it because she was really a law student before she became the FTC chair. Yeah. And she became famous for writing this paper while she was in law school that essentially argued that Amazon was an illegal monopoly. And in the past, regulators had looked at Amazon and said, low prices, that's good. Lina Khan says, no, we got to look closer at that. You got to see the impact on businesses, small businesses, of course, which have complained about Amazon, workers, and even consumers. And so she brought this whole new way of looking at antitrust that has been applicable in a world where they have these big tech platforms, which often have low prices or even free products, but impose other costs on society.
Same background as J.D. Vance, no less.
Yeah,
to an extent.
Yale Law, and J.D. Vance, strangely, even though she's a Democrat, even though she's beloved by members of the squad, by AOC, J.D. Vance has praised her. So she does create this interesting wedge politically, and because of that, it's very hard to know what would happen. I think if Trump is elected, it's very likely he would try to appoint his own FTC chair. Yeah. But I don't know that that person is going to pursue policies that are as radically different from what Lina Khan does than some would hope.
When you're very far right or very far left, sometimes the two end up meeting because it's a circle. Matt Chafkin of Bloomberg Business Week, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Great story in Business Week about Lina Khan, and it is our big take today. All right, let's move on now to our top three, where we name drop the people driving some of the day's most talked about stories. And first up is Rafael Nadal, the tennis legend, retiring at the end of the season. He says he will hang up his racket after next month's Davis Cup finals. He's won 22 Grand Slam titles, 14 at the French Open.
Isn't it insane? And even with all of that, he's only the second biggest earner of all time. Isn't that insane, Scarlett? A massive amount of money. And when it comes to what he's going to do next, well, he is going to continue playing, at least for now. He's off to Saudi Arabia in a few weeks to play a big tournament, and he's also going to be competing against Djokovic in that. So it's not the end of the Djokovic-Nadal
rivalry, yeah.
But, maybe he'll start some kind of a company and we can have him in.
I have no doubts that he's going to move on to do something like that. All right, who are you watching?
Well, I was watching Taylor Swift because she donated another $5 million, and of course she is fantastic at doing this. But when it came to the hurricane, she donated another $5 million to Feeding America, and goodness knows all of the states that are hit by the hurricane need it.
And by the way, she's hoping to perform in Florida next week too. The Eras Tour still going on. It's scheduled to begin at Miami Gardens on October 18th. So
yeah, let's hope it can go ahead.
All right, rounding out the top three is Ethel Kennedy, the widow of Robert F. Kennedy. She's died at age 96 from complications related to a stroke. You know how people say behind every successful man, there's a woman supporting him?
Yes.
Ethel Kennedy.
She is the embodiment of that. And I have to point out that apparently Starlight from Taylor Swift's album Red back in 2012 is about Ethel's relationship with Robert F. Kennedy. Isn't that incredible?
Interesting.
With Bobby Kennedy, yeah.
Well, she became a widow at age 40, and she has moved on to do incredible things. A big philanthropist, and obviously her family is, such a stalwart in Democratic politics.
11 children. Can you believe that? And basically all on her own, along with her maid and her, constant companion for those years that managed to help her bring those kids up as well.
All right, rest in peace, Ethel Kennedy, passing away at the age of 96.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep rain World Cup. This is a 3
As the economic picture
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
In just a few hours, Elon Musk will unveil Tesla's autonomous taxi prototypes. Though Tesla has kept the final design of the robo-taxi under wraps, the car is expected to have 2 front seats and 2 butterfly doors in the back. This comes as we near the anniversary of Tesla's Cybertruck delivery event. Joining us now with what more we can expect from tonight's event is Bloomberg's Dana Hull, who covers Tesla and Musk. Dana, you've seen a few of these unveilings. Should we expect any surprises tonight?
Oh, for sure. I mean, the expectations are so high for the company, given the run-up in the stock since they announced that they were unveiling a robotaxi, that I think there's got to be a one more thing, or the announcement that, you know, FSD is expanding to other locations. I mean, they've got to do something besides just show off a vehicle. They've got to give people rides, too.
Okay, so what are we likely to hear from Musk? What are we likely to not get? Because there's going to be a lot of generalities and promises made, but maybe not a whole lot of details.
Well, we don't really, the truth is that we don't really know. I mean, what Ed and I have reported is that we are expecting to see a vehicle that has 2 kind of butterfly wing doors that open up. I would expect to see more than one vehicle. I think that part of the reason why this event was delayed from August to October is that they want to have several vehicles on site at this event so that investors and analysts can get rides in them. I expect that we'll probably see Optimus, the robot, make some kind of an appearance. We're going to hear Elon talk about AI. And then there's the whole question of FSD Supervised, which is the software that Tesla customers can currently buy, and some progress on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. It was Elon himself, apparently, according to your reporting and Ed's reporting, that put this off because he wanted other things done, or at least that's what he said. Dana, you point out in your most recent story that NVIDIA trades at 36 times forward earnings. Tesla is actually trading at 83 times forward earnings, which seems insane, but to some extent, it almost doesn't matter, right? This is just a key man risk type company, and if Elon is still in investors' good books, then they'll keep buying the stock, except for today.
Well, I just think that it's important for people to realize what's happening globally. I mean, there is huge interest in autonomy, particularly in China. And, you know, as electric vehicles become more commonplace and every other automaker is now making an electric vehicle, Tesla wants to differentiate itself. And going full in on autonomy is a way to kind of keep that tech multiple for the firm.
You know, Dana, Vani had mentioned that this comes as we get closer to the anniversary of the Cybertruck event, the delivery event, and that has not been a real game changer for Tesla in terms of really moving the needle on sales or profit. Are we anticipating that at some point the robotaxi will do just that, or is it going to be, you know, one of those things that it spends a lot of money on and is a leader in the space, but, you know, may not really show up in the bottom line?
Well, the Cybertruck event was similar. I mean, the event that you're referring to where they shattered the glass, that was similar. That was an unveiling. It wasn't a delivery event. But yeah, it usually takes a long time for these things to actually get into the market in high volume production. I mean, we know that Tesla is still not delivering that many Cybertrucks. I do see more and more of them around, but it's nowhere near like, you know, Ford F-150 volumes by any stretch. But I think it's all about, like, you know, Tesla investors tend to be pretty long term. I mean, they are in this for where is the company going to be 10 years from now, 5 years from now. It's not the type of trade that short-term people are really in. And, you know, if you believe Elon, you believe that he'll eventually get there.
All right, good stuff. Dana, thank you so much. Dana Hull of Bloomberg News, who covers Tesla and Elon Musk ahead of this evening's robo-taxi event, the unveiling. It's happening at 7 p.m. Pacific time, Bonnie, 10 p.m. New York time.
Yes, it's something that, you know, a lot of people will wait up for. I'm not sure.
Musk superfans in particular. All right, let's take a look at how markets closed on the day. We had a decline here in the S&P 500, Dow, and NASDAQ, in fact. And this is as inflation data came out that showed prices are still rising and kind of moving in the wrong direction, certainly as given the disinflation narrative that's really taken hold.
Certainly for things like food and goods and so on, Scarlett, but I tell you, the Fed will have taken some heart out of the fact that shelter costs did come down in that inflation figure. So while overall inflation did go up, the part that was most mystifying to the Fed, and Jerome Powell said this at the last FOMC meeting, was the shelter costs weren't going down, and they did in this particular report.
And NYMEX crude moving up by more than 3%. Traders remain on edge, waiting for some kind of response to the Iran missile attacks. This is the close on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely Lyons deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Yeah, I think that it would be irresponsible for us to ignore the AI revolution. I think that as much as there is a lot of short-term hype, I think long-term it has the potential to be transformative. And so we are spending a lot of time thinking about what elements of it are structurally have barriers to entry. And so there is a winner-take-all element to that and which don't. And it seems to me that things like chips, things like infrastructure of, you know, and systems has a little bit of that because NVIDIA is so far ahead, it's expensive to catch up. There's, you know, the technology that it requires to build these chips are sort of based in Taiwan. What we're seeing is that some of the apps and some of the applications, there are no barriers to entry, right? Like it's fairly easy to come up with, and I don't mean to belittle the complexity of it, but there are not moats around those things like they used to. So I think that there is less of a winner take all in that space. You're gonna have to earn that spot, whereas it'll be fun to watch what happens. And I think there's gonna be a lot of money burned in the process because somebody will develop something and a fast follower will come along and make it better and cheaper because data gets cheaper and more pervasive, and it's gonna be easy for new players to come in and do interesting things. So I think we wait and we see.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street. We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
Millions of Floridians are assessing the damage put forth by Hurricane Milton after the storm barreled across the state, causing widespread flooding and destroying hundreds of homes. The Florida State Board of Administration said it expects a quick and solid rebuilding process for residents with flood and hurricane insurance. Bloomberg surveillance hosts Jonathan Ferro and Lisa Abramowitz caught up with him earlier this morning. It's part of today's Muni Moment.
Florida carries insurance. In the case of the state of North Carolina, Asheville alone only had 248 flood policies. But most people would think, why do I need to have flood insurance while I live in North Carolina? So in the case of the state of Florida, we're much better covered. We have much more of an insurance blanket over the state of Florida. So again, there will be challenges, there will be rebuilding, but to me, nobody does recovery better than the state of Florida. And this is what we'll do. We will take one foot in front of the other, and we'll continue to build back our cities and our communities.
Jimmy, of course, there will be some residents worried about their property taxes, worried about their finances. With the experience of Hurricane Ian, can you just walk us through, for the people who aren't aware of this, how the rebate system actually works down in Florida?
Well, I think the reality that people have to let sink in is look, it costs more per square foot to build a house today than it did 5 years ago. So the cost of construction is going to change when it comes. So some people will be underinsured. Some people will sell their homes as is. They'll cash out. They'll move into another community. When Hurricane Michael hit my hometown, my neighborhood, everybody had aged out. So what a lot of them did is they cashed out, took their money, and they moved closer to their grandkids or their kids. So again, this will be some of the similar type of response we'll have of this. St. Lucie County, where one of the tornadoes hit, was a retirement community. I'm sure a number of those families will probably look at other alternatives as they receive a large payout from their insurance company, and they may just decide to pick a different place to live closer to family.
Jimmy, do you think that just in general, there's going to be kind of a migration in Florida away from some of these areas that have gotten hit, as you said, as people age out, decide to shift elsewhere?
On the contrary, it's amazing the type of land rush that takes place after a storm. You will have all of those that saying, you know what, again, I've aged out, I'm gonna move out, but there are people lined up down the street and around the corner that will buy back in those coastal communities. They will build up, they'll build to the higher building codes, and they will make the necessary investments to be able to enjoy what's beautiful about living on the Gulf Coast or the Atlantic coast. But you would think that, but it's amazing the type of land rush that happens immediately after a storm.
And that was the Bloomberg surveillance team speaking with the Florida State Board of Administration's CFO, Jimmy Petronis. Our next guest weighing in on this hurricane season, writing, it may still end up being a fairly normal season in terms of quantity, but on a heating planet, normal is increasingly dangerous. Mark Gongloff of Bloomberg Opinion joins us now. And Mark, thank you so much for taking the time. It's clear that there's no such thing as normal anymore when it comes to the hurricane season or even a normal storm, not when everything seems to qualify as a once in a generation or once every 1,000-year storms. And they develop super quickly and are often back to back. How are you thinking about this as you kind of tally up the costs of everything?
Yeah, the difference between storm seasons now and storm seasons, say, 20, 30 years ago is you don't see more hurricanes than usual because of climate change. What you do see is that when the conditions are right for hurricanes, the storms tend to be supercharged. We've seen it at least 3 times this year with Beryl, which hit Texas really hard, and then Helene and Milton, back-to-back storms. All 3 of them spun up really fast, got really strong, really big, and dumped a whole bunch of water in a lot of places. And that makes these storms much more destructive. It makes them riskier in terms of lives. We lost a lot of lives in Helene. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be too bad after Milton, but the level of destruction could still be pretty high there too, just because of the sheer amount of energy that these storms are putting out now.
And Mark, as you point out in your column, they're hitting places you never would have thought were vulnerable, like Appalachia, for example. Is that now what we can look forward to for the rest of the season? Because after all, you know, we're going from an El Nino into a La Nina, and that's what usually happens.
Well, hopefully the season will start to calm down a little bit. I mean, one of the interesting things about this season is, in terms of raw numbers of hurricanes, people expected it to be very high because of La Nina and because the ocean waters are at record highs. They thought that those 2 factors would combine to produce a bunch of hurricanes. La Nina didn't show up for a long time, and it's only barely started. And that's one issue that's like tamped down on the number of hurricanes. And we are getting late in the season. Typically, right around now is when we get sort of a second peak, but it's really going down until the end of November. So we may not see more of these monsters. There's nothing on the map right now, but we should see some more hurricanes. But again, you know, the issue is that they are going to, when they do again show up, they do reach places, as you say, like Appalachia, Asheville, North Carolina. A lot of people considered that a climate haven, and in fact, there are a lot of climate scientists living there. There's a weather station there with a bunch of data that was shut down for weeks because of the storm, and so a lot of people were taken by surprise by this storm, and we have to rethink what a haven means to us.
Well, let's hope we've seen the worst of it for this year. Mark, your opinion column's always a fascinating read. Mark Gongloff there of Bloomberg Opinion. This is Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta. And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
If you look at private equity just as one piece of the institutional equity market, there are 3 times as many dollars invested than uninvested, right? So you have about $3.5 trillion in the ground that needs to get resolved versus about $1.5 trillion that's wanting to be invested. So if you're a private equity manager, you're trying to decide, do I take my capital and put it into my existing portfolio to either defend what I own or to try to grow it and create more value? Or do I use some, to your point, some creative financing to extend the duration or the runway of what I own and then try to put the capital into the new market environment? And everyone's taking a different approach. It's a function of where you are in your life cycle. Everyone is dealing with that. Even the highest performing PE firms, you're seeing slower fundraising. And in this deal environment, you have to start thinking creatively about how to get liquidity back to your investors.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart the European trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market moving.
Please get your free Bloomberg. Use it. Presentation on the studio stage over there later today that this company Kubrick is doing, or Kubrick, I forget, but it's a play on Stanley Kubrick's name. If you want to find out anything about how AI is being used in production, I would go check that out. I want to thank our curators. I think we've done maybe 3 of the 4. They've led some great sessions. I stood in on my friend Matt's, and he was excellent. And then while this is getting cleaned up, we're going to give you a little teaser of Emily's show. She hosts a show called The Circuit. She has done just a tremendous job booking guests. And I think this one is a clip of her with Mark Zuckerberg.
For the next generation of technology, I want us to build and have more control over the next set of platforms that we're going to build. So I think AI is a critical one, and I think augmented and virtual reality is another critical one. It's kind of the way that we can control our own destiny on this and make sure that we have access to leading AI is by building it and having it become an industry standard, but it actually gets stronger by being able to share it and have the ecosystem around it.
You're continuing to improve Meta AI across all of your products, but also as a standalone chatbot. Why should we use Meta over ChatGPT?
Well, there's a bunch of things where it's better. You know, one of the things that we're rolling out soon is the ability to just like imagine stuff. You're typing something in real time. I do this with my daughters all the time. And as you're kind of typing and entering the query, it's just generating the images as you enter the keystrokes. It's just really cool. My goal for the Meta AI launch, which I mean, it's only really a few months old at this point, was to, by the end of the year, have Meta AI be the most used AI assistant in the world. And I think we're basically on track for that. I mean, there's hundreds of millions of people who are using it.
By the end of this year?
Yeah, and I think we're going to be there before the end of the year.
So you're releasing Llama 3.1, this family of models, big and small, including the biggest open source model ever, 405 billion parameters.
Yeah.
What does that jump unlock?
I actually think the main thing that people are going to do, especially because it's open source, is use it as a teacher to train smaller models that they use in different applications. If you just think about like all the startups out there, or all the enterprises, or even governments that are trying to do different things, they probably all need to, at some level, build custom models for what they're doing. And it's really hard to do that with closed systems out there, whether that's OpenAI or Gemini, Google's thing, or whatever. And this is like, it gets to a pretty core part of our philosophy is we don't believe there's going to be like one AI to rule them all. Our vision is that there's going to be millions or just billions of different models out there.
So not one God, but many? Is that the way to think about it?
I do think that to some degree, if you're like an organization and you think you're going to create like this one super intelligence, it does have this feel to me of like people trying to create a God. And that's just, I find that both the wrong way to look at it, but just also very unappealing. You know, there's almost 200 million creators on our platforms. They all are trying to build their community. People want to interact with them. There aren't enough hours in the day. Like, I want to make it so that every single one of them can easily train like an AI version of themselves that they can make it what they want. So it's almost like a kind of artistic artifact that they're putting out there for their community that allows their community to interact with them, but also gives them control over how that interaction happens.
Facebook and you have been blamed for a lot of things, whether you agree or not. Why should we trust you with AI?
Well, it's a loaded question. We have gotten blamed for a lot of things. And I mean, look, I take our role in all this stuff seriously, and I think we've tried to handle all this as well as possible. I'm not sure that it's all been fair, but like, I'd like to think that we're an important and relevant company, so I think the scrutiny is generally healthy. One of the defining things around open source is that anyone can scrutinize the work. And because of that, I think it just puts a lot of pressure to make sure that the quality of the work that you're doing gets better really quickly.
Please welcome to the stage Pilar Savon, Executive Vice President of Production and Development at Simpson Street, and Kerry Washington, actor, producer, director, and founder of Simpson Street, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Emily Chang.
Keep it going. Come on. It's Kerry Washington. Thank you. Thank you both for being here. Even the stage manager downstairs was like, she's Olivia Dampope, for God's sakes. Everyone's really excited you're both here. So
we're excited to be here. Thank you for having us.
You know, I want to start with the state of Hollywood, which has been a theme for the last couple of days. You've been through a pandemic, an economic downturn, 2 strikes. How would you describe the environment right now if you want to make good stuff? And how is that changing your strategy?
The environment if you want to make good stuff. I think it's always hard to make good stuff. I think when you are oriented and geared toward excellence creatively, that's always going to be a challenge that's internal in many ways, right? That drive to push yourself past okay into greatness. But there is an added external challenge, given what you just said, around an impulse to constrict, because we're coming out of some really hard moments. So I think there are always challenges creatively to kind of meeting the level that we want to meet, but definitely the business has unique challenges because of a desire to be more risk averse.
Pilar?
Yeah, I would just add, I think that right now it's just challenging to make anything, right? I mean, it's, and what everything that anybody can make is good. It's obviously good enough that it got made, right? Somebody likes it, there's an audience for it, there's an executive for it. Like, you have to look at it like that. What we want to make is different than what somebody else will want to make. So it's just a challenging time in general. And when you do get something made, that's a great thing.
Can I say, to piggyback on you, I think that's what you said is really a fun idea also, because I do think there has been kind of a democratization on what good means, right? That the gatekeepers have changed, and there's not, with the revelation that there are many different kinds of audiences, there are many different kinds of good. So there's the good that meets the critics, and that could be very different from the good that brings in audiences. And so there's more opportunity to be good in the way that is important to you. Now, having platforms that support all those different kinds of good can be challenging.
Do you worry at all that people are going to be less willing to take risks or more likely to make safe bets and do less of the stuff, the good that you care about?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
And so how is that changing your strategy?
I mean, it's tough. They are risk adverse. So I think, as one of our agents said to us the other day on the phone, he was like, you got to go straight down the middle and hit the ball out of the park. Like, you just have to strategize with each other, with our team, with our agents, with everyone to figure out how can we package something that's going to be able to go straight down the middle and hit it out of the park. Because right now, people are going to be more adverse. We'll look at our slate, and while something was amazing 3 years ago and felt like we were going to be able to get it made, we have to figure out how to build off of that today. How can we make it feel more desirable? How can we make it feel more undeniable? Just being more strategic in today's world, because people are not willing to take risks. They're just not.
But I will say, straight down the middle, it's important that, because it's important to clarify that straight down the middle doesn't mean bland.
No.
It doesn't mean for the most common denominator. It doesn't mean trying to make something for everybody, something that doesn't have edges or specificity. Straight down the middle almost means the opposite in this moment, right? It means so strategic, so specific, so clear. So I think one of the kind of unexpected, wonderful impacts of how challenging the ecosystem has become is that we have had to make sure that we are more committed to content than we've ever been before. Because the fight is so real that if we jump onto something or we develop something, we have no choice but to have to love it. Love it, love it, love it. Because if you're not willing to get in the ring and fight for it with everything you have, then don't even bother, right? So it's really forced us to kind of prioritize, to be more clear with each other, more transparent with each other, more honest with ourselves about what we really, truly care about.
So speaking of loving it, Scandal ran on ABC for 7 seasons, right? You were the first Black woman to play a leading role in a network drama in 40 years, right?
Yeah.
Olivia Pope is still an icon.
Yeah.
But 7 seasons is a really long time now, right?
Yeah, I mean.
Do you think Scandal could happen today?
No. No.
People are
100%
so devastated.
No. I'll tell you, for so many reasons. First of all, there hadn't been a Black woman as the lead of a network drama in almost 40 years. I was in my early 30s at the time, so it hadn't happened in my lifetime. I hadn't seen it. And everybody called it a risk. The studio thought it was a risk. The network thought it was a risk. Everybody was proud of ABC Disney for taking this risk. We've talked about how the environment right now is so risk averse. So I don't know that it would have been greenlit with me, with a Black woman at the center. And it wasn't the first idea. I mean, Shonda Rhimes has talked about this publicly. When they first read the script, the executives were like, this is a great role for Connie Britton. And I love Connie, you guys be nice. I love Connie, but the show was inspired by a real woman named Judy Smith, who is a Black woman. If it hadn't been inspired by a real woman who is a Black woman, then everybody would have said, let's make her white. They didn't have the option to say that, right? The other reason I don't think Scandal would have happened is because we have an amazing show, super proud of, called Unprisoned.
Yeah.
That went thank you. That went 2 seasons.
There's some video of that as well.
Went 2 seasons on Hulu as part of Onyx Collective. Unfortunately, we're not getting a 3rd season. They've made that decision based on 2 seasons, which is 20 episodes? 16 episodes. That is less than 1 season of Scandal. The first season was a mid-season replacement, but we got extended, and we were on the bubble until the end of our 2nd season. So it took us close to 40 episodes before people thought, okay, this show's it's gonna work out. Another season before we were really a global hit. So shows are getting canceled before they even had a runway in the past.
And is that disappointing? Did you campaign them to change their minds?
We did.
How does that feel?
We did. It's hard. I mean, you know, it's also hard because the landscape is so rich with opportunity. There's so much stuff to watch, and we feel like there could have been some different choices made around launch and how the show was put into the world. But you also have to know that, like in any business, right? Like, you got to collect your nose. Not everything's going to be Scandal. Not everything's going to hit in the exact same way. We've had extraordinary successes, and we're just going to keep moving. We have another show that's part of Onyx Collective on Hulu right now, Reasonable Doubt, and that show is doing just great. So, you know, part of it is, again, you know, like any other business, we diversify our content. The shows are very different. They have some similar themes, which is great, but, you know, we just get back to work. I mean, Pilar always talks about head down, just get to work.
So let's talk about that, because you started Simpson Street with this mission to inspire real change, to inspire uncomfortable conversations, and get us all to face these emotional truths.
So that's not true.
Okay. Correct me, please.
So I would not say that we founded Simpson Street to inspire change. When I founded Simpson Street, our first project was Confirmation, which was a film for HBO inspired by the Clarence Thomas, Anita Hill hearings. The inspiration wasn't to create change, it was to center stories that don't get centered. It was to shift perspective and to increase our capacity for compassion. So I think we still, I think we still really work at sitting at the intersection of what makes each of us truly unique individual, that every single one of us has a specific story that is to us, but we sit at the intersection of what makes us different and what makes us the same. Because as different as we are, we're all in the same human story of we want to belong, we want to love, we're afraid, we're needy, we have desires, we have longings. We're all living the same human journey in lots of different containers. So that's what we do. It's not about wanting to change people or feeling like the world needs to be a better place. Unfortunately, because of a lot of the content that we create is focused on centering marginalized voices, because we want to focus on the specificity of what makes us different. So we don't want to tell the same story again and again. We're like bringing stories from the corners into the center. That gets interpreted as political. When you put a woman at the center, people call it political. When you put a person of color at the center, people call it political. When you put a person who's differently able-bodied, people call it political. But it's not political, it's just human.
So,
I'm sorry, you had a question.
You answered my question. You know, how do you, this is a business at the end of the day.
Yes.
How do you protect your creative and cultural and, you know, human aspirations from the business expectations and the performance expectations?
It's a great question.
You go.
Me? Yeah. I feel like a big part of it is our partnership.
Yes.
Because we come at this from different lenses, from different trajectories. Pilar kind of came up through behind the scenes production. She thinks about the business of show in a different way. And I came up obviously as a creative, as an artist. And I've always been an artist who's been really interested in production in the business. And she's always been a production business person who's very committed to artistry. So it's a really wonderful partnership. And when I think we're always thinking about that balance. Like we don't want to be we don't want to be making like skits in a black box theater for audiences of two. Like that's not a business model. But we do want to challenge ourselves to go beyond mandates to create something innovative, creative, and spectacular.
Well, Daughters on Netflix is, I will say, spectacular. Honestly, if you have, it's you kind of know it's going to be a hard watch, and if you have an hour and a half, like, watch this movie. It is mindset changing, and this little girl Aubrey, she's just captured my heart, and I'm trying to follow her all over social media. Like, where's Aubrey now?
Yeah.
How do you decide what to throw your weight behind? Because I'm sure that there are, just like we're having uncomfortable conversations in our world, you must be also having those conversations internally when you're trying to figure out what are we really going to throw our weight behind if we only have one shot?
This one was an easy one, honestly. It was sent to us, and we all watched it, and it was pretty much a yes. We feel like we could help this movie. We feel like we can help these filmmakers. Having Carrie behind it, going to Sundance, putting it out into the world with her voice and everything that she can talk about and talk to these little girls felt like truly a no-brainer for us. And we were really, really grateful that they sent it to us. And I think now we're happy to be included into that party and be in business with them and get this story out there. So this was like,
agreed.
It was just an easy no-brainer. We said yes right away to this.
It's a really special film for anybody who hasn't seen it. It's about a very special program for fathers who are incarcerated, where they go through a parenthood training process, as you can see on screen. And at the end of it, they have a father-daughter dance where they get to take off their prison jumpsuits and put on suits. and the daughters you take them out and they get their dresses and they get their hair did, and there's a DJ and there's food, and they really, for those hours, they are not prisoners, they are dads. And the rates of recidivism have been transformed completely. So many dads who go through the program say, I now know why I'm staying out. I understand what I'm living for. It's transformed families. It's a really, really special program. So it's interesting because part of the reason why it was sent to us was because of Unprisoned. Because I played a character, Paige, whose dad was in and out of prison her whole life. And so our understanding of this issue was immediate, and they knew that how close we were to this topic and to the way that the so-called justice system impacts families.
Daughters is on Netflix. Your other series are on Hulu. Obviously, you have a long relationship with ABC. What's the difference between working with a Netflix or a Hulu or an HBO and a traditional network? Because obviously, the center of power has shifted towards streaming.
Yeah, I mean, are there traditional networks anymore? Even when it comes to Hulu, a lot of times people are watching something that aired immediately on ABC, they're watching it on Hulu the next day, right? Like that platform has become it's same with, well, it used to be with Paramount. But so the ecosystem has completely been transformed, and I think it's very hard anymore to say I'm making something for a network or for a streamer. It's all become one thing.
And is there a difference between the streamers?
Oh, yeah.
And how would you describe the differences?
But I would also add,
that's good.
called
Pivot.
partnership.
Pivot,
I think
Pilar,
it's
pivot.
a great question for writers to talk about the difference between networks and streamers, because I do think for us as non-writing EPs, we have a specific job to help these showrunners foster their stories, get it sold, casting, all of those things. I think as a writer, when you are writing for broadcast or you're writing for Netflix or a Hulu, it's the tone, the notes, all of that is very, very different. So I think that's a better question for a writer who's in it with there are certain writers who are fantastic at network. There are certain writers that can't do it. It's a science, and we've tried it. We've made a bunch of pilots for ABC. We were unsuccessful with them, but we learned so much.
Whereas we've had a string of successes on Hulu, you know, from Little Fires to Reasonable Doubt, yay. So it's really, they are different.
It's different, it really is. And I shy away from broadcast, to be honest with you. I mean, people will call us all the time and say, we have a broadcast idea. And I'm like, it's not really for us. Like, it's not necessarily our strong suit. Now, if Yvette Lee Bowser calls me and says, Pilar, I have an idea, I want to take it to ABC, I would go do that with her. Because
she knows how to do it.
She knows how to do it. Unfortunately, if a writer who doesn't have that much experience, I don't think that we can be best served to that. I don't think we can serve them the best. I think there's other producers out there that are better at that than we are.
And I should ask it this way, as creators, do you have a hope? Oh, I hope this goes to Netflix. I hope this lands on Hulu. I hope this is an HBO.
No, it's
You're
not
just like, I just want this out there.
Neither. It's about finding the right fit. I want to put content in the place where content is going to thrive best. And so different material resonates with different executives in different ways. So it's always for us about figuring out what the right fit is, what the right match is. There are projects that would really thrive in a Netflix that are not going to do so well at Hulu. So you want to get to the place that is going to have your back and where you can fulfill their mandate, right? So that you're both growing and being pleased.
There's been a lot of coverage about women-founded production companies. Reese Witherspoon, I was just talking to her at China Way last weekend. She mentioned you. Obviously, there's Nicole Kidman. I've seen some reporting that indicates, things are so much better now. There are more roles for women. There are more roles for middle-aged women. I cover tech, and sometimes in tech, more recently, it feels like things are moving backwards. In Hollywood, what direction do you feel like you're moving in?
Yes. Both. I mean, I think there's been extraordinary progress. I say to Pilar all the time, I'm so happy that I was born now and not born, I think I've always imagined a great SNL skit, because white people say to each other all the time, what year would you love to live in if it wasn't now? You don't ask a black person. There's no other time I want to live, thank you very much. Like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40, no, the answer is no, right? So I think it's similar for women, like not really excited about living in any time other than now, as a woman either, but that doesn't mean we don't have to do more, right? There has been enormous progress, but there is also some backsliding. When we talk about being risk averse, and we talk about a constriction, if the people who are greenlighting and making the most important decisions are not like me, then that constriction may leave me on the outside. So yes, so I think there has been enormous progress, and I think we still have a lot of work to do.
How do you think about, I don't want to say new formats, but obviously now so much is happening on social media, and you've really embraced social media on YouTube. How do you think about opportunities in formats beyond now the center of gravity is with streaming, but like what's next? There's, so much is happening on TikTok and shorts, and what direction do you think this is going in?
I think you have to embrace all of it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have our great digital series, The Street You Grew Up On, which Carrie hosts, which started off in the middle of the pandemic, and Carrie was shooting those with our social media director, Emily, on Zoom. And it has grown, and we've been able to see it grow. We're on our fourth season. And so we have embraced that, right? And it's been fantastic, and they work so hard at putting that together, and Carrie loves it and thrives on it. But the way that we've done that has shifted, right? It started off in the pandemic, and now we have brand partnerships, and we're trying to figure out how we can make it grow. So you have to embrace everything that's coming at us, while also keeping your eye on not traditional, but streaming and all of that. You have to branch out. You have to be open. You have to, we have some unscripted series where we're trying to figure out where it can live. And so it's like, who is this person? Who's the lead of it? Who are their brand partnerships? How can we figure out how to get something made financially with them as well? And where can it live?
Lucas, if you haven't watched Street You Grew Up On, you should watch it. It's great. It's on YouTube. It's really fun. Season 4 coming soon.
Thank you. Lucas has tried to go there a few times on politics, and no one has really taken it. Carrie, you have gone there. You have been going there on social media. You were knocking on doors in Arizona this weekend. You made a huge appearance at the DNC. We have less than 30 days to go. It's go time. What is your message to the audience?
I'll just say what I keep asking myself. I keep reminding myself that I do not want to wake up in a month and wonder what else I could have done. And it's not a game. I think so many of us feel like the democratic process is somebody else's responsibility and somebody else's job. And I know how busy we all are, and that we are all managing multiple priorities, and we have shareholders, and we have board members, and we have bosses. But a democracy is a government by the people, for the people, and we are the people. So if we don't step up, we are literally handing our power over. And in this room in particular, like one thing I'm always trying to convey to voters is, every politician that has a job is getting paid by you. Like their salary is paid by our tax dollars. So to not hold them accountable and be part of the decision-making process of who has that job and who doesn't is really being a poor manager. And so one place we all need to be focused on practicing our business and management skills right now is in democracy.
When you were, thank you, yeah. When you were knocking on doors this weekend, what surprised you most?
I think what is most inspiring is, it was 108 degrees in Arizona. And there are grassroots organizers who have been doing this work on the ground and for years. Campaigns come into community every 4 years, and they say, like, vote for this candidate. And sometimes communities say, like, why? I only see you every 4 years. And so now there have been, not now, for a long time, there have been these grassroots organizations all over the country. In Arizona, it's groups like Poder en Action and Lucha, and they are on the ground 365 days of the year, every single year. They don't wait for candidates. They're campaigning on issues. They're connected to the community to figure out what the community needs, and they're empowering those communities to vote on their values. And that's what I think is so inspiring, because it's not about hero worship. It's not about one person who's going to save us all. It really is about the day-to-day participation and making sure that our most powerful people, our leaders, hear us and see us and know us and are representing us, not just their own best interests.
All right. Eras has been a theme for all of us our last year. What is the next era of Simpson Street? What is the next era of Kerry Washington?
Oh, God.
I think, what comes to mind? Anything?
No.
I think the next era for Simpson Street is bold. It's bold. And for me, it's peace.
I love that. We will be looking out for your bold and peaceful and good stories.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kerry Washington and Pilar Savoni.
That's great.
We will go where our artists want to go creatively, while protecting their rights at every step.
Please welcome to the stage Rob Stringer, chairman of Sony Music Group, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm here, Lucas. I'm here.
Thanks for
all right.
coming.
Great.
You were in LA. The timing of this worked out in part because you were in LA for a Sony corporate event, and I'm curious. The record industry for the last decade has been on kind of a rocket ship fueled by streaming growth after, in many ways, being left for dead. That growth has started to plateau a bit. When you're talking to the folks from Tokyo, what do you say is the engine for the business going forward? What are you most excited about that is going to make the business grow in the next 5 years?
Well, I try to tell the truth mostly. That would be helpful. I mean, they kind of know because it's such a constant dialogue. But I mean, we've had 5 years of consecutive growth from streaming. We've had 10 years of consecutive growth from the company. But the challenges are always what's next. I mean, we are at a crossroads at the moment. We have AI, which I'm sure you're going to talk to me about, and we have other challenges of just constantly looking how the business moves on. But we're not a new company. We've been around a while, so we've weathered plenty of storms in the past, and whatever comes hitting our way next, I think we'll probably figure it out.
What of those new things do you consider the biggest opportunity or the biggest threat?
Well, I think the threat is that the disruption from the next chapter of tech causes something that happens that doesn't, to my mind, benefit the art. I mean, my view of where my background and where I come from was art first, business and tech was involved in that second. So if I look at the next chapter, I care about what happens with the art. The tech, I mean, I've been at the company a long time. I've been through plenty of different chapters of technological innovation, whether it be cassettes or CDs or downloads or streaming or whatever. So I look at it and say, how is it going to affect the art and how is our positioning going to be? Because at the end of the day, I look after a 125-year-old company, really. And to my mind, it's like a modern art museum. And we have amazing paintings from the past in there. And I'm always looking to put brand new paintings in there from future geniuses. And so therefore, I'm always concerned with that. Sometimes the tech bothers me more and sometimes it bothers me less.
So I'm curious to that end, which of those technologies do you feel in any way benefited the art? And is there one that you think has detracted from it?
Well, I mean, I would have an unusual position on that because in 2000, post-Napster, generally everybody wrote off the recorded music industry, including the investment community. And I didn't mind that chapter because then I got left alone. And actually, I think out of that period, we started to create better art because the pressure wasn't on from the technology to be the most powerful chapter. And then iTunes came in, and iTunes, to Apple's credit, did have a boutique taste mentality about the store, which meant that I think they understood. I can tell you from that period that the artists that came through were of a very high quality because it was encouraged to be boutique. Now, ironically, this chapter has made us more money times 5 than the iTunes chapter and the post-Napster chapter. But an algorithm tells you what you want, not what you might like. And there's a difference between what you want, because everyone always wants something until they get tired. You like chocolate chip ice cream until you eat 5 tubs of it, and then you don't necessarily like it anymore. But with streaming, the downside is you have incredible penetration, and we have hundreds of millions of people around the world. And so that has been very lucrative as a business. But I also miss the sort of the fuck it up algorithm where you learn about something that you didn't know about.
Right, instead of getting fed more of what you already...
more of the same. And I think that what you didn't know about and you learn about, certainly when I was, I consider myself, and I think probably the reason I'm here and came to America at a time post-Napster when the industry felt like it was in bad shape, was because musically, growing up with the BBC, they played everything. So I wasn't an R&B guy or a pop guy or an alternative guy or a hip-hop guy. I listened to everything because the BBC had a government mandate to play you every type of music. So I was kind of open to that experience, whereas I think the disadvantage with automated taste is that you end up, as you said, being funneled the same music. And there is no reason why when you're 14 and you love pop music, that when you're 18 you won't love folk music. Or if you're 16 and you love emo music.
I was at dinner with someone Tuesday where he and I are of different generations, but we both grew up loving hip-hop, and we both agreed that most hip-hop right now sucks.
Yeah, I mean, well, I on hip-hop, I think that honestly, that's a different conversation because the industry funneled so much focus, as the industry does, and instead of signing 100 great artists, you sign 1,000 artists, then you're going to dilute it. I think hip-hop is not going anywhere. It's a 50-year-old genre, and it's as powerful as rock music ever was. But the truth is that it will hopefully go underground, come back up again with an incredible type of fusion music that makes a difference. We had that. We signed the Odd Future franchise. That was brand new in hip-hop at the time. And did you think that from that Odd Future kind of punk rock hip-hop terrorism, you would get Tyler, the Creator?
Right.
You know, and the way Tyler is to my mind, a Renaissance artist. So I think it will change. But do I think hip-hop will have to go underground to come back up again? Yeah, I do. Yeah. And I think that, you know, again, it's the same thing as you said, you know, you get fed if you like, you know, a certain type of genre of hip-hop from Atlanta, you're fed that till you've had enough of it.
Right. Well, and then there's been this development where a lot of the music sounds very similar because they're all catering to a particular playlist or algorithm, to your point. Yeah. They have the sort of the same target.
Yeah, and I'll give you another example which makes it sort of a little bit more illuminated. When we put the first Harry Styles single coming out of One Direction, Sign of the Times was over 6 minutes long. And we were told that you can't have a 6-minute long song on a playlist because that isn't the way the algorithm works. And I pointed out that Bohemian Rhapsody was 6 minutes long plus, and that was a pretty good record. But that's the kind of thing I came up against. And as it happens, the public one, Sign of the Times, has done 1.5 billion streams now at Spotify. But at the beginning, they did not playlist it.
Yeah.
They've learned their lesson a bit since then. But to my mind, honestly, it sounds cliched, and I work for a corporation, and profit is important, but art comes first.
Right. You brought up Harry. When you have an artist who comes out of a boy band like that, and they're then wanting to be a solo act, how do you position them as their own artist? And then also in his case, correct me if I'm wrong, but it felt like the first album did fine, but it was really the second album that sent him to the stratosphere. Like, how do you have patience in that process?
Well, the first album was where he wanted to go and where we talked about him wanting to go, and it was very clear cut as where he wanted to go. And actually, as it happens, the first album has now done great.
Right.
So in retrospect, as with many proper artists, you go backwards and you say, actually, it was all planned. But the first album was a step to go left, not go down the middle, not go right, not more pop, not down the middle and make it easy and go left. And we went left, and that set us up to go back into the center a little bit on the second record. And then the third record was just completely natural and literally the easiest record, one of the easiest records I've ever made, because he had total vision and the experience of the previous two records. So it's always a journey with artists, always a journey. And you don't necessarily think, you don't have to start in the most commercial place to end up being a really super important artist.
Yeah. How would you say, I talked about this a little bit with Scooter earlier, how would you compare the power of the artist right now relative to when you started your career?
Well, we held passport control when I started. I started in 1985, and it was, we controlled manufacturing, we controlled distribution, we controlled radio, we were passport control for artists, so we had a lot more power. And I think probably in the pioneer days of the music industry, we abused that power, and we probably got a lot wrong, but it was pioneering. And now the artists have, at the very least, equal power to us, if not more power to us, because we're part of a overall picture. There's live, merch, branding. There's a lot of streams now of the music business that are super lucrative, and we're one strand. And I've been very comfortable with that. I wanted to be the artist partner. I never wanted to be, a cigar-smoking fat cat, particularly. I know it's always cliche. We were talking the other day, it's like, Mike Myers in Bohemian Rhapsody is fantastic, but there's a bit of a cliche about who we are, and you have to kind of work hard not to be that cliche, really.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because I feel like both of your peers in the music business, Warner and Universal, have spoken a lot about sort of capturing more of those strings, I guess. You're the recorded music, but they'll do a super fan app. Universal has made some noise about super fans in their own way. And we just had Carrie up here. One of the big trends, I'd say, across entertainment is sort of these celebrity-driven businesses. Is that are you trying, do you go to a Beyonce, to a Harry, to these, and try to build businesses with them? Or are you content to sit back and just say, we're one leg of the stool, do whatever you want anywhere else?
It's pretty multidimensional. I mean, we have a different path to my two friends and competitors. But because I work for Sony. So the synergy at Sony is multidimensional. I mean, we've had meetings with all our heads of entertainment companies for 2 days, and the conversations are about PlayStation, anime, movies, television, electronics. So at the end of the day, we've always had that. So I actually think that we were first in all those ideas because we have a lot of strands. We're making movies with our picture company. We're doing games with our PlayStation company, and anime, which is obviously one of the biggest growth brands in the world. We're doing tons of stuff with anime now that I wouldn't have necessarily thought 5 years ago. So I think it was organic for our company because we were part of a bigger company in itself. I mean, we are part of a bigger corporation. My counterparts at Warner Music and Universal aren't. We are. So it was in our bloodstream to some degree. And actually, we've concentrated on that much more in the last few years. But we have multitude of different revenue streams and probably 60 to 80 different multi-revenue streams now. So we're pretty dimensional. And look,
I assume the biggest one is still putting out new music.
Yeah, I mean, but there were gold mines for everywhere. If you for instance, we have a share of MJ the Musical. MJ the Musical is on. We have a percentage with Michael Jackson estate, as does our picture company, and that is on in 5 places in the world. That's like an act touring times 5. It's on in 5 cities in the world within the next year, and that's quite lucrative.
And unlike with an act touring, you actually get to participate.
Yeah. I mean, we get to participate, which has quite frankly led to a movie which we're making now, which again we own the music rights. So
what is the movie?
It's a Michael Jackson autobiography. So that's them. But the Broadway show has turned into something probably way bigger than we even imagined, and that's a revenue stream that is quite frankly more lucrative than streaming.
Michael Jackson feels his music has survived all of the controversy.
Yeah. I think his music's in the fabric of society. I mean, I think that you can't. It would be impossible. Whatever people's opinions in the audience are about Michael Jackson, you cannot take his music out of the fabric of pop culture. You can't take it out. It's absolutely entwined.
Right. You brought up your 2 friends and competitors and how you're different. Has it been? They both went public recently, and if you talk to people who work at those companies, I don't think they love the experience of being part of a public company. Has it been to your benefit that they both now have sort of quarterly reports and they have to satisfy shareholders? And obviously, you're part of a public company, but it's not the same.
No, it's not the same, because when we are a public company, but when we're talked about on the same terms, it's as much about PlayStation or electronics or Sony television. So no, I mean, yes, I mean, would I want to be doing that? Not particularly, doing quarterly earnings. I mean, I'm sure you're aware, Lucas, because it's your job. You're aware of the number of press releases we put out compared to our competitors, considerably less. We frustrate people. We don't even put press releases about the things we do, which I know sometimes is a little bit annoying. So we can
talk about that next.
We can sign huge catalogs and we don't tell anybody officially because, it's not quite the same dynamic. And would I want to be in that position? No, not really. I mean, I think it's tough, and I'm friendly with people in the other companies. I've worked with the head of Universal, and I've known him for nearly 35 years. So it's a tough gig, that, and of the wider entertainment business, how tough it is to be literally reporting back to shareholders and investors every 3 months.
Yeah.
And you do have to talk your company up.
Right.
I'm fortunate that I do investor analysis meetings twice a year, and I contribute to the Sony quarterlies, but I'm left earning a little bit more. I think to be behind the curtain when you're doing my job is not a terrible thing. The artists are in front of the curtain, the talent is in front of the curtain, and I think being behind the curtain is sometimes better.
Right. You brought up the catalog. Mm-hmm. So you did Springsteen deal, you did Queen, didn't announce it. You did Pink Floyd, didn't announce it.
We did Michael Jackson, didn't announce it. I'll just give you a showbiz exclusive.
Sure.
It's all good.
Why are you so active in buying these catalogs? And can you explain, because these numbers are huge, like how does the math on some of those deals pencil out?
Well, using the modern art concept, I think this music is priceless. And we bought name and likeness on 2 of those acts. So we own all the logos, merchandising, experiential potential, event potential. There is no price, as far as I'm concerned, for Pink Floyd. There's no price. What price can you put on? What price is a Picasso? It's relative. And interestingly, which has backed up that process, is that Spotify now, as it hits a maturity in particularly the English language markets, that the audience of Spotify is older now by design, because Spotify is now 10 years old and the audience is getting older. And so if you look at the dynamics of the marketplace, it means that the percentage of people listening to older music is much higher. And so, I think it's a foregone conclusion. To be honest, we have relationships with every one of the ones you mentioned. We've had recording and Michael's songwriting. We've had the recordings for 50 years. Pink Floyd has been signed to us in America for 50 years. Bruce Springsteen has been signed his whole career for 50 years. We took the publishing off another company with Springsteen. We took the records off another company with Queen. With Pink Floyd, we had the records in North America. We didn't buy the publishing. And you know, we bought Bob Dylan's recorded rights as well. You know, so they all had a relationship.
Right. Okay, so Universal did the publishing and you did the records? Because Dylan released a lot through Columbia, right, historically?
Yeah, well, Dylan's been on Columbia, apart from one record in the, I think, the 70s, with which David Geffen did. But we, and so we have, obviously, we have a lot of numbers, we have a lot of artistic understanding, we have a lot of expertise on the structure of those artists' careers. So they felt like good fits. And quite frankly, I didn't want any of those artists to go anywhere else. Bruce Springsteen's been on Columbia his whole career. It was not going to leave. It would be like, sorry, in the museum saying, there's the Basquiat, it's someone else's now. That wasn't going to happen. So at the end of the day, you know, we think they're lucrative. We think that as we move into incredible eras of digital exploitation, we think Dark Side of the Moon or Thriller or Bohemian Rhapsody or Born to Run are going to be experientially very exciting for generations even well beyond, certainly your generation, you know, well beyond my generation. Your generation is going to see those in different guises for the next 100 years.
Well, you brought up the increase in catalog consumption. I'm curious, how much of that is just older listeners coming on streaming? By which I mean, are people listening to more old music, or is it just you're getting paid for it differently?
We're getting paid for it differently, and I think that, and obviously people are discovering catalog on all the platforms, whether it be Snapchat, Instagram, or TikTok, or Spotify. So you know, people are discovering that. I mean, you know that the chart is random with catalog because we've got records in the chart from 30 years ago, 20 years ago. I mean, literally, when I say in the chart, in the top 50, Spotify from 4 different decades. So.
Yeah. Because people blame catalog. There's this whole sort of narrative in the music business the last few years. I feel like that it's impossible to break new artists, and part of it is that catalog is crowding them out.
No, I think it's, you know, I think it goes back to my original point, you know, that I think sometimes you need to have something coming up underground and not being overexposed quickly. And I think social media does expose things very quickly, not always for the best purposes. When I was a kid growing up, you could look at rooms around genres of music, and in that room would be 28 people, and 15 of those people would end up being painters, sculptors, musicians, filmmakers. And those rooms are tough to make now because someone's filming those rooms automatically. And one of my friends in a band who were very big in the 80s from a movement once said to me, I think everyone was said then in social media, we were shit. And so they wouldn't like us, and we would have never been successful because people would have judged us on the first hour we ever stood on a stage in front of a bunch of people who were tastemakers who went on to be very successful. So I think that, you know, I think tech blows it up, and it's great when you're being blown up for that minute. Is it great 5 years on? Who knows?
Right. Is there a tech platform right now that you feel like I guess, you would like to see them pay you considerably more, right? Like you're making plenty from Spotify, I imagine.
You know the answer to that. So you're just asking, you already know the answer to that. I'd like several tech platforms to pay me more.
Okay. I'll ask more directly. Does TikTok pay you guys enough?
I think the debate on that would be, did we start off with TikTok on the right note, and did we allow them to become what they think they are, which is a promotional platform? And we possibly did. They are not a promotional platform. They are a hugely profitable corporation. And we allowed them to be MTV. And we shouldn't have done that. And now we're backpedaling from there. But the truth is we should get paid more by several of our DSP partners. And that's part of my job, is to make sure that we're paid and in turn the artists are paid.
Yeah. One of the things, another big development this year is finally those DSPs are raising prices, right? Spotify, Apple, so on. If you could just like snap your fingers tomorrow, what do you think Spotify should cost?
Oh, I mean, I had lunch with Daniel Ek in the summer in Stockholm. I mean, I constantly say to him, and I think obviously they've done a spectacular job of building a business around music, so I would not be critical of what they've done, but I think it should have been going up $1 a year for the last 5 years. Right. So I think it should probably be much more akin to the Netflix pricing, because Netflix pricing is not based on the entire catalog of content for television and film, and Spotify has every piece of music you could ever want.
Right.
So from that point of view, yes, I think Spotify should be more, but they're making ground on it now, and they wanted to be competitive and get their share price up, and so they didn't put the price up. We obviously wouldn't agree with that, but we are where we are, and they're finally putting the prices up, and that's great.
Yeah. We didn't talk about AI.
We didn't. That's good, right?
Is that a good thing?
I don't know. Probably. It's like, how long you got? It's like, I could talk to everybody individually about AI. We're in a position where AI is going to be super important to our business. I hope it's most importantly going to be exciting and make new creative vision and be fantastic in that. For the meantime, I'm sorting out the rights model, and my team and I are supporting out the rights model, making sure that we get paid for whatever the training models are and whatever comes out of AI. But do I think it's going to be an exciting tool in the future for making great music? Yeah. I think there's a 14-year-old in a bedroom somewhere who's about to make amazing music using the tools of AI. But we have to get the business model sorted out first.
And if an artist comes to you and wants to screw around with different things, do they have the right to do that, or do they need your permission?
I think that we're waiting for the artist to come. I'm not going to use that phrase, but we're going to wait for the artist to experiment, and then we'll follow the artists. When we know that experimentation is absolutely exciting, creative, then we will follow them.
Got it. We are at time, but I'm going to give you one last plug, I guess. Who's going to be the next artist that you guys break? Who's someone that this room doesn't know now that they will know 6 months from now?
That would be really bad for me, because then some other artist is going to say, you never mentioned me, and I'm really diplomatic.
I know. I usually have a rule against these questions. I figure this is promotion.
We have 1,000. I'm not going to.
But every label boss, I know this from talking to them. You guys all make a list of these are the 5 biggest priorities for this year.
But I can tell you, full well that we have a huge independent distribution arm as well, and we have a lot of artists, and the mythology that we're signing less artists is not true. We have more. Okay, I'll give you something that my head of Latin told me the other day, which is because we have a very big Latin division. We have Bad Bunny and Raul Alejandro and Shakira and Peso Pluma and all these artists, and he told me, here's a musical tip, that the next blend coming from Latin America, which is a huge musical movement right now, is reggaeton mixed with tropical music. And artists are starting to blend, and it's coming out to some degree of Argentina and Colombia. And tropical music blended with reggaeton is going to be hugely popular.
Okay, I look forward to that.
That was diplomatic, wasn't it? Didn't have to mention one artist.
Rob, thanks for doing it.
Great, thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage rapper 310 Baby and Alex Moore, Chief Business Officer at Empire, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Shartia Brantley.
Good afternoon. Oh, we can do better than that. Good afternoon. All right, that's more like it. We have 310 Baby in the house today.
Hello.
Welcome to you both. It's great to have the opportunity to speak with you about Empire's rising generation. And so, Alex, I want to start with you. Empire has launched the careers of Kendrick Lamar, Cardi B, Anderson .Paak, household names. And you have a stellar roster of artists, including Shabuzi, who is just on a tear right now, with Tipsy being #1 for 12 weeks and
13 weeks.
13
Record-breaking 13 weeks straight.
So can you tell us a little bit more about Empire, and what are you doing to support your artists, such as 310 Baby?
Yeah, so by way of introduction, Empire is the largest independent record label in the US by market share. We have over 300 artists signed to the label, including Shabuzi, 310 Baby, and many more. We have 3,000 artists signed to the distribution arm. We are a truly global company and a truly global roster. We have 250 employees in 25 countries and are really leading the way in terms of breaking artists and genres outside of English-speaking regions. So if we look at the African continent, for example, we are the largest label there. We are the largest label in West Asia, North Africa, which is formerly known as the Middle East. And we continue to invest and develop in emerging genres and emerging geographies. We're very bullish on the future and what we can do with not just talent in the US, but outside of the US.
Thank you for that. 310, baby, I must bring you in. I will give the Cliff Notes version and start with just the month of June. You graduated from high school and you were presented with your platinum plaque for Soak City at graduation. And if you haven't seen the video of his classmates rushing the stage, and it's a beautiful moment. And then you also performed at Kendrick's Juneteenth celebration.
Yes.
So have you had an opportunity to take it all in?
I mean, it's been a lot. But it all came together during my senior year. So like, it's been about a year and a half now, and I still really haven't adjusted to it completely. But I'm excited for what's to come. I feel like I'm in the right rooms and the future is bright.
Now, you call yourself the leader of the youth. Can you expand on that for our audience, and what does that mean when it comes to your sound and your music?
Yeah, I think my sound, I want to touch on my sound. My sound comes from my iPhone. I feel like I call myself the leader of the youth because I want to show kids that no matter what it is that you want to do, you can do it. Nothing is impossible. I made that platinum song you were referring to off my iPhone using the app called BandLab, right? So it's like the future is bright, and I want to show kids that don't let anything stop you. There's no excuse. I didn't have a studio budget. I didn't have a big brother or a father putting money in my pocket so I can go to the studio. I had to figure it out. And technology like AI is making that easier and easier every day for me.
With that, Alex, how do you guys discover 310? He's working on his own, creating his music. What happened?
Well, maybe you want to tell that story.
Yeah, so, I mean, in my room every day on BandLab working, believing that I could one day make it. But it felt like it was meant to be. You know what I mean? I feel like those uncomfortable days or those hard days, that's what makes me stronger. And I feel like every day, I mean, with having Empire, you know, choosing to go independent, for me, it wasn't about the money early on. I wanted ownership and I wanted freedom. With me being young, I didn't really understand everything. I wanted to go independent so I could learn to educate myself. And once again, being a leader of the youth, I want to express that and show the kids around the world that you can go independent and still be successful and go platinum and have a #1 record on both formats.
But in terms of discovering new artists, I think that's sort of your question. We leverage many things, right? Data is obviously important, and we look at streaming data, we look at social data, but we also need to understand where artists fit within the larger cultural narrative, and I think that's what really differentiates us in terms of our investments and the investments we've made, because you can look at all of the data in the world and you may not be able to predict any sort of success, or you may just get a one-hit wonder. And we really take a long-term orientation in the way that we think about artists, their development, investing in them, and continuing to build out services. Whereas, you know, I think there's been a large pullback in the industry. We're continuing to invest in net new services for artists and allowing them to be able to work all within the confines of Empire and work with our executive leadership team for them to further their careers, and we're really committed to doing that.
And what struck me when we first met, you talked about how the senior leadership team spends time with every artist, and there's this sincere investment in them having a very long and successful career.
That's right. I mean, I'll let 310 talk about something I did with him, which was very unique, and you probably don't see that at a lot of other labels, but we, for every single artist meeting we have all the senior executives in the room and really want to show all of our artists that we're truly all in on them and their careers. And if we don't have that level of commitment, if we don't have that level of excitement for an artist, then why are we even working with them, right? And so I think that the fact that so many of our artists, for example, have our numbers and are texting us regularly and asking for things or trying to get information or connected to people, and we're doing that for them, shows that we're always going above and beyond what our, necessary commitment is, and we're really trying to service our artists as best as we can.
I want to talk a little bit about social media and the power of TikTok in terms of building your audience. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, I feel like without TikTok, I'm not here today. TikTok allows artists all around the world, millions and millions of people, to be discovered. I mean, there's pros and cons to TikTok. I feel like there's pros and cons to anything. But I feel like there's always a bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like with having TikTok, I can now promote myself without having to go to this big major. I was doing that, like the song Soak City was going up a little bit on TikTok without any label. Now I take that, I go to Empire, I tell them what's going on. They understand that I'm not a traditional artist. I am now a 2024 artist, a kid that made a song off his phone that blew up and launched off TikTok. So you have to understand that when I am that unique artist, I have to be taken, it's a different type of care. There's Alex in my corner. You know what I mean? There's having that one-on-one, I can call Alex at any time. I don't know if I'll get that anywhere else, and that's one thing I was worried about early on, and that's where I ended up at Empire.
I drove him to 2K games to get scanned into NBA 2K25 this year. I don't know what label exec's doing that for their artists.
Well, before my final question, I do want to tell the audience that 310 Baby will perform at our networking party after the event today, so super excited about that. Before we wrap, let's talk about what's next.
I mean, hopefully more 2K games, Alex.
We're on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to continue to do music, but with me understanding that music is up and down, it may not be 20 years. I look forward to investing, into technology, different startups, and hopefully, because I am now a public figure, I can take this 310 Baby business and attach it to Legos or Nike or something, and then, further expand who I am today.
Thank you for that. Alex, on Empire?
For us, it's continuing to enter new emerging markets and figure out how we can really bring those artists to the U.S. And we really focus on diaspora marketing. We believe we're a master at doing that, and we've crossed over multiple artists from the African continent, for example, very successfully to the West. A great example of that is Ashake, who had New York Times Best Album of 2023, a non-English speaking album, sold out Barclays and sold out O2. And he just had his first English speaking album come out a couple weeks ago, and his single was with Travis Scott, right? And so we've successfully crossed him over. We're gonna continue to invest in Asia as a continent specifically, and really excited for our future there.
Wonderful. We must leave it there. Thank you so much. Looking forward to your performance. Thank you.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg Business Week editor Brad Stone.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brad Stone, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week. As you all know, magazines love lists. We love them. We're addicted to them. Person of the year, company of the year, performer of the year. But at Business Week, we think you don't need us to tell you who those people are. You probably already have opinions. So we've tried to do something a little bit more challenging, but hopefully more valuable, which is to tell you who's coming, who you might not be talking about now, but you will certainly be talking about soon. And that's our annual Ones to Watch list. And right now I'm thrilled to bring you our second annual Ones to Watch in Entertainment, Arts, and Culture. Okay, let me give you a little bit more detail about this incredible list, and then I'm going to invite one of our ones to watch on stage for a conversation. Carlos Eduardo Espina is a leading Hispanic political voice in the U.S., and his TikToks about the election, immigration, and other topics routinely get north of 1 million viewers. They're really incredible. A tennis player and commentator, Christopher Eubanks, has a warm charisma on air for the Tennis Channel and ESPN, where he deftly mixes observations on matches with anecdotes from his life on the tour. Parker Finn has almost certainly scared you to death. He's the director of 2022 Smile and Smile 2, which hits theaters next week. I saw a trailer a couple days ago. All I can say is, Parker, maybe not for me. No, I will see it. You may not know what a webtoon is just yet, but you will soon, thanks to Jun-Gu Kim, whose platform for the comics has millions of fans and whose company is expanding into live action films and TV. Restaurateur Avish Naran has given us chicken tikka pizza, wings slathered in Kashmiri red chili, and more at his wildly popular Pija Palace. And stay tuned, because he's got a Filipino spot and a bar on the way. Precious Okoyaman, her art often takes the form of incredible installations. Think greenhouses filled with butterflies and poisonous plants. And if that weren't enough, they're also a poet. Renee Rapp is one of Hollywood's hottest multi-hyphenates, a pop star who's performed on Saturday Night Live, and an actress who played a popular character on the Max series The Sex Lives of College Girls. If you haven't heard one of Chappell Roan's songs stuck in your head recently, you might want to get it checked. The Pink Pony Club singer-songwriter is drawing massive crowds at music festivals while also bringing awareness to issues surrounding celebrity and mental health. Shabuzi's single A Bar Song, Tipsy, an ode to drinking whiskey and dancing on tables, held the top spot in the Billboard Hot 100 for months, and later this fall he'll be touring with Jelly Roll, another country star with hip-hop roots. Tubi is a leader in free ad-supported streaming TV and has 81 million monthly users. Anjali Sood is the company's CEO, and that's all I'll say right now because she's going to join us soon. If you're a fan of reality TV, Nick Viall needs no introduction. The Viall Files is a must-listen podcast for all the latest drama, with more than 200,000 people following the show on Spotify alone. And finally, Juju Watkins, a guard for the USC Trojan women's basketball team, is the future of the sport. She broke the scoring record for freshman college player and already has deals with companies such as Nike, Fanatics, and Meta. Congratulations, Carlos, Parker, Jun-Gu, Avish, and Nick, who are all here today. Please stand. Thank you, guys. And now I'm delighted to welcome on stage Anjali Sood for a conversation. Hi, Anjali. Thank you for doing double duty today. I know you spoke earlier
I
today.
feel like I'm the most boring person on this list, so I'm sorry, everyone.
Well, I mean, this
try and be interesting.
This is a sophisticated crowd, so most people probably know of Tubi TV, but maybe they don't know how, and I was surprised by just how popular it is. So I just said 81 million active viewers a month. I mean, that puts it larger than Paramount Plus, Hulu, Peacock. I guess, talk about, other than, I mean, it's free, right? But what demand is it satisfying in the marketplace that maybe some of these other so-called higher profile streamers aren't meeting?
Yeah, so I joined Tubi as CEO over a year ago. I'd spent nearly a decade before that at Vimeo, the online video platform. And I too was surprised, I think, at the incredible momentum that Tubi has seen. And we are now the most watched free TV service in America. And I think some of that is a steady, consistent commitment that Tubi has had for over 10 years. It was started by its founder to free access to the world's largest collection of movies and TV shows. And then some of that is that we are in an era where I think viewers are frustrated and they're looking for a streamer that puts them back at the center. And what we see at Tubi is that we've gotten really good at removing barriers, making it super easy and frictionless to just start watching content without having to pay, without having to take a bunch of steps. And we've also done a good job, I think, of listening to what our fans want, listening to what's happening in culture, and just working really, really hard and diligently to bring people more and more of the stories that they're interested in and that they can't find anywhere else. And it sounds really table stakes, Brad, but it really is just that, and doing it every single day and just not wavering no matter what else is happening in this very kind of intensely competitive market that I think is what is leading to Tubi's momentum.
Well, you mentioned a competitive market, and there are other ad-supported video-on-demand networks. Pluto is owned by Viacom and Paramount, Xumo, Comcast and Charter, Freevee, Amazon. I mean, first of all, who ordained that all of these should be two-syllable names?
That I can't tell you.
Yeah, but also, how do you feel like Tubi has been able to differentiate itself in what is, by any measure, a pretty crowded market?
Well, first I'll say, we define our competitive set, I think, much more broadly. We really think of it as we want to be the entertainment destination of choice for this next generation. And we look a lot at cord cutters, cord nevers, and sort of the younger audiences that are coming online. And our perspective is like we don't think of it as we're competing against this player that has this model. We think of it as we're in an attention economy. And ultimately, people are choosing to spend more of their time on social and gaming in some cases than television. And so it's our job to just raise the bar for what free entertainment looks like. And that's how we have kind of thought about our offering and our value proposition. And so the way I think about it is like, yes, I think you're seeing the tailwinds kind of moving in favor of free ad-supported television. I do think that is something that we will continue to see. But I think that's because the next best alternative for people to spend their time is sometimes just opening up their phone and going on TikTok. And so if we don't find a way to make the offering feel as delightful and easy as that, we will lose in the long term. And so that, I think, is really what we've been doing, and I think it's working.
So I mentioned some of your direct rivals, but recently we've seen Amazon get introduce an ad-supported tier, Netflix. So I guess what is happening to the market? What happens to ad rates, maybe in particular, as more and more of the streaming inventory comes online?
So I think on the consumer side, there are absolutely more players that are offering ad tiers. Many of them, though, those are ad tiers once you pay. So to be clear, that's asking consumers to pay to watch ads. My perspective, that's very different than being entirely free.
So is there just frustration that is fueling this? People are sick of all the bills of paying more than they did in the previous regime?
I mean, I think that is a factor. When I look at Tubi's audience, over 65% are cord cutters and cord nevers. We see the fastest growth among younger multicultural audiences. And in general, very strong engagement among Gen Z and millennials. And so I suspect it's a bit of both. And then your question on the ad side, I think there's definitely more competition for ad inventory, for sure. We are seeing that pressure. I think everyone saw in the upfront market real pressure on ad rates and CPMs. In Tubi's case, we didn't experience that. We actually had a really strong, or strongest upfront, and really had nice acceleration and double-digit growth. But I think in our case, it is because we were always sort of priced, I'd say, appropriately for this current environment. And we never invested in, we didn't have the Netflix strategy of like big budget originals, which would historically commanded those higher CPMs. So we've been, I think, more protected, from some of these dynamics. It doesn't mean it's not a very competitive market. But again, I think the key to winning in the market is like, keep the viewer front and center and continue to be the most engaging place for them.
Well, I want to ask you about originals, but first, as I was preparing, I looked at Tubi and I looked at some of the most watched lists, and some of them really jumped out at me, like the Partridge Family. That is not a show that I have contemplated in many years.
Columbo
is on the list. Don't sleep on Peter Falk. And talk about ones to watch.
Fun fact: Columbo is watched. You might think it's like the older generation. We have got a ton of like young Gen Z audiences that are watching this content.
How do you account for this?
We say it's not nostalgia, it's nostalgia. And by the way, that's obviously not all we have on Tubi. We have hundreds of originals that we go out and produce that we think are very reflective of culture today. And 1 in 4.
Another one was TMZ 3-part investigation into UFOs.
There you go.
I've not watched that one yet.
Well, I think, to that point, I think what we're seeing is, so we started with this huge library, and then we don't presume to know what is good. The premise for Tubi is we are not the arbiters of quality. We let our audience tell us. And what we find is that they surprise us. And if we had approached it as looking at, okay, we're going to program for a gender or a demo or a very monolithic kind of sense of an audience, we would miss these opportunities. And so what I see is more that I think when we look at audience tastes and preferences and culture, it's just way more multidimensional. It's moving fast. It's moving at the speed of TikTok. And we benefit because we have such a long tail of different kind of content that we can pick up these things, these hidden gems that you might not realize are popular or people are interested in. And what our fans tell us is that's what they love about Tubi. It feels different. It feels like one of the things we hear is that people feel seen, weirdly, on Tubi because of the content. And we're leaning into that.
So let's talk about the original strategy. So 300 titles, is it throughout the life of the service, or?
Over the last couple of years.
Yeah, okay.
We embarked on originals about 2 years
so
ago.
what there's a surplus of content, some might say, out there. What audiences are you pursuing? What's your strategy?
So as I said, we don't think of it as here's a genre or an audience we want to go after, but we do think of it as what are we seeing that is bubbling up among the fandoms on Tubi, where it's clear that they want more of something, and for some reason they aren't able to get that through, or we aren't able to get that through the traditional kind of ecosystem. And so you'll see us do a whole variety of things.
Can you give us a few examples?
Yeah, sure. So this week we announced a talk show with Deion Sanders, Coach Prime. It's more about culture and sports culture. We have a generational comedy called The Z-Suite that's being filmed right now, starring Lauren Graham, and it's sort of a Madison Avenue advertising agency that gets taken over by Gen Z. What could go wrong? And you'll also see things that you just might not expect. A great example, and this is an example of us kind of listening in terms of what's happening in social. So there's a fandom called the Earpers, and that they're fans of a show, a sci-fi show that was canceled called Winona Earp. It's like a Canadian kind of thriller Western. And our team noticed that those fans were really, really passionate about bringing that show back. And so we brought it back. And it's an example where we dropped the trailer and we had 600 million views on social in 24 hours. And that fandom has come back over and over and over. And so that's why I say, for us, it's not about trying to find one show that's going to speak to everyone. It's about recognizing that what Tubi does well is we help stories find their audience. And we want to keep doing that over and over and over and over. And that's how we think about our originals.
Films as well?
Yes. In fact, one of the interesting things is there's a Variety Illuminate, they do the top 10 movies of the week charts. And I think we had a Tubi original movie 4 times in the last quarter make those charts. And they're titles you might not have heard of, right? Like Bloodline Killer, Robin, The Assistant 2. These are examples of content where we're working with sometimes independent, homegrown creators. It's stories that aren't going to be in the box office, but they absolutely resonate on our platform.
Well, speaking of the box office, would you ever consider bringing a Tubi original into theaters?
We actually have something right now. It's a movie with Peter Dinklage and Juliette Lewis called The Thicket. It's our first attempt. It's a passion project of Peter's, and it's really great. It's getting some really good reviews, so hopefully many of you will get a chance to check it out for free on Tubi in the coming future.
You mentioned Vimeo, so you joined Tubi from Vimeo a year ago. Vimeo, part of the IAC constellation of companies, but publicly listed. Tubi, part of Fox. Just talk about the transition, being one of the few remaining content assets inside Fox, and why you decided to join Tubi.
Yeah. So I had a wonderful experience at Vimeo. I was there for 9 years. I was CEO for 6, and we were public for 2. And I really felt like that was a platform that put creators first. We spent all of our time thinking about how to lower the barriers for creators to be able to make and distribute and monetize their content. And one of the things that I experienced as probably the biggest barrier to supporting creators, it wasn't the technology, though there was plenty of opportunity there. It was the distribution. It's getting creators an audience. And the reason that I came to Tubi was I really felt that the approach, the fact that the business was, it's a pure business model. It's 100% free and ad supported. That means that we live and die by viewer engagement. We only make money if someone is watching and engaging on our service. And there's a purity of that that aligns incentives that I felt like would be a really exciting foundation to hopefully disrupt a little bit in streaming and to help kind of unify creators and audiences in a way that I think has long been needed. So for me, it's been a really incredible year to see sort of some of that hypothesis start to take shape. And we have a lot of work to do, and we're very dialed in on the Tubi team. But I am optimistic.
A question that is probably of great interest to your bosses is Tubi profitable?
We see a very clear path to profitability. But in Tubi's case, I'll say, first, we did not have a content strategy that involved huge swings and huge bets where you're spending millions and millions of dollars on very premium original content, which that's often the hardest part to getting to profitability. The other part in our case is we have built up a very highly engaged audience, and we see very clearly our path to profitability shouldn't come from cutting costs. And in fact, we are not cutting costs. We are investing more. We are growing our investment in stories and content. And our belief is that we just have to get more and more efficient at monetizing our audience by building relationships with advertisers. And again, we had a good upfront. So I feel like the path for us is really just growing in a more scalable and efficient way. And that's ultimately a much more sustainable way to be profitable in the long term versus having to cut costs that erode your value proposition for viewers.
How do you think Fox views Tubi strategically? Like, is there potential for some kind of combination or partnership with Fox News? Do you think that they look at introducing a subscriber tier to Tubi?
I think that right now the value sort of that Tubi brings is it's meaningful. We're really a way to expand the pie. As I mentioned, our audience is largely incremental, so 65% cord cutters and nevers. If you think about it, Fox has a really strong stable of assets, but it's a very different audience. And so Tubi offers this opportunity to really reach this cordless generation. And everything that we have seen on the team and that I see as my mandate, it really is to build the #1 streamer and to just very much focus on being the absolute best at delighting audiences. And I think that is strategic.
So 2 quick questions before we run out of time. We've talked a little bit today about the disintegration of regional sports networks. Do you think Tubi has a role to play in broadcasting live sports or news?
So we do feature a lot of live sports linear channels where you can access things like WNBA games on Tubi. We have decided against investing in premium live sports rights, primarily because those rights are very expensive and they don't really make sense on a pure ad-supported model. So what you're going to see Tubi do more of is we'll look to very strategically, in partnership with Fox Sports, play a role in more of the sports culture, the stories around athletes, the stories around leagues. That Deion Sanders talk show I mentioned is one thing you'll see from us. I think for the Super Bowl, you'll see us do a purple carpet. It's a pregame show that's not about the sports. It's going to be about the fashion and the culture and then sort of the celebrity vibes around the game. And so you'll see us experiment there. What we hear from younger audiences, particularly Gen Z, is that they're very interested in the stories around sports. I think we saw it a little bit at the Olympics too. So we're kind of making a bet that that's the place where Tubi can add value.
Okay, but in terms of picking up, say, a Midwestern baseball team's regional broadcast, as a lot have lost their partners.
We've been thinking about it, yeah. I mean, I never say never in a market like this, but right now I think we're much more interested in on-demand movies, TV shows. That's where we see sort of our strength. And so we'll see how the rest unfolds.
Okay, last question. So many SVOD players, AVOD players, you still have linear TV declining, but still a sizable audience. What does the future look like? How much consolidation do you anticipate?
I mean, I think there will be some consolidation. And certainly there are some challenges ahead, but I see more opportunity than challenge. And as I said, I think the addressable market for us is actually really big because it is the attention economy. And yes, that's a competitive space, but there's still room for disruption. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to bring more diversity in storytelling, more unique stories from more unique storytellers. I think we're at a place right now in the industry where the time has come where we can do things like that. And Tubi is experimenting here. We just launched the first fan-fueled studio in streaming, where we actually have people, putting out their projects, and we'll greenlight them based on fan feedback. Issa Rae's partnering with us on that. And there's just so much there to still be kind of figured out. So I'm optimistic. I think you're going to see overall the viewer experience is going to become the key differentiator, and I think that's ultimately a good thing.
All right, well, Anjali, I'm going to go catch up on my Columbo.
Check out Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I watched it, and it's time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Matt Stone, co-creator of South Park and co-founder of Deep Voodoo, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw.
It's here for Lucas. Come on, everybody. All right.
No, they're here for you. Everyone's tired of me. Thank you for making this work.
Yeah,
You're in here filming something. We'll talk about that in a second.
Okay, all right.
But I'm curious because over the last year or two when we've spoken, you have really encouraged me to go to a Mexican restaurant. And I think
I'm here shilling.
We should start with a question that is maybe on everyone's mind. You're a pretty savvy business person. Why did you buy a bankrupt Mexican restaurant in Lakewood, Colorado?
Because we're not that savvy. I'm not a savvy business person, quite frankly. If you don't know what Casa Bonita is, this giant restaurant in Colorado where Trey and I grew up. It's like 52,000 square feet. If you've been, it's the best place in the world. If you haven't, you're like, what the fuck is everyone talking about? But it went bankrupt, and Trey and I bought it, and we've kind of figured that when you hear that sentence in your head, like, how hard can it be? You should really beware of that voice in your head. We said, how hard could it be? The food sucked. How hard could it be to revive this place? And it was pretty hard. It took the last couple of years. We sank a lot of our money into it, but it's open.
The documentary would say, so you thought you were going to spend $6 million. Am I?
I thought I was spending $3 million, and then it turned into about 40, and it's actually probably more than 40. But so when oh, here we go. But some part of what, like, when we've got a really good friend of ours, and we have a documentary division at Park County, our company, our friend Arthur Bradford, who's always shooting video of us. And there was this moment when everything was going really bad, and I just thought, well, and it was really stressful and shitty, and everyone's yelling at each other, and everyone's stressed out. And I just thought about, like, Kitchen Nightmares, or those. If there was funny music playing behind this meeting, it would be funny. And so we, encouraged Arthur to keep shooting, and we ended up with this movie called Casa Bonita Mi Amor, which originally was, and we haven't got enough material for, a 3 or 4 part kind of one of those 3 or 4 hour long things. And when we watched it, we just decided to cut it down to its core, and its core really was about my partner Trey. As an artist and as a kind of slightly insane, great guy who dedicates himself to something and sort of won't stop.
Right.
And $40 million later, we have a Mexican restaurant. But I will say, we serve. When I say Mexican restaurant, we did 14,000 people went last week. That's what we're doing.
Is it making money now? And setting aside the $40 million you incinerate.
You're asking the wrong. Yeah, I'm not a savvy businessman. I don't know. Okay. I think it's getting close to making money. We have 265,000 people who are our founders, who are people who are our biggest fans. We have a direct relationship with, who are on the 1 million+ person email list before. As I said, we're doing 14,000 people a week right now. We hope to get to 20,000 people a week, and it's funny to us, but people are calling us about opening Casa Bonitas in other places. And it's just like, okay, and that's just funny knowing if you just came from Denver that we would be in that position doing it.
Yeah.
But it's open. We're really proud of it. I'm being self-deprecating. We're really proud of it, and the movie shows how hard the renovation was, and again, Trey, my partner's dedication to the cause.
So you always have someone filming you?
Kind of. Isn't that annoying?
Why?
Not always, but it's a really good friend of ours, Arthur Bradford, and he did a documentary, if anybody saw it, called 6 Days to Air about us a long time ago, and we just kind of have kept filming, you know.
It's you and Beyonce, you just.
I know it's like such a rapper thing to do. Like here's our doc crew, but in this particular case, it ended up making something really compelling.
Right.
Yeah.
You mentioned Trey as sort of this kind of mad genius as he's depicted in the documentary. How does the working relationship between the two of you work? Where it feels like, if you've watched 6 Days to Air, it's pretty evident that sort of he is the creative lead.
Yep.
And so what is your role alongside him, and how does that relationship work?
I don't know. It changes all the time. I mean, at this point, we're family, you know. I mean, to pick it apart is we've just been through it all together.
Yeah.
You know, but Trey's he really is a true artist, capital A artist, and he's so talented it kind of fucks people up, you know.
Yeah.
He can write and direct and act and write songs, and you know, and I'm kind of a smart guy that I can help along those things or help refine his vision along the way. Or a lot of times, you know, I bring ideas to the show. When you do a show like South Park, you have to have like, what the hell are we going to do this week? So sometimes it's a producer-director relationship. Sometimes it's co-writing. At the end of the day, I think we like our core competency, as you would say at Bloomberg Screentime, would be
I will say
fart jokes and funny voices. We like making each other laugh. You know what I mean? So, but like you'll see in the movie, if you see the movie Casa Bonita Me More, I mean the title comes from a point. There's a part where the camera they catch him just in this, and it's just a very, if you know Trey, it's like you see this moment in the film, like that is Trey.
Right.
And he just starts singing this little Elvis thing, Casa Bonita Me More, and it's like, that's Trey. Like when he gets his mind on doing something artistic, you're not going to get in his way. He'll work harder than anybody. He's more dedicated than anybody, and like I'll go anywhere with them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, even though I grew up in Denver too, and I understand all the nostalgia, and I have a real just like his connection with Casa Bonita is pretty astounding.
Now, you said in a 2010 interview with the New York Times.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. No, this is not a bad one. I thought it was funny because you said in that interview that you would not be making, both of you laughed. You're like, there's no way we're going to be making South Park when we're 50. Because this was celebrating a certain anniversary. Yeah. I believe you're now 53?
Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Sorry. Is there an end in sight for the show, or have you guys just reached a point where you're like, we're just going to keep doing it, and at a certain point maybe we'll get tired of it, but for now
I think we're going to. No, we don't have an end in sight, and actually, and I'll say, honestly, it's because it's still such an awesome sandbox.
Yeah.
You know, we're working on a movie right now, a live action movie. When we get back to South Park, it's going to be like, oh right, here we go. Like I can't wait to see, hang out with those characters again, to be cheesy about it. Like we love doing South Park, and then I think we will last long enough to reach the singularity and pass it off to our AI. I mean, which sounds crazy, but people are. Yeah. But we have no plans now. We don't
really regret that. Oh, they took the chart off. Good.
Yeah.
That was the one that was going to show that people watch Family Guy more than South Park. But
oh man, you Lucas, bring me up on stage.
I'm curious in terms of like, do you ever feel? Because I think
put it back up. Yeah.
Oh God.
And American Dad. Oh my Lord.
Let's talk about the two at the bottom, which are the two shows I really grew up with in a lot of ways. Do you ever, because I believe you have a relatively friendly relationship with the Simpsons people, right?
I mean, we don't know anybody really personally. I mean, but.
Do you ever feel like, because I think they had you beat by about 8-9 years, something like that. Like, do you ever,
Simpsons? Yeah.
You're these two shows that have been on forever. Do you ever think like, okay, we got to go on longer than they do?
That won't happen. I mean, we're not. That will be in the AI singularity future, whatever the hell that is. No, The Simpsons was an incredibly formative show for us. You know, we were in college going to bars, watching it along with people, along with Beavis and Butthead and what Mike was doing. Those were like, oh, you can do this? You know, before that, there was no idea that you could do an adult animation.
Is there a new adult animated show that you really love? Like, have you seen anything new in the last 5 years?
I don't watch any television.
Really?
None.
Why not?
I got kids and I got work and I don't know. I don't do anything more I don't do anything.
Well, okay,
I like, hang out with my friends.
You're gonna
play video games.
Let's say you go home this weekend, right? You have. What do you do to relax?
I don't know. I just don't watch TV.
No, that's fine. But so what do you do?
Okay, what is this? All Go on a hike, hang out with my kids. They're coming in town this weekend. I haven't seen them in a few weeks. I see my friends.
Right.
Might have a drink.
That's allowed, yes.
Might have a smoke.
Also allowed.
Might hang out with people. I don't know. I just am not a TV person. I really never have been personally. And now to get to like, if there's any, now I just find the whole thing bewildering when I turn on. There's no way when I find, well, frankly, we talked about this last time. I feel burned. The last couple of TV shows I've gotten into, and I do feel like this has been a real casualty or the problem with the streaming revolution is like, someone will say, you gotta watch this show. You gotta watch Mandalorian. It's so awesome. You gotta watch Battlestar Galactica. You gotta watch this one show. And I'll never watch TV, and I will, and I'll go on, I'll start watching it. And goddamn, it's great. And I'm like, I am missing something. And then you get into that second season, there's that episode that's bullshit. And I feel so betrayed. No, it's not, I don't have a rational, I'm like, oh, well, you know what? The economics, they really tried. I don't do that. I'm like, fuck you. You're wasting my time.
Right.
And that's when I feel like
so you're
economics, no, the business of the business that the streaming revolution has created is screwing with people's heads and distorting the art of what should be being made.
Even though...
No, I'm irrational about it.
Well, I'm curious, though, because you're talking about season 2, right?
And season 2, as soon as I feel like you're wasting my time, I feel completely betrayed.
Because
I fell in love with something, and now I know you're screwing with me, and you're screwing with my heart, and I have like a short fuse, and that's that.
Well,
Shut the computer, and then I don't watch TV for 3 more years. That's, if anybody knows, that is seriously true,
It's funny because I feel like one of the criticisms of streaming services is they cancel shows too quickly. Shows never, like, there's no streaming show that is in, I don't think, in like season 10 or 12 or anything like that. But so what part of the process do you feel like streaming has distorted?
Well, maybe, I don't know if it's streaming or like, and listen, I got a show that's been on 27 years, so, what am I talking about? I don't know, but like, it's just when I feel like someone's wasting my time, and I feel like that is part of the butter and bread equation that's gotten screwed up in the 2010s from streaming of like, well, let's make the bread this. We got this. There's this much butter in the world. Right. We're going to do this much bread, and it doesn't work.
Right.
There's just not that much good stuff out there.
Right.
And because the technology's made it so with editing and photography and everything looks glossy and it looks good, and then you go, okay, this feels good, and then they fool you, and then episode 7 you realize you're wasting my time, and then again, bang, and then I get really mad.
Do you think that, I'm curious, do you worry that AI makes that worse because it'll make it even easier to make stuff?
I don't know, yeah. I mean, maybe, because on the other hand, there's a lot of people who the technology's made it so that there's a lot of cool stuff happening. I don't want to be a complete grouch. I'm a pretty big grouch when someone wastes my time. But if, there has been a lot of like great stuff like with YouTube and people online. What am I saying? I'm saying the tools, the tools to make films are so much different than when Trey and I started. That's cool. It's cool that people can make stuff.
Like, how much does well, this is maybe going in the other direction of what you were just saying. Like, how much does the average episode of South Park cost now versus when you started?
Oh, a gazillion times more. Yeah, because Trey and I make so much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, we were living on couches when we were literally crashing on our friend's couch when we first started making the show.
Right.
Now it's quite a bit more.
Yes.
Get Trey out of bed it's not going to get out of bed for
Well, the savviest deal you ever did was you got 50% of your digital rights.
Yeah. No, that was a good idea. And so that turned out to be a good idea.
The company where you've been home for since the start of South Park's Paramount obviously had a rather bumpy year.
Yeah.
What were you guys thinking during the sale process? Are you like reading the stories that my colleagues and peers and I are writing? Are you talking to people? Like, what is?
Oh.
No.
Of course. We. What happened between those digital rights and between when we went and did Book of Mormon with our friend Bobby Lopez, and just the way Broadway works is between that and then having enough money and having a little bit of savvy, we've moved into, we're owners now. We're not for hire. You know what I mean? We went over that. We got above that, looked above those clouds. You know what I mean? So we really, in a way, were fortified to be okay with whoever is going to buy Paramount. If someone's going to buy Paramount and slice it up, great. If someone wants to buy Paramount, we'll buy South Park back from them. Like, we're ready to do whatever. That said, I'm pretty excited about the David Ellison and.
Why is that?
You know, I mean, just we've met a couple of times. I mean, this is just comes from like, I think.
Did you meet before this or as a result of this?
We met once or twice before, and then we've met once or twice since the whole thing. And, you know, the Grouch, and like, you know, he seems like someone who genuinely
The kid of a tech billionaire does feel like someone you would make fun of on the show, I have to say.
not this one.
Yeah.
But no, but he seems like a guy who genuinely is. He's not in. We've lived at a Paramount, and I actually like the current people who work at Paramount that we work with. I really like.
Right.
But it's been a bumpy ride through the.
Yeah. Well, you had the Philippe Damon era.
Yeah. Phil Dowman.
Phil Dowman.
The Phil Dowman era, where it's quarter to quarter and just milk this thing for what it is every quarter. I don't think that's what David wants to do. He seems like a person who's dedicated, and the team is dedicated to a long-term vision, and that's what you have to do. These projects just take a long time, and the quality over quantity that I think he really believes in lines up with what Trey and I are into.
Right.
We don't do a lot. We hope that what we do is not a waste of anybody's time. Right. And if it is, okay, we tried. Do you know what I mean? But we didn't deliberately go out to go, hey. We could make a little more bread here and spread that butter out.
Yeah.
It's really butter bread. That's all I wanted. That's my really clever analogy today. Sorry.
Okay, so you're not gonna make fun of David. I did. Have you ever done Larry Ellison on the show?
No, won't be making fun of him either. Okay. Nope. He's safe for now.
Yeah. No. Other than owners of Paramount, you guys are pretty much willing to make fun of anyone or anything. Is there anyone or anything you're not interested in touching?
I don't know. We've been asked that so many times.
Okay,
no,
sorry,
and then we'll come if we come up with something. Yeah. That's really not where we start from.
Yeah. You start from what would be.
Just I don't know. It's just it's the same. What do you write about? It's stuff that's interesting. It's like the way that we luckily that's what I'm saying. We have a sandbox, and it's so fun to, whether it's the news or something that happens in our life, we get to go play in our sandbox. That's how it starts, you know.
Right.
Doing a show about Ozempic. Like we didn't really make fun of Ozempic. We didn't make fun. You know what I mean? We just found all these different angles to come at it and talk about it. You know?
Right.
That's a big thing. The big change to our world.
Right. Bread and butter Ozempic. We have all the Hollywood bases.
That's pretty good. All right. No,
yeah.
Maybe less. Yeah. Hollywood needs a little Ozempic to get.
Did you? I'm curious. At any point during the sale process, did you guys think about trying to buy South Park back? I feel like there were, because Viacom or Paramount, they looked into selling BET, they looked into selling Showtime. I assume that
we thought about it.
Like you could have just said, "We'll buy Comedy Central from you."
We thought about it. You know, I'm not saying, we thought about buying, like I'm going to write a check. We thought about just doing a press release, like, some sort of like, hey, we're going to make an offer, just to be kind of dicks about the whole thing. Right. But
like you and a few of the other people who bid on the company but didn't really bid on the
company. No, we would just bid on South Park, and we went through that scenario. But ultimately, like, that's not. I don't know. As I said, I'm excited about Paramount remaining intact. I have a little, I have a little romanticism about Hollywood still, because I'm from the before time. From when we came to Hollywood, it was still Hollywood, Now it's like tech's all come down here and everything's disorienting, and I don't know what a studio is anymore and what distribution is anymore. But the idea that there's a lot and the people go to work on the lot and, it looks like a back lot and there's a guy in the corner, smoking a cigar and he's rich and
that's what you want.
I like that, yeah.
That's
good. Compared to the tech, compared to Northern California and tech guys, I like that. You know what I mean? Like I've been lucky enough in my life to get to know kind of like tech people, and I live in New York now. I know Wall Street people, and Hollywood. And I'm just totally proud to be part of the Hollywood community.
God, I want to replay that to 25-year-old Matt and see what he has to
say. I know that's what I'm saying. After living through all this stuff, like I'm not like the.
And is that because
Hollywood is like the most stand-up place of all these industries, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. It is. Fuck all those guys, man. You know what I mean?
Is that because you are an artist and so you feel sort of a kinship with other people in that community, or do you
Probably, yeah. It's just at this point now, it's like, what am I going to do? It's like not being a Lakers fan after living here for so long. Like a bit of it's that. A bit of it's just like the way that, watching, I do feel like and I do feel like, not to be quite as strident, it's a two-way street. Like with Northern California and Southern California, you have this mutual disrespect of what each other does. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, so because I do the one, I've felt these tech people come down over the last 2 decades and just be assholes.
Right.
That's what it is to me. just be assholes and kind of like, oh, we can do what you do. And then, to segue to Deep Voodoo, we found ourselves stumbling into sort of a tech company, and I have a little more respect for what they do. You know what I mean? The same thing. Now I understand why restaurateurs are, like after doing a Mexican restaurant, it's like, oh, that's not so easy.
Right.
So that's to go back to what I just said. Like, how hard can it be? It's hard.
So for those,
if you're gonna say how hard can it be, it's harder than you think. You're wrong. You're basically wrong.
For those unfamiliar, Deep Voodoo is your AI company.
Yeah, Deep Voodoo is this AI company. We sort of, I would just liken it to like our punk rock version of Weta or ILM, where we started to try to make a movie to make fun of Trump before the pandemic, and we basically decided we were going to do deepfake technology to make fun of him and to make fun of a bunch of people. I mean, basically, it was a giant like copyright nightmare or whatever. Like we're just going to use everybody's face and just make fun of everybody. And we got the runaround from a bunch of special effects companies. Yeah, look at this. This is like some of the stuff we're doing now. And the movie hit the rocks with the pandemic, but the tech is amazing, and we kept going with it. And we've done a couple of music videos. We have a couple of big projects coming out next year, and it's something. It is definitely. I'm not saying our company, but like the technology's here to stay. As I said, a lot more respect for how hard it is to develop software, develop these kind of like models. But as you can see here, it's like a way where actors won't have to wear makeup, won't have to, you can just go to set like looking like whatever, and you'll end up looking like an alien when in the final product. So it's stuff that just meat and potatoes production, saves time, cheaper.
It feels like there's this debate a little bit about, is AI something that will make production more efficient, or is it something that will be an enhancement? Or is it a bit of both?
I mean, I think Trey and I are interested in the efficiency because, again, if you can, let me see how I'd put it. It's like the deepfake technology kind of, I would say, divorces the input and output of the performance. So it's like I can be you and you could be me,
right?
Or I can be, or someone like a Mike Myers or a Eddie Murphy or Trey, who's incredibly talented and probably could just play every character better than everybody else. Make that very easy. Instead of spending 6 or 8 hours in the chair every day getting ready for makeup or getting made up like for the clumps or something like that, there's a lot of efficiencies for really talented.
A Nutty Professor reference, I believe.
Of course. I got good Norbit, man. I can go deep into Eddie Murphy, man.
Have you had, because obviously for the show you guys do voice a lot of the characters. Have you talked with anyone or with any company about trying to do voice cloning or licensing your voices for things?
We haven't. They've come to us, and I think we've run into the same. I don't know what everyone else's. The first thought was, well, I can think of 80 million things I don't want that character to say, right? And so I don't know what those safeguards would be, but we haven't really looked into that. But
right. But you
because we can do it. I mean, But eventually, when the AI singularity takes, when I'm 60 and 65 and I'm on my yacht and I don't want to do it anymore, and I can hand it off to my AI assistant on my phone, I guess, I don't know.
You're tapping out at 60 to 65.
I got a yacht. I'm going to go get on my yacht. I don't have a yacht, by the way.
Yeah.
Trey has a boat.
Other than the Ozempic episode, you haven't done much South Park in a while, right? Why is that?
Because we're working on a movie.
And what can you say about the movie?
It's a movie we're doing a movie with Kendrick Lamar and Dave Free and their company, and we're working on it and hopefully come out July 4th weekend, opposite Jurassic Park, which is pretty funny.
Probably a little different. What is the comedy? What's the genre?
I would say comedy.
Comedy.
Yes.
Very funny.
I would say
Sticking with your roots.
Probably funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Is Cow involved? Is Kendrick in it?
Very involved. And Dave Free's very, very involved. Yeah, we're there every day working on it. But that's what we're doing, and then we'll do South Park beginning of next year. We're coming back with one episode, and then a bunch more in the second half of 2025. But we are working on something.
Cool. You didn't want to do the person you're not going to touch, but I'm now curious if there was one executive, like media tech, wherever, that you would like to make fun of in some way, who would it be? that you haven't done before? Like who in media, when you see the headlines, see what they're doing, you're like, God.
Sam Altman just makes me laugh every time.
Why?
Does he do anything but podcasts? I mean, this is like the one thing I've done. It's like, I feel like, oh, this is like taking up like half my day. I'm supposed to be doing stuff. That guy do anything but podcasts? Maybe he's smart. I don't know. But like, all I do is like see the guy on podcasts.
You would go on Smartless?
Does that dude do anything but go on podcasts and talk about stuff?
Well, presumably he's running a company.
Presumably, but
they are worth 100.
When you actually listen to him talk, does anything he says make sense or strike you as smart? I'm asking you. You're the one who asked me. I'm asking you. I would say yes. I'd say he's a very, very smart guy. I hope to meet him someday. All those podcasts. He's got a lot of experience.
My honest answer to it is I don't listen to the podcasts he goes on.
I don't either. I just see all the podcasts. Yeah, I don't either. I know you asked me. I'm trying to.
Yeah, no. I couldn't decide if you're going to go. I was like, are you going to go to David Zaslav because he's kind of suing you right now? But Sam Altman's probably a better answer.
I could have done David Zaslav, yeah. No, he's suing me, so I can't talk about him, I guess.
You can talk about him.
I can?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
I don't know. Do you remember the Jerky Boys?
No.
Okay, you're too young. Do you guys remember the Jerky Boys? There was just a character that went, sue you, sue everybody. And there was like some little character. That's what David Zaslav reminds me of. I mean, that's what Warner Brothers do. They're just suing the NBA. They're suing everybody. So being sued by Warner Brothers like a mark of pride at this point. You know what I mean? If you're not, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
So is that enough?
No. On that note, I'm going to let you get back to work.
All right, thank you, everybody.
All right, thanks for doing it.
Thanks. All right, have fun.
You too.
Talk to you later.
When I'm in front of the camera, I just don't know how to put it. I believe I'm the best on the planet.
Please welcome to the stage Stephen A. Smith, host of The Stephen A. Smith Show and First Take.
Thanks for coming. Good to see you.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? What's going on?
You're the closer.
Is that what they call me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We closed with Snoop yesterday. We're closing with you today.
I like it. How's everybody doing?
Good. When did you get into town?
I got into town yesterday.
Okay.
I had to go do First Take and all of that stuff, take care of some business, and now I am here.
Okay.
Well, I got to fly out of town and do a First Take from Tennessee State, HBCU, tomorrow. Yeah.
When you started your career, being a columnist at a national newspaper was probably the most influential job you could have in sports media. You had talk radio, ESPN blew up. You're now the most recognizable sports talk person sports media personality, I would say. How do you see your business changing with streaming and social media and what you have to do to sort of stay on top?
Well, you've got to diversify. You've got to make sure that you're paying attention to what the audience wants. You have to understand who your audience is and where they are. The audience that listens to you on radio might be different than the audience that's watching you and listening to you on your podcast and your YouTube show. Might be different than the audience that's watching you at 10 o'clock in the morning on First Take. For me personally, it's not that challenging from the standpoint that working at ESPN, there's always been a potpourri of shows. What you saw from me on First Take might be a little bit different than what you saw from me on NBA Countdown. It might be a little bit different than what you saw from me when we had Outside the Lines. It might be a little bit different than when you see me on the Sports Center. A lot of times also the personality that you're working with comes into play. Somebody that's hosting the 6 o'clock Sports Center might be different than somebody that's hosting the 11 o'clock, might be different than somebody that's hosting the overnight. You're coming on before games, so you have a certain attitude. And then another show, you're coming on post game. So it's a different attitude because you saw a different, you know, you got some highlights, you saw a different level of excitement that you want to ingratiate yourself with and gravitate to. And so I've always been about the business of making sure that I was multifaceted in my presentation and my delivery, and just to make sure that I'm appealing to the audience and being mindful and cognizant of who actually is out there watching at a particular moment in time in the day or what have you, and what you need to do and what you need to deliver, because everybody's looking for something different.
Yeah. Where do you think the most people watch you now? Is it on ESPN? Is it YouTube? Is it some other social network?
Well, I would tell you, once upon a time, I would have easily said it's ESPN, and you can easily say that now because of the success of First Take. I mean, when you think about the audience, you know, at 10 o'clock in the morning when people are at work or in school or whatever, we're averaging nearly 500,000 viewers live over video. I personally average over 2 billion views a year, so I know that. And then that's just with First Take. That doesn't take into account Sports Center and NBA Countdown. And then now that I've got my YouTube show, I've had it for about 18 months now. I've got about 877,000 subscribers. This month alone, I did over 18 million views. I've had over 2.2 million watched hours and stuff like that. And so you're looking at those numbers and you're saying, well, that's just 3 days a week. And that's me talking about pop culture and entertainment with the P. Diddy scandal or whatever. And, you know, it's not me getting into sports as heavily. It's not even getting into politics as the election draws near, especially because there were times that I was talking about Trump. I was talking about Kamala Harris. I was on the air 8-9 months ago saying Joe Biden needed to step down. It just ain't there anymore. You know, I was saying that. I didn't say it enjoyingly. I said, you certainly don't want to be denigrating the president of the United States or anything like that, but I saw what I saw. And so for me, talking to that audience, knowing that they're not familiar. At one time, they weren't familiar with that, but then those algorithms kick in. You talk about it enough, all of a sudden your name comes up, you make headlines, and then they attach you to those subject matters, and then before you know it, you have an even bigger audience that you never anticipated. And so I think the exciting part for me is the answer to that question is ESPN, but it was definitively and very quickly ESPN.
And now you can
say a year ago, and now I'm saying, you know, it's changing.
Right.
It's changing. They still watching me on ESPN, but the audience is growing on YouTube.
Does ESPN get upset if you talk about politics?
No. I mean, they did once upon a time. And I think that Jimmy Pitaro, the president of ESPN, he came on in 2018, and when he took over for John Skipper, who had exited, he was on the record saying that we need to veer away from politics, and there was a whole bunch of my colleagues that were very upset with me for co-signing that mandate. But I co-signed it, and even all these years later, I'm here to defend the president of ESPN at that time, because we had gotten so political that we went away from giving the audience what it came to expect. You're coming to expect sports, and then we felt it was perfectly okay to just get into stuff that expanded beyond sports. You had the Colin Kaepernick protesting and kneeling. We saw the President Trump at the time hijack the narrative and turn it into some issue involving patriotism and all of this other stuff, when it really wasn't about that. It was about him getting back at owners who wouldn't let him become an owner in 2014 for the Buffalo Bills. And you saw all of this other stuff going on. And, you know, we got away from giving the audience what the audience came to see. And I'm a businessman. And my attitude is, what do the patrons want? What are their expectations? What did they come to see? And if you know what that is, and you sign your name on the dotted line, committing to giving the audience that, then you owe it to them to give them that. And when Jimmy Pitaro was making the declaration that we weren't doing that to the degree that we once did, he was absolutely right. But once we got back to doing what we do, sports, politics, and all of that stuff in between, social commentary and stuff, it intertwines with the world of sports. It's inescapable. And now we get that. But 6 years ago or so, they didn't get it like they do now.
Right. But I suppose there's a reason you're doing that on your own as opposed to on the airwaves.
Well, again, because I'm a businessman and I'm thinking about the business of Stephen A. Smith. I'm not thinking about Stephen A. Smith, the employee. I'm thinking about straight shooter production, straight shooter media, and the kind of aspirations that I have. That doesn't mean that I want to go away, that I want to stop doing sports, that I want to stop working for the people that I work for. But they are keenly aware of the fact that I have a strong desire to expand. You will see me on News Nation a week before the election night doing a town hall. You see me on CNN. You see me on Fox News. You've seen me being interviewed by political commentators and what have you. I like doing that. You've seen me talking about P. Diddy one minute, Will Smith, Chris Rock the next, and so on and so forth. I'm one of those guys that wherever the pulse of the people are at, what is on their mind and what they're most interested in, I like to be a part of that dialogue and a part of that conversation. And so when you come to me, graduating from an HBCU, Winston-Salem State, struggling the way that I did to get to where I am, climbing up the charts from the New York Daily News as a high school reporter to the Philadelphia Inquirer, working on TV, CNN, SSI, to Fox Sports, to ESPN. I bust my ass to get to where I am. And I don't want anyone telling me, we're pigeonholing you in this box and we have you in this corner and that's where you belong and that's where you'll stay. I'm not rolling like that. That's not who I am and that's not who I'm going to be.
Okay, that's a good cue I want to read you a quote. You were profiled by GQ in 2019.
Okay, in 2019. I don't remember, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Your former colleague Max Kellerman had a quote about you.
Okay.
Stephen A. is never going to be happy. That's why he's successful. When you're on the top, when you're on top, the reason you're there is because you are a chronically dissatisfied person.
I think that's a bit excessive. I think that if you know me, if you know my inner circle, my family, my friends, my loved ones, I am a very happy man. I'm living a pretty good life.
Seems like it.
You know,
working real hard.
I work real hard because I love to work. I get that from my mama. God rest her soul, and I'm very proud of that. To me, I'm off when the job is done. I believe in excellence. I believe in doing the best that I possibly can do and exhausting every means necessary to be the best that I can be. But in the same breath, don't get it twisted. I know how to have a good time, and I have a good time quite often. It's just that, when people work with you, there's a level of intensity that I bring to the table. Nick Saban has one of my favorite quotes. Mediocre people don't like winners, and winners don't like mediocre people. And I listened to that, and I nodded my head in affirmation because you can work with people, and I'm certainly not talking about Max Kellerman here, but you can work with people, as I have in my career, and you run across people that they're fine with getting by. They're fine with punching that proverbial clock, turning it in, making sure they did their job, and that's all they got to do. No, there's a result at the end. We're in the ratings and revenue business. Are we winning? I don't care who I'm working for. This is one of the reasons that I believe that I'm one of the greatest people to work with, because I think about my partners just as much as I think about myself. Are we winning? If I'm winning, but you're losing, we're losing, because we have not achieved success for the both of us.
Right.
We know what the mandate is. And when you run across people that don't care about whether or not somebody else is winning, and all they're concerned about is the fact that they got theirs, they're very easy to spot. They're not difficult to locate. And when you have to work with them every day and you're committed to success, that's a very difficult proposition to partake of on each passing day. And I'm one of those people that I may not say much, but I want you to be uncomfortable with me. I want you to be uncomfortable around me. I want you to be around me and, you want to get away from me as fast as you can. If you're mediocre and you satisfied with being mediocre and you don't give a damn and you don't care about the results, you don't care about winning, I want you uncomfortable. I really, really do. People like the late, great Kobe Bryant, God rest his soul, you knew his mentality. Michael Jordan has been a friend of mine for years. You knew his mentality. I mean, these are people that were winners. And I believe in being a winner and exhausting yourself to do it.
I'm curious, you made the comment about people who are out for themselves. And I'm going to preface it by saying that's not what I'm implicating for you here. But you're in the middle of negotiating a really big new contract, right?
Okay.
At the same time that ESPN is firing a bunch of people. Do you see how that might rub some people the wrong way?
I can see that. I don't give a shit. Let me answer that question why. That is one question. I'm not offended by the question, so I want to make sure you understand that. But that is a question that I'm not going to take from anybody. And I'm going to tell you why. I can't count the amount of examples where I see people getting laid off, and then I see somebody come up right behind and get some contract. Business does business. You never know what's behind the goal of a business per se. What you do know is the work that you put in. If you're smart enough, what value comes with that work. And then at the same time, you also pride yourself in being very, very reasonable. I haven't, and I'm not going to talk about my contract negotiations with ESPN. They are ongoing. I think the talks have been very pleasant. I think we're making progress. We'll see what happens. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, I've got decisions to make because I got a future to think about. But I'm not going to sit up here like a baby and a child, understanding the world of business and what it entails, and whine and moan about whatever. At the end of the day, here's what it comes down to. The industry has changed. The people who are not paying attention to the changes that have taken place are going to get lost in the shuffle. It's not what it used to be. There was a metamorphosis that kicked in, a change that took place when I was in the newspaper industry and they were transitioning to .com, social media. The advent of social media came about. You know, you had people that were starting podcasts. Newspapers was getting left by the wayside, and you had newspaper journalists whining about the industry. Well, are you blind? You are reporters. You see what they're doing. You got to come up with something else, okay? Sports radio. That had grown, that had blown up. But podcasting came about. Why? Because people didn't want to punch a clock and have to watch a show or listen to the show at one specific time. They wanted the flexibility of being able to call up your content whenever they wanted to, et cetera, et cetera. You saw how the business was changing. What are you going to do about it? Same thing with television. Now we've got streaming. Linear television is supposed to be dying. I will remind you, linear content is not. Linear television is. That means somebody doesn't want to have to buy a big-ass TV to watch it in their house when they get home from work or whenever. They want to be able to watch it on their phone. They want to be able to watch it on their iPad. They want to be able to watch it on their laptop. This is what they want to be able to do. You have to know these things. In the process of knowing these things, you build an audience. You build content. You're a content provider. You're doing all of these things. And then the people that you worked for benefit from that. They master how to monetize it, or at least they hope to. And they go about the business of putting it out there so folks can get paid. And then when it's your time, you're supposed to act oblivious and ignorant to all of that and say, let me think about everybody else but myself, when I've been working all of these years and didn't ask for, and my contract wasn't up. I didn't ask for a contract extension. I didn't ask somebody to rip it up or whatever. My deal was there. You're locked in until June 2025. I've honored my word. I showed up. I performed, I did what I needed to do, and so now a negotiation takes place, and hopefully the two sides can come to an accord, and if we can't, we can't, but business is business. I harbor no animosity whatsoever. All I ask for anybody out there that's looking at me is to understand, just like a business has a right to look out for its business, Stephen A. has a right to look out for Stephen A.'s business.
Without getting into the particulars, seems like you want to stay at ESPN, right? That would be your preference?
In a perfect world, Jimmy Pitaro's a great boss. He's a good man. It's hard when you look at the world and how divisive it is, how sleazy it can be, and what have you, to run across a man that you genuinely like. You know, that's how I feel about Jimmy Pitaro. Bob Iger's another level. I revere this man. I idolize Bob Iger. I've known him for years, and I think that he's a marvelous leader. And what he has done for the Disney family, to be in-house and to see the obstacles and to see how he's maneuvered his way through that terrain for that 16-year run before he retired, and what he had to facilitate cleaning up once he got back, despite so many reports and troubles and all of this other stuff. To have a relationship with somebody like that where you see him give you advice about you personally, about your personal affairs, about things that have nothing to do with the job, but it's going to help you grow as a human being and as a man, I can't say enough about him. You don't have that every day. And so on that level, when I think about that, I think about a Burke Magnus, who I've got a good relationship with, the Dave Roberts, who I've had a long-standing relationship with. Yeah, on that level, you don't want to leave when you have people like that. But they are fully aware that while I have a desire to still do some of the things that I do, I also have a desire to do my own thing. And I'm not going to let anything stop me.
So if you, in this new deal, you would not want to fold the stuff you're doing outside into the contract. You want to make sure that you have the right to do stuff outside.
Absolutely. And I will not do anything that disallows that.
And is there anything you're not doing now that you want to add to the plate?
No, I mean, it's not so much that. What happens is that once you have a taste of success, everybody wants a piece of the action. And, well, there's pieces of the action I can't have as somebody that's worked there, even though I've contributed to the success of what they have. So just like they achieved the success on their own based on their creative and what they built, what I've created and what I'm building, I want for myself.
Right.
And so, you know, that's really what it is. Again, it's the talks are going well. There's nothing bad going on, despite the reports and stuff like that. I'm alarmed at how ignorant folks are.
I don't think the reports are that things are going bad. The reports are that, you know,
well,
they offer X, you want Y.
Well, they've been wrong. How about that? Okay, they've been wrong. But I let them do that, and because I like to see as a journalist. I've been a journalist. Yes, I'm a personality and all this stuff, but New York Daily News, Philadelphia Inquirer. I've been a journalist for nearly 30 years.
Right.
And there's a whole bunch of people that write that are still in those press boxes when I was there. I know who they are. I know how they think. I know what they're going to say before they say it. I know who they're talking to. I know who leaks information to them. I know this, okay? They're not fooling the damn soul. I just let them do it because I want to see who's going to. Because I like to see who's going to have the audacity to smile in my face when you say something. I had somebody, I'm not going to mention his name because I don't want to put him on Front Street, but I had somebody write a story about a colleague of mine and something negative that they had to say about me. And that bastard was in front of my face.
I assume we're talking about Pat McAfee.
No, not at all. I swear to you. I said, I'm not talking about my colleague. I'm talking about the reporter.
No, I know. I thought the story was about...
No, it's nothing about Pat McAfee.
Got it.
And so that reporter was in front of my face 3 weeks earlier, interviewing us when we had the town hall in front of the media. Never mentioned a word about what the person said. Not a syllable. And then I read the paper, and I'm like, you ain't asked me about this. But you took that quote, and you ran with that. You know, you watch stuff, and I'm in the business, and I've been in the business for years, so I know this. And when you are doing certain things that I think cross the line of ethics and what have you, I like to know who you are. I'm not going to do anything to you. You're not worth it. But I like to know who you are, just so I can look at you. And when you look at me, you'll know, I know who you are. That's all.
You mentioned being a journalist. You've probably interviewed just about every famous athlete on the planet, at least in certain sports. Is there one that you find the most challenging to interview?
The most challenging interview? I don't find anybody the most challenging interview as long as they know how to talk. As long as you know how to talk, I feel I can interview a cockroach, to be honest with you. I can talk to anybody.
Is there someone you haven't interviewed that you want to?
I want to interview Barack Obama. I want to interview Barack Obama. I want him to sit in front of me and defend some of the people he defends to my face. I want him to take some of the positions that he takes. I'm not going to say I don't want to interview Donald Trump. It would be fascinating because, you see, how can you say I'm going to be respectful, but in the same breath, I'm not going to let you BS? You're not going to get away with it.
Right.
I would try that. He's not going to be able to look at me and say, you didn't say hello. How are you? Before you ask me these questions like he did at the National Association of Black Journalists. He's not going to be able to do that. But definitely him. That would come to mind. And, you know, that's really about it.
Politicians.
I'd love to interview Benjamin Netanyahu. Wouldn't bother me at all. I'd love to do that interview. I would love that. Ted Cruz is crazy in his own way, but I'd like to talk to him because he speaks his mind, you know? And so all right, I like talking to folks who are unafraid to say what they feel based on their facts. That doesn't bother me. I'm bothered if you ignore the facts. I'm bothered if you do that on purpose. But if you believe something and you have the facts that back up your belief, let the people decide. Tell them what it is and let them decide.
So you mentioned Obama. What are the things that you want to see him stand up behind?
No, I just think that, you know, Barack Obama is a person, obviously, profound respect. First black president of the United States of America, wonderful first family, best first lady I've ever seen, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, when I think, I'm a centrist, and I think the world is cyclical. Sometimes you need certain policies, sometimes you need certain others. And when people are dogged in their beliefs and they're one-sided and there's not much room to leverage, to budge, I don't know how beneficial that is for us as a society. Think if we as American citizens and we're human beings, we're that way. This is what I believe. There's not a damn thing you can do to change my mind. This is what I believe. I'm not changing. Where are we going? I'm not budging either. Where are we going? I think one of the problems when we look at the world of politics today is that they're not doing any work. All their work is during the campaign. Once they're in office, they don't have to do a damn thing. Do you realize they don't even have to read policy? And they can literally just say, I'm going to vote along with the side that I'm on. We got to march lockstep with one another. We're Republican, we're Democrat. This is where we got to vote. Really, that's what they're doing.
Well, that's a politics issue. That doesn't strike me as an Obama issue.
No, that's not Obama. That's not an Obama issue. I'm not saying that is. I'm saying talking to him about a climate and a culture that some people would credit him towards. Some people would tell you his presidency caused just as much as divisiveness as anybody else. I don't believe that. But I'm fascinated by people who believe that and why, and I'm fascinated as to what he would have to say about that.
Yeah.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, you did.
I think I did.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
You familiar with the stock market?
Not really. I have financial people about that. I know I monitor my money. I know that.
Are you familiar with the concept of buying, selling, and holding a stock?
Yeah.
You can buy something if you believe in it. You sell it if you don't. You hold it if you're not.
Yes.
Can I give you some sports and see where you're at on them?
Sure, we could do that.
Okay. Let's do 3 older sports: baseball, boxing, and golf.
Buying or selling?
Buy, sell, hold, those 3.
I would sell boxing. I don't like what I'm seeing. The promoters have ruined the sport. They need somebody like Dana White overseeing the sport so you can give us the fights we want to see when we want to see them, as opposed to dudes being able to avoid one another because they might get knocked out, and then obviously it will compromise their revenue generating ability. But we also need to do a better job of taking care of the boxers. I think Capitol Hill has to get involved in that regard. I would tell you that I'm buying baseball.
Having a good year.
And well, it's not just that. I think the rules changes, the pitch count, the shifting, the clock, the game has sped up. We're seeing more athleticism that's been incorporated in the sport of baseball. I think that's going to contribute to diversifying the sport now. It was only about 6% black a couple of years ago. It's crawling up, but I think that you'll see more athleticism coming into the sport. I think that's important. And what was the other sport?
Golf. You're holding golf.
Golf. Look, I know Tiger Woods was there. And I understand it's a meritocracy and you got to be able to play. But there is nothing about golf that says to me I'm invited. Nothing. I mean, it costs a boatload of money to be a member of a club. You understand? You got to buy your golf clubs. You understand what I'm saying? You're losing balls all the time. They ain't cheap. You got to have a caddy. You got to have a cart because you're not trying to walk 18 holes. And, it's at a country club that, the only time you really see black folks there is they're working. That's what it was for a long period of time. And I understand that Tiger Woods contributed to diversifying it to some degree, but there's just nothing about the sport, from the people who cover it the people who talk about it, the people who participate in it. There is nothing about the sport that says to me, black folks, come on in. I don't see that in golf.
Yeah.
So I'd sell that.
Okay, selling 2, 1 buy. Good. 3 sports on the rise: UFC, WNBA, soccer.
Well, soccer is international. Soccer's not going anywhere. It's on the rise in America. Yeah, Messi in Florida, that's nice. But the bottom line is, as long as the NFL exists here, you're behind the curve because, football is football in America. NFL, it ain't soccer. So I would say that it's on the rise. It is what it is globally. On America, it's an incremental rise. I think that when you look at the UFC, I think the UFC is very popular. I think Dana White has done a marvelous job in growing the sport the way that he has. It's great to see great matches. I just think they got to get more, and it won't happen per se. But I think that something that would go a long way towards elevating the success of the UFC is to incorporate the knockout even more. America loves knockouts.
Yeah, when you watch
we don't want to see submissions.
Yeah.
We don't want to see guillotine chokeholds. Yeah, all right, that's fine. Wow, okay, but you don't want to see somebody. I saw John Bones Jones get into the octagon one day. He maneuvered left, maneuvered right, grabbed this guy by both of his arms and choked him with his own arms. It was over in 45 seconds. That's not box office. But Conor McGregor knocking out Aldo in 13 seconds, you still saw that knockout.
Yeah.
So it's what Americans appeal to. So I would say that's going to still be on the rise. Plus, boxing has helped the rise of the UFC because of the organizational structure that Dana White has made sure to ensure, or rather was incorporated, and I think that helps them. Now, what was your third sport?
WNBA.
Definitely on the rise. I think the women have done a marvelous job, but we're not going to run from the elephant in the room. Caitlin Clark, you better recognize. Average 17,000 in attendance at home, 15,000 on the road. Attendance increased by 319%. Merchandise sales up like 450%. Not most, not all, but there was some jealousy. There was some resentment. And it's very, very understandable. You've got sisters that were in the WNBA that toiled through that terrain, that bust their tails to be the best that they could possibly be and uplift the sport, and couldn't get the notoriety, couldn't get the television coverage, couldn't get the media coverage, couldn't get the sponsors and advertisers bought in, couldn't do any of that. Well, you know something? Caitlin Clark changed all of that. 2 weeks on the job, she had him on chartered flights. 2 weeks, okay? Attendance soared, WNBA draft ratings, opening night ratings on ABC, et cetera, et cetera. A rising tide lifts all boats. Magic Johnson and Larry Bird were champions. But when Michael Jordan came along, they said, yo, this brother different. And we gonna ride this wave because that benefits us all. I think that a lot of the ladies with the WNBA were slow to get to that point. And that's what hurt them, but I think they're here. The ratings for the playoffs have been great, but nothing like Caitlin Clark. She is a galvanizing force of nature to be reckoned with, and I think that she has done wonders and will continue to do wonders for women's basketball. I think it was stupid for Team USA to not have her on the team, because you should have had her on there, because she would have blew up the popularity of the sport globally, which would have assisted in the sport growing even more. And I think that that was a missed opportunity, but I don't think it's going away. It shouldn't go away. And I think the WNBA is going to be here to stay.
Okay, we'll end on NBA then. What's your finals prediction?
Well, right now, I think the favorite has to be the Boston Celtics. I would tell you that a lot of people are talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're the best team in the West. I find it hard to count out Jokic in Denver. I just find that very, very difficult to believe, and I'm not sleeping on Minnesota with Julius Randle, Anthony Edwards, Rudy Gobert, etc. If I had to pick, I would tell you it would be Boston versus the Denver Nuggets. But I have a license to be fluid.
You got a long ways to go.
Yeah, license to be fluid.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, just a couple things before we go. I know everyone's ready to have some fun. Thanks again to Stephen A. I want to thank our sponsors, presenting sponsor, AWS, participating sponsor, Disney Entertainment, and our entertainment partners again, YouTube Foundry, Letterboxd, Empire, Creative Futures Collective. Empire is providing a special performance tonight that we'll get to in a second. I want to thank all the team that worked on this. I get to stand up here and have fun, but there's a whole army back there making this thing work like a charm. And yeah, let's go outside. Let's have some good food. Let's have some drinks. There's some Letterboxd, and there'll be performances from from 310 Baby, courtesy of Empire, and Jay Wood. Thanks so much, everybody.